I have 7 big brother bosses. In the misty morning, rows of luxury cars driving on the narrow cement road broke the tranquility of this small mountain village. The dark-skinned farmer carrying a hoe and weeding in the field stood up straight, stretched his neck and stared at the luxury cars that only appeared on TV. My goodness, how much does this car cost? The richest man in their village always envied them for driving a car worth more than 300,000 yuan. Everyone thought that this was a very promising person, but now the car passing by them looked much more upscale and domineering than that car. According to the young people in the village, one car costs several million yuan. Several million yuan is simply an astronomical figure for those of them who make a living in the fields, and there are more than one car. Let's go. Let's go and have a look. There is not much entertainment in the small mountain village, and a little excitement can cause a shock to their whole village. These rows of luxury cars look quite shocking even in a big city, let alone this small mountain village. The luxury car drove to a dilapidated cabin and stopped. The villagers who were watching the excitement around were amazed at the gossip. Did you hear? Nuanuan's family is here. My goodness, Nuanuan's biological family is so rich. She has become a daughter of a rich family. What did Xiao Liu say this car was called? Anyway, it's very expensive. In the midst of the harmonious voices of blessing, a discordant voice was inserted. The old woman who was cracking melon seeds said sharply and harshly, "It's not certain whether it's a family." Bar. Besides, Nuanuan grew up in our small mountain village. How can she be liked by a rich family? The bodyguards who were guarding outside heard this and looked at her fiercely. The old woman couldn't crack the melon seeds anymore. After all, she was just a country woman. She had never seen such a scene before. She was afraid of being beaten, so she quickly pulled her grandson who was staring at other people's cars and left. During this time, we could only hear the fat kid crying loudly for a car, and the old man coaxing his grandson, saying that he would buy him a big car in the future, which was getting farther and farther away. Though the people who stayed behind were a little scared, they saw that the black-clad bodyguards didn't look at them after Grandma's son left, so they became bolder and started to discuss. Some expressed their blessings for Nuanuan's future life, while others sneered at Grandma's son. Inside the wooden house, the room was clean and tidy, but several people in bright and beautiful clothes stood in the room and were obviously out of place in this cramped place. And the only owner of the room, the thin little girl, looked at them timidly and nervously, with a pair of big eyes like grapes with clear black and white, which were particularly moist and beautiful. The graceful and elegant woman slowly walked to the little girl, her eyes red, and she carefully and tremblingly pulled her thin and small hand. "Are you calling me Nuanuan now? I'm your mother." Her voice was choked with sobs, and her eyes were red. Her nose felt sour when she looked at the skinny little girl, but the corners of her mouth were raised because she found her lost treasure. Nuanuan looked at the incredibly beautiful woman in front of her timidly. The only big eyes that looked particularly beautiful and clear looked at her helplessly. She was too gentle, but her skinny and ugly hands put together with her hands made Nuanuan feel deeply inferior, which made her want to pull her hand back, but she couldn't. The woman held her small and not so good-looking palm gently but firmly. "Nuanuan, can you go home with your mother?" The skinny 5-year-old girl was very clean, her clothes were a little white from washing, and the skin on her face was not in good condition, but if you look closely, her facial features are very delicate and beautiful, just blocked by some messy hair. Only a pair of big eyes with clear black and white were particularly bright and moving. She looked at the woman in front of her, and the woman's eyes were shining with tears, as if she would cry as long as she didn't agree. I don't know why, but Nuan felt a little distressed. She clumsily wiped her eyes with her little hands and said, "Don't cry." This "don't cry" was so soft and sweet, and it sounded particularly nice. Just 2 words were so heartwarming that the woman couldn't help crying. She hugged her lost baby for 3 years and cried out the fear and joy of the past few years. The handsome and elegant middle-aged man came over and hugged the mother and daughter, as if he had built a solid safe haven for them with his arms. The moment Nuan was hugged by them, she felt the warmth she had never felt before, which made her a little greedy, reluctant to give up, and at a loss. The little nose was sour, Nuan's eyes were red, and the big tears in her misty eyes fell down. The only 12-year-old boy in the room who seemed a little out of place was walking around the room and muttering anxiously, looking at the little girl from time to time. "Why are you crying when you found someone?" According to the appearance of their old Gu family, all the family members are very handsome, how come they fall off a cliff when it comes to their sister? He didn't dare to tell his classmates and buddies that he had a sister. She was a little ugly. If he took her out and someone told him about it, he would have to help fight. It was very annoying. Get out of the car, you stinky boy, and don't be an eyesore here. Dad Gu felt his eyes hurt when he looked at his stinky boy who was so tough that he was about to fly to the sky. The little girl at home had just been found. With his attitude, don't let the little girl think that she is not welcome home. Go if you want to, I don't want to stay here. Ji-Yuan raised his chin and snorted, put his hands in his trouser pockets, shook his hair, and left thinking he was very handsome. Dad Ji-Yu pinched his fingers, and his fist hardened. Don't be afraid, Nuanuan. This is your youngest brother. He is always so arrogant. If he dares to bully you at home, tell your parents or your other brothers. Our whole family will help you beat him up. Nuanuan's big black and white eyes looked eagerly at her brother who left proudly like a little rooster. When she heard her mother's gentle voice, she shyly whispered, "Okay." Although it was only one word, the soft and sticky little voice melted the two adults present. Mother Ji-Yu touched her furry hair and burst into tears. Before leaving the small mountain village, Nuanuan's parents specially went around door to door with gifts to give gifts. They all found out clearly that since the old man who adopted Nuanuan died, she had been eating at hundreds of families for more than a year. The people in this village were relatively simple and honest. They had helped their daughter more or less. Of course, there were some exceptions. However, the couple generously gave gifts to those who helped her daughter. As for those who bullied her baby daughter, they were not generous enough to choose to forgive. They were too busy protecting their baby daughter. Although they would not retaliate if she was bullied here, they would not treat them well either. After all, it was their fault that Nuanuan was lost. Most people in this village accepted Nuanuan with kindness, and they were too embarrassed to say others were wrong. Before leaving, Nuanuan mustered up the courage to pull at Ji-Yu Mama's clothes with her little hands. "What's wrong, Nuanuan?" Ji-Yu Mama immediately squatted down and looked at Nuanuan at eye level, speaking to her in the most gentle voice. Nuanuan's face was red, and her voice was as thin as a kitten's. Can you take Da Wang and Coal Ball with you?" After saying that, she lowered her head, and her two index fingers were tangled together, seeming to be very entangled and nervous. She was afraid that if she asked too much, they would dislike her. Of course. A deep and reliable voice sounded from above, and a large and warm palm gently rubbed the little girl's furry head. Chapter 2, Nuanuan, we're home. Is there anything else you want to bring besides Da Huang and Coal Ball? Da Huang and Coal Ball were the country dog and black cat following closely behind Nuanuan's little bottom. No, nothing else. Hearing that she could take Da Huang and Coal Ball, Nuanuan puffed her cheeks and smiled sweetly, lifting her little face. TCH. What's so great about taking that ugly dog and cat? My buddy's husky is the real beauty, strong and majestic. I'll let you see it next time. Ji-Yuan lifted his chin, disdainfully eyeing the yellow dog and black cat. But immediately after, he regretted his words. If Nuanuan saw his husky, he'd have to bring her to meet his good friend, and that wasn't an option. He couldn't let them know that he had such an ugly sister. So, he decided to take the dog back home and let this little country bumpkin take a look. Shut up. Ji-Yuan's dad gave him a sharp look, and Ji-Yuan glared back, not happy that he couldn't say anything. He was thinking, if they had the guts, they should just hit him. Nuanuan, don't mind your stupid brother. He never thinks before he speaks. Ji-Yuan's mom quickly explained in a gentle voice, glancing disapprovingly at her son. Nuanuan smiled softly, realizing that her brother didn't mean anything bad by it. As they watched the luxury cars leave the village, the villagers waved goodbye to Nuanuan. Although they were envious of her sudden return to a wealthy family, there was little jealousy. After all, Nuanuan had grown up here, and she was always well behaved and polite, so everyone liked her. Except for one family. Grandma, I want a gift. They all got gifts and I didn't. I want a gift. I want that car. A 7-year-old chubby boy threw a tantrum on the ground, screaming, after the fierce-looking people had left. The old woman he called Grandma turned dark with anger. She felt humiliated because her family didn't get a gift while everyone else did. Now, with her grandson causing a scene, almost the whole village was watching her embarrassment, and for the first time, this biased grandmother scolded her grandson. What's there to ask for? Does our family owe you food or drink? TCH flaunting a little gift. I've seen that little girl grow up, she sa ingrate. Yo, I'm saying, Jow old woman, aren't you ashamed? Do you remember how you treated Nuanuan? How you let your grandson bully her? If her real parents didn't take revenge on you, you should be happy. Now you're here making stuff up and don't even fear them finding out and getting you in trouble. The old woman's eyes flickered, but then she spat in the direction the luxury cars had gone, muttering harshly, what's so special about that little girl? She'll be kicked out soon enough. Jow old woman, you should have some decency. How has Nuanuan ever wronged you? I see her parents cherish her greatly. Jow old woman sneered, who knows what those rich people are like? You guys just wait, Nuanuan's little gift will definitely be in trouble soon enough. She was already insanely jealous. How could that little girl have such rich biological parents? She wished this could have happened to her own grandson instead. In the car, Ji-yuan, Nuanuan, and their mom were sitting in the back. The two children sat next to each other, and Ji-yuan looked her up and down. She was so thin and small. How old are you? You're so tiny. He gestured to their heights proudly. I'm a lot taller than you. Finally, at home, he wouldn't be the shortest anymore. 5. I'm 5 years old. Nuanuan answered timidly. You're 5, and still so small, like a 3-year-old. TSK. You should eat more, or people will think we're starving you. And when we get home, don't you dare tell anyone at school I'm your brother, or I'll beat you up. He raised his fist threateningly. Nuanuan obediently and softly responded, okay. Ji-yuan. A thunderous, angry voice came from the front. Then Ji-yuan felt a sharp pain in his ear as his seemingly gentle mom pinched him. If his dad hadn't been sitting in the front, Ji-yuan would have been in big trouble by now. His parents would have given him a good beating. Do you have a death wish? Who talks to their sister like that? It hurts. Mom, you're ruining your gentle image. What did I say? She's so thin, it's not even pretty. Other people's sisters are all fair and plump. If I take her out, it'll be embarrassing. Ji-yuan's dad, who was seething with anger, reached back and smacked Ji-yuan on the head. You brat. Your sister probably doesn't even want you. Nuanuan watched all this, and seeing her brother's embarrassing situation, she suddenly didn't feel so anxious anymore. Her big, clear eyes were filled with a smile. The Ji-yu family was one of the wealthiest and most prestigious families in the city. Although the Ji-yu family had only been around for 3 generations, the younger generation was all talented. With each succeeding heir being a genius, the family business had flourished, and now the Ji-yu family was the richest in the country. When they arrived at the Ji-yu family's mansion, Nuanuan anxiously looked out of the car window at the unfamiliar world. Such a beautiful and grand mansion. Was this going to be her new home? It felt unreal. The huge contrast with where she used to live made Nuanuan feel insecure and anxious, but she tried hard not to show her emotions. A pair of gentle hands grabbed her fidgeting fingers. Nuanuan, we're home. Nuanuan looked at her warm mother and her encouraging father beside her. She nodded heavily. Like a little kitten stepping into new territory, she timidly followed behind her familiar parents, not daring to look around. She quietly and obediently entered the mansion. An elderly man in a black suit, with half of his hair graying, walked toward them. He stood tall and elegant, with a warm smile on his face. Sir, madam, you're finally home. Steward, I'm hungry, I want to eat. Please ask Aunt Liu to prepare my favorite dishes. Even though Ji-yuan had been scolded in the car, he was still the same proud and arrogant young master of the Ji-yu family. The steward smiled and nodded, everything has been prepared. His gaze fell on the small girl, and when he saw Nuanuan's face, he froze for a moment. Then his eyes reddened, and his smile became even warmer. He tried to steady his trembling hands, afraid he might scare the timid little girl, and lowered his voice. Miss Nuanuan, welcome home. The master has been waiting for you. She looked so much like him. But seeing her so small and thin, the steward's heart ached. How much hardship had she endured? Ji-yu dad exchanged a glance with the steward, and their thoughts were obvious. This is Grandpa Steward. Ji-yu mom gently patted Nuanuan's head, smiling as she introduced her. Chapter 3, Grandfather. Warm held her mother's hand, tilted her head, and shyly looked at the butler, calling out softly, "Hello, Grandpa Butler." Her polite and obedient demeanor was utterly endearing. The butler nodded quickly, his eyes red with tears, and said, "Miss Warm Warm is so thin. You need to eat more. We didn't know what you like, so we prepared some dishes according to Madam and Master S preferences." Mrs. Gu smiled and nodded. "Thank you so much." They walked towards the living room, and as soon as Grandpa saw his grandson, he couldn't sit still anymore. "Why are you the only one back? Where's your sister?" Ji-Yuan pouted, but he dared not be impolite in front of Grandpa. "Grandpa, why are you so anxious? They are slower and are coming later. Why does everyone care about my sister and not me?" Grandpa gave him a side eye. "You better be quiet." At that moment, footsteps were heard from outside, and Grandpa, eager to meet Warm Warm, immediately stood up, tidied his clothes, and sat back down, trying to appear dignified. But then, remembering he might frighten his well-behaved granddaughter, he relaxed his expression. The old man, who had spent most of his life dominating the business world, was actually nervous. If anyone knew about it, they wouldn't believe it. But it was true. "Dad." Grandpa nodded to his son and daughter-in-law, his gaze falling on his thin, tiny granddaughter standing next to his daughter-in-law. When he saw Warm Warm's face, his eyes widened, and he immediately stood up. His hands, which were resting at his sides, began to tremble. This. Mr. Gu quickly patted Grandpa's back to calm him down. "Dad, take it easy. Okay. Grandpa trembled as he said, "Okay," but he hurriedly walked to Warm Warm's side and squatted down. In the face of the little girl's fearful gaze, he showed a gentle smile. "Warm Warm, don't be afraid. I'm your grandpa. Why are you so thin? Our Warm Warm has suffered. Don't worry, Grandpa won't let you suffer anymore." Trembling, he tightly hugged the small child. Without needing a DNA test, he was certain this was his granddaughter. Warm Warm didn't know why Grandpa was crying. She obediently allowed the old man to hug her, pursing her lips and cautiously raising a hand to gently wipe away the tears on his face. "Grandpa, don't cry." Her voice was soft and comforting. Grandpa nodded repeatedly. "Don't cry. Grandpa is just happy." His voice was warmer than ever, which left Ji-Yuan in a daze. His grandpa could actually be this kind. And even cry? This was absolutely unbelievable. Hearing the little girl call him Grandpa made Grandpa's heart swell with warmth. Finally, he had a granddaughter, his biological granddaughter, and she was so well behaved. She looked just like his late wife. "Oh, our little darling is so well behaved." Warm Warm, praised for her obedience, blushed slightly. Facing this kind and gentle elderly man, she didn't feel as scared anymore. Her bright, clear eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Grandpa's heart softened at the sight. "Our little darling is so beautiful, especially these eyes. They are exactly like your grandma's, so lively, as if they could speak. You're such a good child, but your body is too weak. You need to eat well, and you'll grow up strong and healthy, and then you'll look even more beautiful." Ji-Yuan, lounging at the table waiting for food, glanced at Warm Warm a few times. He thought to himself that his grandpa must be getting old, as he couldn't even see how she looked. Did he really think she was beautiful? He couldn't even imagine Warm Warm growing plump and healthy. Anyway, she didn't look pretty now, she was at most okay looking. He had his doubts about his ability to make her look beautiful. Grandpa chatted with Warm Warm for a while, and when the food was served, the family started eating. Everyone, except Ji-Yuan, kept serving more food into Warm Warm's bowl. "Warm Warm, eat more shrimp. The fish has no bones, don't worry about it. This egg custard is delicious. Darling, eat more, and then drink some milk after you finish. You'll grow tall." In contrast, Ji-Yuan felt completely ignored as he sulked. "You guys are too much, only taking care of my sister and not paying any attention to me." 3 pairs of eyes immediately turned to look at him. His dad, with a forced smile, tossed a chicken wing into his bowl, looking a bit scary. Ji-Yuan, lacking backbone, shrank his neck. "Here, your dad is taking care of you." Grandpa, squinting his eyes, put a chopstick full of vegetables into his bowl. "And it seems to have gained some weight lately. Don't just eat meat. You need some vegetables for a balanced diet." Yuan. Why did he always have to say something unnecessary? Under the pressure of 3 pairs of eyes, Yuan, feeling utterly defeated, reluctantly ate the vegetables and chicken wings in his bowl. Sobbing, everyone else has a stepmother and stepfather, but why did he have to get a new sister, and now he has a new stepmother, stepfather, and a grandpa? And don't forget about the grandpa. Warm, seeing everyone's attention shift to her brother, quietly sighed in relief. The food in her bowl had piled up so high that she could hardly eat anymore. Luckily, the 3 adults finally stopped serving her more food, allowing her to eat at her own pace. After she had eaten enough, Mrs. Gu took her upstairs to change clothes. She led Warm to one of the rooms on the upper floor, opened the door, and then took her hand to walk inside. Warm, this will be your room from now on. Warm looked around. The room was much larger than the wooden house she used to live in, and the luxurious, dreamy decor was beyond anything she had ever imagined. She was so stunned that her mouth hung open. Is this really mine? Warm was still a little disoriented, accepting this reality like she was in a dream. Yes, this whole room is for you. The toys on the bed are yours, and over there is the desk. When you start school, we'll put your books there. And this closet. She carefully introduced everything in the room. Her soft words gradually eased Warm's unease and anxiety. Opening the closet, Warm saw a variety of beautiful clothes and dresses, so many that she couldn't even take them all in. However, what puzzled her was that some of the clothes were obviously too small for her to wear now. Mrs. Gu walked over, took a few small clothes from the closet, and sat down on the bed with Warm, her eyes red as she said, "I've been preparing clothes for you since you were a child. Every year for your birthday, I would buy new clothes for you, hoping that one day, when you came back, you would be able to wear the clothes I prepared for you." Warm stared blankly at the neatly arranged beautiful clothes in the closet. Her nose felt sore, and her eyes became misty, unable to see clearly. So I've always been on someone's mind. I'm not an unwanted child. Mom's little darling, I'm so glad you're back. Mrs. Gu embraced her little daughter tightly. No one knew how devastated she had been when she lost her daughter. She had even been so sick that at one point, she had wished she could die. Fortunately, with the support of her family, she got through it. Over the years, she never gave up on finding her little girl. Whenever she received even the smallest clue about her, no matter how busy she was, she would try to follow up. But more often than not, it led to disappointment. Even so, she never gave up, fearing that she might miss the one chance to find her real daughter. When the news about Warm finally came, their whole family was anxious. But when they saw Warm, Mrs. Gu instantly knew. This little girl was definitely her daughter. The subsequent paternity test was just a formality to confirm everything. Chapter 4 Album, Big Brother and Second Brother. Yuan, you still have 2 brothers, but your eldest brother went abroad to do an important project, so he couldn't come back in time. But he is finishing up the project there, so you should be able to see your eldest brother soon. As she spoke, Mother Gu took out a photo album and opened it, introducing the family members to Yuan in a gentle voice. The photo shows 2 young men who look exactly the same, except that one is cold and the other is elegant. Their different temperaments make it easy to distinguish them. The one who looks cold is your eldest brother, and the one next to him who looks exactly like him and is wearing glasses is your second brother. They are twins, but their personalities are completely different. Your eldest brother is quiet and calm, but he looks cold. Your second brother looks very gentle. He is working in a research institute now. The nature of his work there is quite special, so we can't contact him. He still doesn't know that you have returned home. Mother Gu touched Yuan's head and said, "Your 2 brothers are looking forward to your return home." Yuan looked at the 2 people in the album with her big black and white eyes. She thought that her 2 brothers were so awesome and handsome. She felt a little nervous. Would they really like her? As if she understood her concerns, Mother Gu smiled and said, "When you were born, your 2 brothers loved to hold you more than I did, and you loved to stick to your 2 brothers the most. After Yuan was lost, the 2 of them almost turned the entire Lincheng upside down, and they have never given up looking for you all these years." Yuan nodded with red eyes, and said in a soft voice, "Brothers are so nice." Mother Gu smiled and showed her photos of other family members, especially her younger brother Yuan. "Your brother Yuan is only a few years older than you. He has always been a bully in the family with a lively temper. No one can control him except your eldest brother and grandfather. He never thinks before speaking. So if Yuan hears him say something unpleasant, come and tell grandfather or mom and dad, and we will help you deal with him. Of course, it would be even better if Yuan could beat your brother down. Mother Gu finally said jokingly. Yuan smiled shyly. How could she, so small, win against such a small beast? The mother and daughter talked for a long time while flipping through the photo album. Yuan also saw photos of herself when she was 1 or 2 years old. She was a fair, tender and beautiful little baby, and she looked completely different from her current appearance. Mother Gu said, Yuan is naturally pretty. You look most like your grandmother in the family. Your grandmother is the prettiest in the Gu family. She is just a little thinner now and looks malnourished. When our Yuan recovers, she will definitely be the prettiest girl in the family. The shy Yuan's face turned red. Mother Gu showed her an old photo, which showed a beautiful woman in a cheongsam. She was so beautiful that she looked like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Even Yuan was stunned. This is your grandmother, but unfortunately she has already. As she spoke, she sighed. For girls of her generation, the woman in the photo was the one they admired the most when they were young. She was the goddess in the eyes of all the daughters of wealthy families. Grandmother. Mother Gu smiled and nodded. Our Yuan looks 60% similar to grandma. If Yuan grows up a little more, she will probably look 70% or 80% similar. Your grandpa loves your grandma the most, so he cried when he saw you. Yuan leaned her small body against her mother and listened to her telling stories about her grandparents. She held the photo in her small hands and looked at the graceful and smiling woman in the photo, as if she saw the indescribably beautiful grandma through the photo. After looking at the photo album and telling stories, Mother Gu took her to take a bath and wash her hair, making her body smell fragrant and her dry hair was cared for. Then she put on a beautiful light yellow pajamas, and Yuan looked refreshed. Although it is still as skinny and small, it looks much better now. Yuan slept with her mother that night, lying on the soft and comfortable big bed. She was a little cramped at first, but when her mother held her gently in her arms, she gradually relaxed, and her furry little head rubbed gently in her mother's arms, like a little kitten. Everything that happened today seemed like a dream to Yuan, making her feel a little dazed. Ever since she could remember, she knew that she had no parents. After her grandmother died, she felt like the world was falling on her, and she had completely become a poor little thing that no one wanted. Thinking of the hard life she had to live alone after her grandmother's death, the little girl sniffed in grievance, curled up her tiny body and got closer to her mother. Mother. The warm and soft voice was tinged with a strong nasal tone, and she began to cry in grievance. Thank you, Mom, Dad and my brothers. Thank you for not giving up and looking for her. She was only 5 years old. Even though she was much more sensible and hardworking in that small mountain village because her family was poor, she was still very confused about her future and had no idea what to do. Yuan, be good. Mother Gu felt heartbroken when she thought about the hardships Yuan had endured over the years. She should have been the most pampered daughter, but she had suffered so much because of their negligence. Don't cry, Mom. Yuan's voice was soft and sweet, and she stretched out her little hands from under the quilt to wipe her mother's tears. Okay, don't cry, Mom. Mother Gu smiled and hugged the tiny girl tightly in her arms. That night, the Gu family finally settled down after years of worrying about their family's safety. The next day, Yuan woke up very early. This was her biological clock. Before 6 o'clock, she opened her eyes drowsily. Her big misty eyes looked blankly at the unfamiliar environment around her. It took a long time for her memory to return. Yuan suddenly opened her eyes wide when she recalled everything that happened yesterday. She looked to the side and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her beautiful mother sleeping next to her. The little girl secretly pinched her skinny arm, and she felt a pain in her arm and it made her feel more real. It's not a dream. Yuan murmured happily in a voice that only she could hear. She raised her little hands and patted her face, looking a little dazed. She supported her chin with her hands, smiling foolishly and frowning at times. No one knew what she was thinking. Glancing at her mother who was still sleeping soundly, Yuan climbed down from the bed quietly. Her little feet were wearing soft and comfortable slippers. She took 2 cautious steps with a happy and cheerful smile on her face. After tiptoeing to cover her mother with a blanket, Nuanuan ran to the bathroom, rolled up her sleeves and picked up the dirty clothes she had taken off yesterday, but after walking around the bathroom, she didn't know where to wash them. After thinking for a while, she opened the door and walked out quietly. The housekeeper downstairs, who also got up early, heard the sound and looked up. At this glance, he saw Nuanuan coming out of the room. "Miss Nuan, why are you up so early?" When Nuanuan saw the old man coming up, she pinched her own little fingers and called out politely and softly, "Good morning, Grandpa Butler." That soft and sweet little voice is so sweet to their heart. The housekeeper walked over with a gentle look, looked at the somewhat embarrassed little girl and squatted down to ask softly, "Miss Nuanuan, is there anything I can help you with?" Nuan poked her finger shyly and said, I want to wash the dirty clothes I took off yesterday, but I don't know where to wash them." The housekeeper was stunned for a moment, then thought of Nuanuan's experiences over the years and touched her hair with heartache. "Miss Nuanuan, you don't have to do all this. We have servants who specialize in washing clothes at home. Besides, Madam has prepared so many clothes for you. Those old clothes are a bit short for you. You may not be able to wear them in the future." Being used to being frugal, Nuanuan's mindset has not yet come to its senses. After the housekeeper reminded her, she remembered the beautiful clothes and skirts in the closet she saw yesterday. She could change into one set every day without repeating the same ones. Thinking about it this way, the clothes she brought seemed out of place here and she wouldn't be able to wear them in the future. She would be laughed at. It didn't matter if she was laughed at, but her mother would also be laughed at. Nuan raised her little head and nodded obediently and seriously. "Well, Nuan can't wear it anymore. She has a lot of new clothes prepared by her mother. It's great that she doesn't have to worry about having nothing to wear in the future." Chapter 5 Small Parent-Child Activities. The housekeeper's heart melted when he saw how well behaved she was, and he asked her why she got up so early. Nuanuan had a soft and sweet smile on her face, and her voice was so sweet and soft that it sounded really nice. "Nuanuan can't sleep. She used to get up at this time. In the past, when she got up, she would feed the chickens and ducks, go up the mountain to collect firewood, and water the vegetables in the yard. But after getting up today, she found that she didn't know what to do. She suddenly had free time and felt a little panicked and at a loss." Looking at the little girl in front of him, the housekeeper's eyes showed even more heartache. "Can't sleep." Nuanuan nodded obediently. She couldn't fall asleep again after waking up. "Then Miss Nuan, go watch some cartoons." The housekeeper took her to sit on the soft sofa, then turned on the TV to play cartoons. Nuanuan was so engrossed in watching the childlike animation that she couldn't take her eyes away. She had watched TV when she was in the village, but it was always at other people's homes. And because she was busy, she actually had very little time to watch TV. Trying hard to control her gaze and looking away, Nuanuan stared at the housekeeper eagerly. "Grandpa Butler, Nuanuan hasn't washed her face, brushed her teeth, or combed her hair yet." "I see. Then I'll take Nuan with me." Before the housekeeper could finish his words, Father Gu's voice came from upstairs. Nuanuan raised her little face and looked over. Her big, bright, dark eyes met Gu's gaze. Gu Linmore's expression softened. "Come here, Nuanuan. Daddy will take you to wash up, okay?" Of course, the housekeeper is happy to see this happen, as it will help Miss Nuanuan and her family develop a good relationship. Meeting her father's expectant eyes, Nuanuan puffed up her little face and nodded her head obediently. At the end, she gave him a super healing, sweet and soft smile and said something in a soft voice. "Thank you, Dad." After saying that, she jumped off the sofa, walked upstairs with her short legs, and when she reached Father Gu, a big hand was stretched out in front of her. Nuanuan hesitated for a moment, pursed her lips, and slowly placed her skinny little hand on it. Her father's palm was big and warm, giving her a very safe feeling. Nuanuan sniffed, her eyes only slightly reddened, and she lowered her head, not daring to let her father see that she wanted to cry. She was not a crybaby at all. The little hand was wrapped in the father's big hand. Gu Linmore slowed down and took her to the bedroom. The little girl followed him step by step, secretly glanced at her father's hand holding her little hand, and couldn't help pursing her lips to reveal a faint smile, with curved eyebrows and a pair of clear and bright eyes that looked very beautiful. Mother Gu was sleeping, but was awakened by the sound of the door opening. She subconsciously looked to the side. She is such a big and well-behaved daughter. Mother Gu panicked. She lifted the quilt and sat up, only to find that her husband had come in, holding her obedient and soft little daughter in his hand. Her heart was immediately relieved. Mother Gu put on her shoes, walked to Nuanuan, squatted down and hugged the child in her arms. Mom was so scared. I thought everything that happened yesterday was just a dream. Nuanuan hugged her mother's neck and patted it gently, comforting her in a soft and tender voice. Mom, it's okay. Nuanuan is here. The little girl is very heartwarming. Upon learning that her husband was accompanying Nuanuan to wash up, Mother Gu immediately got busy and expressed her desire to join in. Nuan, do you want to wash yourself or do you want Daddy to help you? Nuan's face flushed, and she answered crisply, Nuan can wash it herself. The wash basin was a little too high for the tiny Nuanuan, so Mr. Gu brought her a small stool and easily carried the little girl up by pinching her armpits. The moment Nuanuan was picked up, she let out a small cry of surprise, but then she started laughing happily. Here's your toothbrush. A slender hand took out a small pink toothbrush, squeezed toothpaste on it and handed it to her. Thank you, Dad. Nuanuan took the toothpaste and thanked them softly, then started brushing her teeth under the gentle gaze of her parents, brushing her neat little teeth clean. Her mother then taught her how to wash her face with facial cleanser. The ones she asked people to buy were specially for children, which were natural and harmless, would not hurt the skin, and had a sweet milky fragrance. In the end, it was Dad who used a warm towel to wipe the foam off her face bit by bit. A small parent-child activity also made Nuanuan feel closer to her parents. After applying skin care cream on Nuanuan's face, Mother Gu personally braided her hair into two cute and pretty little braids. Father Gu was watching with envy from the side. He also wanted to comb his chubby little girl's hair. Mother Gu raised her chin proudly and said, "Forget it, you big man with rough hands and feet, but don't pull Nuanuan's hair and hurt it." Father Gu was not convinced. Why am I so clumsy? Can I comb Nuanuan's hair after I've practiced well? The last sentence was asked to Nuanuan, the person involved. The chubby little girl leaned against her mother and nodded obediently, okay. So good. Mother Gu kissed her daughter on the forehead lovingly. Nuanuan lowered her head shyly, her eyes sparkling with obvious happiness. By the time everything was ready, it was already 6:30. Nuanuan held her father's hand with one hand and her mother's hand with the other. Her beautiful big eyes curved into little crescents, and she looked so beautiful. The old man downstairs was drinking tea. When he saw Nuanuan coming down, his eyes suddenly lit up and he waved to the little girl happily. Nuan, come to Grandpa. Nuanuan responded obediently and walked over. The old man smiled and rubbed her furry little head. I heard from the housekeeper that you got up very early. Are you hungry? Is there anything you would like to eat for breakfast? Nuan shook her head and replied softly, Nuan is not picky about food. It's good not to be picky about food. Only by not being picky about food can you be healthy and grow taller. Nuan nodded her head with sparkling eyes. Yes, Nuan will grow taller in the future. The old man loves her so much because of her well-behaved and gentle appearance. It is indeed better to have a girl in the family. Look how well-behaved she is. The boys in the family, even the eldest one, were very strong when they were young. The breakfast was very rich. Nuanuan sat obediently in the chair, looking at the cute and exquisite steamed dumplings of various flavors, the fragrant seafood porridge, wonton dumplings, and finally a cup of steaming milk. She couldn't take her eyes off it. So much, can her stomach hold it all? Nuanuan, eat as much as you want. If you really can't eat any more, don't force yourself, or your stomach will hurt. After you finish eating, Grandpa will take you to their villa to get to know their house. Oh, and the cat and dog you brought with you. Nuanuan raised her little face and looked at him eagerly. She didn't see Cole Ball and Da Wang last night. The old man laughed when he saw her like this. Don't worry, the two are fine. The servants took them to have a bath and get vaccinated yesterday. From now on, they will live at home to accompany Nuanuan. Thank you, Grandpa. Nuanuan's thank you was so clear and loud that the old man was so happy to hear it. Chapter 6 Childish Grandpa and Dad. The old man looked at his son and daughter-in-law with a rather proud look on his face. He didn't even realize that he was showing off unintentionally. It was clearly written on his face that Yuan still likes an old man like me the most. Father Gu refused to admit defeat. After Yuan finishes eating, Dad will take you for a walk. The child nodded obediently, smiling with curved eyebrows. Even though his skin was a little dark, it still couldn't hide his delicate and beautiful facial features, which made him look even more beautiful when he smiled. The little girl said softly, "Thank you, Dad." Father Gu raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the old man with a calm look. "Mr. Gu. This unfilial son." Mother Gu looked at the eye contact between the two of them and felt quite amused. When did these two most authoritative people in the family become so childish? "Mom, where's my brother?" Nuan held a delicate steamed dumpling in her mouth, and bit the plump white dumpling into a crescent-shaped hole. This xiaolongbabo is so delicious that when Nuan took a bite, her eyes lit up, clear and watery, as if there were stars twinkling in them. The little girl looked very happy while eating, her cheeks were bulging. Even though she was thin, it couldn't hide her cuteness. Watching her eat, Mr. Gu instantly felt his appetite whetted. "Don't worry about him. Your brother must still be sleeping now. That guy won't get up before 10 o'clock. Nuan made an obedient sound, licked her lips with her little tongue and swallowed the rest of the bun in one gulp. This time, her cheeks were puffed up even more, like a little hamster stealing food, making people want to pinch her soft cheeks. Nuan originally wanted to restrain herself out of habit. In the past, when she went to the village to eat, she didn't dare to eat too much for fear of being disliked. Today, she just came here, and she habitually wanted to restrain herself from eating too much when eating. But this breakfast was so delicious that before she came to her senses she had already eaten 5 exquisite steamed buns, a small bowl of seafood porridge and a few dumplings. Only when her stomach was full did she put down her chopsticks with a stiff expression and glanced at the other people at the table with a guilty look on her face. She eats too much, will she be disliked? Nuan had a troubled look on her face, and her 2 fingers were tangled together under the dining table. "Have you eaten enough?" When Mrs. Gu saw her stop, she asked with concern, "Can you eat a little more? If you can, eat more, but don't fill yourself up too much, otherwise you will have a stomachache, okay?" The other 2 people at the table also looked at her with concern. Seeing that they didn't dislike her, Nuan finally put her uneasy heart at ease. She sat obediently on the chair with a shy and sweet smile. "Yeah, I'm full." Mr. Gu wiped his mouth slowly and said to Nuan with a kind smile. Seeing Nuan eating so happily today, I, an old man, even ate an extra bowl of porridge. The housekeeper also smiled and said, "It seems that after Miss Nuan comes back, your health will definitely get better and better. This is all the blessing brought by Miss Nuan. The old man has had a poor appetite recently and eats much less than before. We were all secretly worried about him, but we were all very happy to see him eat more today." Nuan laughed happily and advised softly, "Grandpa, you should eat more too." The old man clapped his hands and laughed, "Okay, okay. From now on, Grandpa and Nuan will eat together, and we both eat more." Nuan nodded on the side. Of course she was happy about this. "Come on, Grandpa will take you to find your 2 cats and dog, and help you digest your food while you're at it." Not wanting to be left behind, Father Gu stood up and said, "Didn't we agree that I would take Nuan with me?" Mr. Gu glanced at him and took Nuan's hand. "You should go to work at the company." Father Gu walked over and held Nuan's other hand. "Don't worry, it's not time yet. Besides, I'm the boss of the company. Who would dare to say anything to me even if I'm late? Of course, being with my daughter is more important than going to work." Father Gu emphasized the words, "my daughter, especially." Old Master Gu snorted coldly. He used to think that his eldest son was steady and polite, but now it seems that he is not steady at all. "What happened to your daughter?" "She's not my granddaughter." The father and son started to quarrel with each other as soon as they had a disagreement. This scene was really rare, and it had never happened before. After all, no one had ever seen 2 people quarreling with each other like this for a daughter-granddaughter. The housekeeper and Mrs. Gu were speechless. How could he become more childish as he gets older? Nuan looked at this and that, took the initiative to hold their fingers tightly and spoke softly. "Dad, Grandpa, let's go together." She was so small and stood in the middle, not taking up any space at all. Okay, for Nuan's sake, Grandpa won't bother with your childish father." The old man was cheerful and walked with vigor, not looking old at all. Mr. Gu almost couldn't help rolling his eyes. Who is the childish one? The two of them took Nuanuan to find Da Wang and Meiqiu first. The two were placed in a wooden house in the garden. The wooden house was bigger than the one where Nuanuan lived in the village, and it was also beautiful. This was originally a room for storing sundries. After everything inside was vacated, it was turned into a pet room for them. They have everything that other people's pets have. Before they reached the door, a cat and a dog with clever ears came running towards Nuanuan, wagging their tails happily. Da Wang's tail was almost like a fan. When he was about to get close to Nuanuan, a nimble and slender shadow fell from the sky, stepped on Da Wang's head to use the force to jump up, and then landed in Nuanuan's arms lightly and perfectly. As for Da Wang, he was trampled and staggered and fell to the ground with his limbs. Woof woof woof. Da Wang gnashed his teeth and barked at the black cat in Nuanuan's arms, making the dog so angry. The black cat in Nuanuan's arms squatted, licked its paws gracefully, and looked at Da Wang on the ground with pride and contempt. Oh my god, this is serious. Da Wang jumped up and tried his best to bite Coal Ball. But is Coal Ball so easy to bully? It only took 2 seconds for the cat to raise its paw and punch so fast that it left after images. It also hit Da Wang's face specifically, very ferociously. Grandpa Jiu and Dad Jiu were particularly worried that Nuanuan would get hurt, but the fact was that they were overthinking it. Although the two were fighting, they were always considerate of Nuanuan and did not hurt her at all. Even when Nuanuan tried to stop them, the two stopped in tacit understanding, but they still looked at each other with displeasure. No more fighting. Nuanuan put the coal ball next to Da Wang, put her hands on her hips and looked angry, then glared at the two kids with her big eyes, and they sat in a row obediently. Nuanuan acted like a little adult. She poked the two furry foreheads with her tiny fingers and started the education mode. How many times have I told you that Da Wang and Meiqiu are family? Family members cannot bully each other or fight. What if they get hurt? It hurts. Disobedient Da Wang and Meiqiu are not good kids. Bad kids will be spanked. Chapter 7, Nuan is already very satisfied. The warm and sweet voice of the baby made people's ears sweeten. Several adults stood by happily and watched the little one teach the cat and the dog a lesson like a little adult. When the two furry little ones had their ears drooped, Nuanuan remembered that her father and grandfather were still there, and her little face immediately blushed with embarrassment. Har har har, our Nuan is really amazing. Nuanuan's shy look made Mr. Gu unable to help but burst out laughing. Nuanuan hugged Meiqiu and buried her whole face in his fur. Meiqiu had just taken a bath yesterday, and his fur had a sweet smell. Nuan, are you going to play? Father Gu asked jokingly. Yes. The little guy raised his little face and spoke in a crisp voice. He walked with his short legs to his father and grandfather, put down the coal ball and continued to stroll while holding their hands. The cat and the dog were originally very vigilant in this unfamiliar environment, but now when they saw Nuanuan, they gradually let down their guard and began to run around leisurely, sniffing here and there to mark their territory. Da Wang ran around excitedly, wagging his tail and barking happily from time to time, while Meiqiu was more reserved and quiet. It basically jumped lightly onto the wall or tree, looking down at the stupid dog jumping around with contempt. Nuanuan, this is a garden. How about Grandpa make a swing for you there? Nuanuan blinked her eyes and thought of the children in the village who, when playing in the forest, liked to go to the thick vines near the bayberry tree. They said that was a swing and they could stand on it and swing in the air. It looked a little dangerous but also very fun. At that time, she was busy collecting firewood and getting grass for the chickens and ducks at home, so she just looked at them enviously from a distance and then left. Okay. Nuanuan nodded and responded softly, her clear eyes full of smiles. Hearing her agreement, all the adults in the family became happy, and took her hand enthusiastically to start planning the garden, putting a slide there, a small wooden horse or a sandpit here, all of which were things that children would like, as if they were going to transform the garden into an amusement park. Nuan waved her hands quickly. No, just a swing will do. As she spoke, she raised a short finger and said hesitantly to her father and grandfather, Can I? Father Gu took a deep breath and rubbed Nuanuan's furry little head. Nuanuan, you don't have to be so cautious. You are our Gu family's baby. You can tell Mom, Dad or Grandpa anytime you want. We will never dislike you for asking for too much. He actually knew why Nuanuan was so cautious, but it was precisely because of this that he felt sad. This child should have grown up carefree in their home. Nuanuan tilted her little face up, holding her father's big hands with her little hands. Her eyebrows were curved like the most beautiful crescent moons in the world, and her clear and bright eyes were shining with dazzling stars. But Nuanuan already feels very satisfied, she said softly, and rubbed her furry head against her father's palm. Nuanuan is already very happy. I have a dad, a mom, a grandpa, and brothers. I am very, very happy. This was something she had never dared to imagine before. Mother Gu came over and touched her little head with red eyes. How could her Nuanuan be so well behaved? Okay, Nuanuan, you must be happy in the future too. Nuanuan nodded, and smiled with her soft little mouth, revealing her white and neat little teeth, like a little sunflower that could infect people's hearts. Old Master Gu secretly wiped his eyes as he watched this scene. As he got older, he became more sentimental. It's great that their lost daughter is back. The haze that has been weighing on the family for years has finally dissipated. Before finding Nuanuan, although everyone continued to live their lives as if no different from everyone else, only they themselves knew how much of a blow the loss of Nuanuan had dealt to their family, and it took them 3 full years to recover. Grandpa, let's go play. At this time, a warm and soft voice came and brought the old man back to his senses. The little guy looked at him with a smile with his clear eyes, walked in front and turned back to call him to walk together. Hey, here it comes. The old man suddenly walked with vigor, as if he had suddenly become several years younger. While exercising to help digestion, Nuanuan can also get familiar with the home environment. Most importantly, it can promote the relationship between Nuanuan and everyone. This activity is simply perfect. Unfortunately, there is a lazy person at home, and he probably won't get up until lunchtime. On their way back, someone came to the villa. The first person to get out of the car was a man who looked very similar to Gu's father. As soon as he got out of the car, he hurriedly asked, "Dad, I heard that Nuanuan was found." As he spoke, his eyes fell on the skinny little girl next to Mr. Gu, and his eyes immediately turned red when he saw her. Why are you so thin? What a tragedy you have suffered. A cheerful woman following closely behind also hurried over, walked up to Nuanuan and touched her little face lovingly. When she was little, Nuan was chubby and cute. How come she has become so thin now? Nuanuan held her grandfather's hand tightly, looking at the two strangers with some curiosity and timidity, but she didn't feel scared. She was very sensitive to people's emotions, and these two people really cared about her and had no ill intentions towards her. So she didn't hide away. Don't scare Nuanuan. Mr. Gu scolded, and then introduced Nuanuan. Nuanuan, this is your uncle, and this is your aunt. Hello, Uncle, Aunt Tilda. Nuanuan called out in a gentle and soft voice. Her soft, sticky and childish voice made the two uncles and aunts who had no daughters very fond of her. Nuanuan is so good. This is a gift that your aunt prepared for you. As she said that, she took out a safety lock and put it around Nuanuan's neck. This is a safety lock, it blesses Nuanuan to be safe and sound in the future. When you were little, your uncle and I held you in our arms. Unfortunately, Nuanuan was the only little girl in our family. At that time, your uncle had to fight with your grandfather, your father, and your brothers for the chance to hold her. It took a long time for him to hold her, and once he held her, he was reluctant to let go. She was so small and soft, and now she has grown so big. Speaking of Nuanuan's childhood, everyone couldn't help but reminisce. The Gu family had many males. Mother Gu gave birth to 3, all of whom were boys. Her uncle's family also had 2 children, all of whom were boys. It was only with Nuanuan that they finally had a girl. Aren't they all very precious? Chapter 8. Fourth brother Gu Mingli. But such a little girl who was held in the palm of their hands was lost by the nanny. At that time, the company happened to be in a major crisis. She was betrayed by the confidants trained by the old man. The Gu family was in a state of panic at that time. Everyone in the family, including the old man, was busy and nervous. Because of such negligence, their family's treasure was lost. At first, they thought it was just the nanny's negligence, but when Mr. Gu slowly investigated, he found out that Nuanuan's disappearance was also a conspiracy between those people and the nanny, with the purpose of making the Gu family unable to recover and fall into panic. Moreover, their original plan was actually to kidnap Nuanuan to threaten the Gu family, but something went wrong in the middle, which led to Nuanuan's disappearance, and in the end, no one knew how Nuanuan ended up in Siesi village. Nuanuan's disappearance did deal a heavy blow to the Gu family, but in the end the old man turned the tide and dealt with all the betrayers of the group with tough means. In the end, he also persuaded Gu's father to cheer up and personally retaliate against those who participated in Nuanuan's kidnapping and disappearance. Those people are still in prison and are being well taken care of. Mingli, why don't you come and see your sister? Aunt Jiyu greeted. Coming. A nonchalant boy's voice came. Nuanuan looked over with her big eyes and found that there was a handsome older brother with rebellious eyes and eyebrows behind him. The only thing was that his red hair was very conspicuous. She couldn't help but look up. When Grandpa Jiyu saw Jiyu Mingli's red hair, he immediately became furious. He glared at him and went back to their house. He felt that it would hurt his eyes if he looked at him any longer. The young man looked at Nuanuan with his sharp eyes, raised his eyebrows and clicked his tongue, then walked over and grabbed Nuanuan's furry head, almost flipping the little girl over. There was a sneer from above, "You weakling can't even stand steadily. Nuan. This brother is a little bit tired." Aunt Jiyu frowned and immediately began to lecture her son. "What are you doing, little brat? Nuanuan is so young, can't you be gentler?" Jiyu Mingli scratched his ears and said, I know. Can't I be gentler next time? Nuanuan, this is your fourth brother. Your third brother is probably filming somewhere in the mountains right now. There's no signal at all. He doesn't even know you're back. Nuan said, obediently, and then called out softly, "Hello, fourth brother." Jiyu Mingli raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, but for some reason, his smile looked a little annoying, as if he was provoking someone. His parents were itching to punch him just by looking at him, but luckily Nuanuan didn't think too much about it and even gave him a shy sweet smile. Uncle Jiyu and Aunt Jiyu suddenly felt that their daughter was much better and more heartwarming, unlike this naughty boy of theirs who made them worry so much. Their whole family went to the living room. Nuanuan walked in front and looked back from time to time to secretly glance at her fourth brother. Jiyu Mingli raised his eyebrows and made a face at her. Nuanuan's eyes suddenly curved with laughter. Jiyu Mingli, this girl looks skinny, but she is quite pretty when she smiles. That kid Jiyuan hasn't gotten up yet. Jiyu Mingli sat on the sofa with his arms and legs stretched out. Just as he was about to cross his legs, he saw out of the corner of his eye that his grandfather immediately sat down quietly, but his sitting posture was still a little arrogant, like a little bandit leader. Nuan, go call the little brother. Mother Jiyu patted Nuanuan's little shoulder encouragingly. She hoped that Nuanuan could have a good relationship with her family, especially her brothers. She knew her youngest son was a little rude and even at a young age, he was more conceited and face-conscious than his father. In fact, it was not true that she hated her daughter. Nuanuan nodded and walked upstairs with her short legs. Jiyu Mingli stood up and said, I'll go up with you to take a look. Nuanuan paused when she heard that, then turned her head and looked at him eagerly at the stairs. Jiyu Mingli walked over and patted her head, let's go. Nuanuan smiled sweetly and said, okay, in a sweet voice. Fourth brother, do you know where the little brother's room is? Tilder. Fourth brother, are you here to see Nuan today? Fourth brother. Jiyu Mingli felt inexplicably better when he heard the little girl calling him fourth brother in a soft and sweet voice. He picked up Nuanuan, who was following him like a little tail. Arr! Nuanuan suddenly flew into the air and let out a small cry, then fell into a refreshing embrace, with her cheeks pinched by two slender fingers. I didn't realize you're such a talkative little girl. Do you like your fourth brother? Jiyu Mingli raised his eyebrows, revealing a thorny and wild nature like a wild beast. Most children were afraid to approach him. If they got close to him, they would cry and say that he looked like a bad guy. He himself also hated those little kids who cried all the time. When he came today, he thought he would meet a timid child who was afraid of him, but he didn't expect that this little girl was so brave. Not only was she not afraid of him, but she followed him around chattering like a little chatterbox. Of course, since the little girl's voice was soft and sweet, as if she was acting coquettish, he didn't dislike this little chatterbox. Nuan nodded with a red face, and counted on her fingers in a weak voice, yes, I like fourth brother, I like dad, mom, grandpa, and little brother. Humph, who cares if you like me? Let me tell you, there are so many people who like me. At school, the number of people who like me can circle the playground twice. I don't know when Ji Yuan walked out of the room with a messy hair. He didn't even wipe the eye boogers from the corners of his eyes and ran out to talk nonsense. Ji Yumingli looked at him as if he was an idiot and said, "Look up at the sky. You've blown up the cow. You're really good at talking." Ji Yuan. He was so angry that he glared at Ji Yumingli. "She is my biological sister, not yours. Fourth brother, why are you so supportive of her?" Ji Yumingli, "I am happy to do so. You know she is your biological sister. Why are you so rude to her?" Brother, I asked you to go downstairs to have breakfast." Nuanuan's weak voice interrupted the two people's quarrel. Ji Yuan curled his lips and said, "I know. Why do you need to call me? I can get up by myself." After saying that, he glared at Ji Yumingli and turned back to the bedroom. Ji Yumingli raised his sword-like eyebrows and said, "Oh? This kid still deserves to be punished. I'll just give him a good spanking someday." Little did he know that he himself was in great trouble. Nuanuan covered her mouth and laughed secretly, but before she could laugh twice, Ji Yumingli tapped her little head with his finger. "What are you laughing at?" Nuan shook her head innocently, "No." Ji Yumingli pinched her cheeks on both sides, shook the light person in his arms, and his eyebrows were tangled together. "Eat more. You don't have any meat on your face or body. That tone is really too disgusting." Nuan, I'm so tired now QAQ. Nuanuan, whose cheeks were pinched, could hardly speak clearly. Chapter 9, the fourth brother and the younger brother quarrel with each other. Ji Yuan put on his clothes and ran out quickly. When he passed by Nuanuan and Ji Yumingli, he hugged them with his arms, raised his chin and hummed proudly. Ji Yumingli didn't even bother to look at him. He just pinched Nuanuan's hair, cheeks or little hands, and made vicious comments while pinching. "Your claws are like chicken claws. When will you gain weight?" Nuan, whose hands were compared to chicken claws, shook her head innocently and said, "I don't know. TSK, your hair is not good, it's too dry, and your hairstyle is too rustic. After dinner, I will take you to take care of your hair and change it into a trendy style." Nuan raised her head, her clear eyes fixed on his head. "Is it like the red hair of fourth brother?" Ji Yumingli, "No, I just changed my hairstyle, not dyeing my hair." When he dyed his hair, the old man chased him around the yard with a cane. But he was a rebellious person by nature. The more his family members forbade him to do something, the more he wanted to do it, so that the color of his hair changed every few weeks. Now everyone in the family has gotten used to it, and they don't mind him anymore. But if he really dyes Nuanuan's hair, he can guarantee with Ji Yuan's life that he will be humanely destroyed by the adults in the family. It's good to be alive, he is still young. Nuan didn't know that her fourth brother had thought of so many things in just a moment. When she heard his words, she just shook her feet and nodded very obediently, "Okay." Ji Yuan, who was walking slowly in front with his hands behind his back and a look of not caring about anything, said rudely when he heard this, "You just listen to him in everything. What if he gives you an even uglier haircut? Wouldn't that make you even uglier than you are now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yumingli kicked him in the butt and looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Do you think everyone is like you, a pig?" Ji Yuan was furious. "What I said was the truth. Ji Yumingli, with your weird aesthetics, you still have the nerve to take her to get a haircut. It's so funny." Ji Yumingli sneered, "You're really funny." Ji Yuan took a while to react, and immediately became angry like a pufferfish. "Just wait, I can't beat you now, but it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge." One good thing about Ji Yuan is that he is very self-aware. For example, now, even though he has become as fat as a puffer fish due to being so angry, he knows clearly that he is no match for Ji Yumingli, so he will not go up and get beaten up to make himself look bad. Ji Yumingli gestured with his hands on the top of Ji Yuan's and his own head, then let out a laugh that was not very hurtful but extremely insulting. "Har! Even if I wait for you for decades, you will still not be my match." Ji Yuan. He was so angry that he made a few random gestures in the air, then arrogantly raised his two fists and raised the middle fingers at him. Ji Yuan, you are tired of living." Ji Yumingli's furious voice could be described as resonating through the sky. After making the gesture, Ji Yuan started running as fast as he could. When he reached the stairs, he supported himself on the railing with one hand and leaped up. He sat on his butt on the handrail and slid down quickly, screaming as he slid. "Uncle and aunt, my fourth brother is going to beat me again." Ji Yu Mingli chased after him, but unfortunately he was just a fist away from catching the cunning Ji Yuan. "Bullshit, you provoked me first." Ji Yuan ran behind Aunt Ji Yu, his voice sounding both innocent and pitiful. "Fourth brother, you are such a joker. How can I provoke you when I am so young? Besides, I can't beat you. Uncle and aunt, you have to protect me." Ji Yuan is very smart. The reason why he didn't run to his parents is because he knew they wouldn't protect him. So of course he has to find his aunt at this time. He is young and good looking, so as long as he acts a little coquettishly, the elders will be more or less on his side. At least he won't let fourth brother beat him up. Sure enough, Aunt Ji Yu patted Ji Yuan's shoulder soothingly and glared at her son. "Ji Yu Mingli. You want to fight, right? Come and show your mother how to fight." Ji Yu Mingli's eyes twitched and he rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Just protect that little fox." Mother Ji Yu twisted Ji Yuan's ear and brought him over. "Don't play innocent. You won't feel comfortable if you don't find something to do every day, right? Mom, be gentle." Mr. Ji Yu looked at his two grandsons calmly and asked, "Where's Nuanuan?" "Here." Nuanuan held onto the railing with her little hands, timidly revealing her furry little head, her eyes curved with a clear smile, and the corners of her small and pretty mouth raised in a well-behaved arc. "Grandpa, Nuanuan is here." A soft voice sounded, and everyone laughed at her appearance that was as soft, shy and timid as a little white rabbit. "Come down quickly, Nuanuan. After breakfast, Mom will take you out to play. Okay, Tilda?" The little girl was about to go downstairs when Ji Yu Mingli bent down and picked her up. Nuanuan was only surprised for a moment, then she smiled happily and hugged Ji Yu Mingli's neck. "Thank you, fourth brother Tilda." The sweetness of the sound is seriously exceeded. Ji Yu Mingli looked disdainful and even nonchalant. It was just a coincidence. But the corners of his mouth had already quietly risen, and he looked so stupid that even his own mother couldn't bear to look at him. However, everyone was still quite surprised by his behavior. After all, Ji Yu Mingli was the type who thought everyone was a fool, with the middle school mentality of everyone else is stupid but I am the only one who is awake. He had a bad temper and was particularly impatient with children, but he was surprisingly patient with Nuanuan. Mother Ji Yu and Aunt Ji Yu looked at each other and saw relief in each other's eyes. When Mother Ji Yu looked at Ji Yuan, she felt a sense of disappointment in her son. This son of hers is so stupid. If Nuanuan is abducted by your uncle's family someday, you will regret it yourself. A certain Master Ji Yuan glanced at Ji Yu Mingli and Nuan angrily. "What's the big deal? I'm still her biological brother. Aunt, after dinner, take Nuanuan to get her hair done. It looks so ugly." Old Master Ji Yu glanced over and said, "Dye your red hair back to normal." "How dare you say Nuan's hair is ugly?" Ji Yu Mingli touched his nose and stopped talking. As the bully of the school, it was already very uncool of him to wear the school uniform obediently. His hair was his last stubborn point, and he would not dye it black no matter what. Nuan, come to Grandpa." After scolding Ji Yu Mingli, old man Ji Yu performed a seamless face-changing technique on the spot, and was very kind and amiable to Nuanuan. Moreover, they are so arrogant and self-righteous in their double standards in public. Ji Yu Mingli. All right, after all he's a boy. The last thing the Ji Yu family lacks is boys. But if it were him, he would also be extremely disgusted with boys, such as his narcissistic brother and the brat Ji Yuan. Their eyes met Ji Yuan's, and both of them turned their heads away in disgust at each other. "Ji Yu Mingli, why do you look more stupid than before?" "Ji Yuan, a pig with a simple mind and strong limbs." The two people's brain waves strangely overlapped at this moment. Chapter 10. My sister is back and I have to accompany her. Nuanuan ran to her grandfather with her short legs. Before she could climb onto the stool, the old man happily pinched the little girl's armpits and picked her up to sit on it. Nuan. In fact, she can sit on it by herself, but the adults seem to enjoy holding her and making her sit on the stool. It was another sumptuous lunch. The dishes were completely different from last night, but every dish looked so delicious. Nuanuan dangled her feet in the air, her eyes sparkling with beautiful and bright light like stars, and her eyes curved into round little crescents, making her look particularly happy. At the dinner table, almost everyone's eyes were on her, and it seemed as if the food tasted more delicious. Wearing a little skirt and dressed neatly, little Nuanuan looks delicate and cute. Although she is still pitifully skinny, her smile is really healing, like a little angel. Aunt Jiyu said that she wanted to have a daughter, but with the Jiyu family's genes, she would most likely give birth to a son if she got pregnant again. Thinking of this, she curled her lips and decided to give up. Her 2 sons at home made her mad every day, and if there was another one, she would probably become a frequent visitor to the hospital. Nuanuan, eat more meat. The elders began to pick up food for little Nuanuan, and most of them were meat. But in the blink of an eye, the food in the bowl in front of her had popped up. Nuan, I can't eat anymore, what should I do QAQ? Although she has only been at the Jiyu family for a day, these relatives still give her a lot of sense of security, so Xiao Nuanuan is no longer afraid to speak and just eats in silence like she did last night. Father Jiyu smiled and said, "It's okay. If Nuanuan can't finish it, you can leave it for Dad to eat." Mother Jiyu smiled gently, "Mom, too." Grandpa Jiyu happily touched Nuan's little head and said, "Grandpa doesn't mind eating Nan's leftovers." Nuanuan's face immediately turned red, and she puffed out her cheeks to encourage herself. She wanted to finish what she could and make herself fat. Jiyuan was so angry that he ate a lot of food and complained to Jiyu Mingli, "What's going on? Why do I feel like my dad and grandpa have become different people?" Jiyu Mingli mocked him without hesitation, "Are you the only girl in your family? Are you younger than Nuanuan? Are you as sensible as Nuanuan? Are you as soft and sweet as her?" Jiyuan. None. Jiyu Mingli chuckled twice, which was full of sarcasm. So you have nothing and you still expect uncle and grandfather to treat you differently. What are you dreaming of? Jiyuan. His fists were hard, but he couldn't beat him. Why does his 4th brother deserve a beating so much? The meal was harmonious yet seemed to be filled with the smoke of gunpowder. After the meal, Nuanuan reluctantly said goodbye to Darwang and Meichio who were waiting at the gate, and finally got into the comfortable luxury car, with her mother on the left, her aunt on the right, her 4th brother in the front, and a little brother who insisted on following for some reason in the car behind. "When we get to the mall later, Nuan can give you whatever you like, just use my aunt's card." Aunt Jiyu took out her card and stuffed it into Nuanuan's hand in a very generous and heroic manner. Mother Jiyu stopped her, "How can this be good? Nuanuan has me as her biological mother, so why would she need you, sister-in-law? Isn't the money her father earns for her to spend? What's yours is yours, but as an aunt, I'm also happy to buy things for Nuanuan." The 2 women, with elegant smiles on their faces, almost got into a fight without caring about their image over who would pay for Nuanuan later. "Mom and aunt, please stop fighting." Nuanuan was very busy trying to persuade this one and comfort that one. Jiyu Mingli, who was sitting in the front and watching the show with great interest, groaned. Normally, the 2 of them had a good relationship like sisters, but he didn't expect that one day they would almost fight over one person. Come to think of it, this little girl Nuan really has the potential to be a beauty that brings disaster. Well, I'll buy clothes and skirts for Nuanuan. Then I'll buy shoes and small jewelry for Nuanuan. The 2 women reached some kind of agreement with each other and finally calmed down. Jiyu Mingli's nonchalant voice sounded, "Mom, I see you can't wait to spend money, why don't you give me some pocket money?" Aunt Jiyu looked at him askance and said, "Did you skip class to fight or play games? I have so much money to burn that I am using it to teach you bad things." Jiyu Mingli touched his nose and said, "Am I still your biological son? Why do you treat me differently?" Aunt Jiyu crossed her arms and snorted, "You want money? Fine. I'll give it to you as long as you can move up 5 places in this exam." Hiss, 5th from the bottom. Jiyu Mingli's expression immediately became painful, which made Mother Jiyu very happy. Aunt Jiyu glared at her son unhappily. "You know you're 5th from the bottom. Look how magnanimous your mother is. She didn't even let you pass every subject. Anyway, she has given up on treatment. For her son, studying is like going to the battlefield. He also has GU family genes, so why is his academic performance so bad when it comes to her?" Nuanuan leaned in her mother's warm arms, and secretly laughed at the quarrel between her 4th brother and Aunt Jiyu. Nuanuan had never seen the tall buildings and prosperity of the city before. She was already shocked by what she saw while in the car. After getting off the car and walking into the shopping mall, she felt like a little country bumpkin coming to the city. She could not even see enough with her eyes, only her little mouth was wide open. It's so big. It was not only big but also bright and spacious. Nuan felt dizzy and held her mother's hand tightly, following her like a little tail, otherwise she would not know which way to go. Let's go take care of Nuan's skin first. The two women took Nuan to their high-end beauty salon in a menacing manner. There were also special care services for children here. Various ointments were made of pure natural plant ingredients with mild medicinal properties that would not cause any irritation or side effects to children's skin. The two women are already high-level VIPs here, so they know a lot about this place. Fourth brother, why are we following here? Ji-Yuan stared with dead eyes as the three women were taken away, and the two of them were left in the reception room. Rest. After saying that, Ji-Yuan leaned back on the soft sofa, took out his cell phone and started sending a message to the group. Lee, let us go out and play games. How, brother, you finally came out. You didn't look for us or play games for such a long time that we thought something happened to you. That's right, everyone in the group has tagged you so many times, come and play ranked, Lee GE hooking up.jpg. Lee, I had something to do before, and I have to accompany my sister when she comes back. How, holy shit. Fang, WTF. Where did your sister come from? Ji-Yuan held his phone and looked at the string of fuck in the group chat, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. Ji-Yuan frowned. Why was this guy grinning like an idiot? Chapter 11 What to do if you are bullied. Ji-Yuan secretly glanced over there, but was discovered before he saw anything. Go play your own game. Ji-Yuan curled his lips and said, you make it sound like I'm so rare. He sat down on the sofa and started to piece the Lego on the table with his nimble fingers. As for Ji-Yuan, his two good friends kept asking him what happened to his sister, but he just kept them suspenseful and didn't explain clearly, and then forced them to play games. The interior of this beauty salon looks very comfortable and noble. Nuan now feels that she does not fit in here and feels a little flustered and awkward. It looks so expensive. But with the comfort and encouragement from her mother and aunt, she tried hard not to show her cowardice and kept cheering herself up in her heart, determined not to embarrass her mother and the others. When the beautiful ladies in the beauty salon began to wash her face and apply medicine in a soothing manner, Nuan became more and more relaxed because the technique was so comfortable, and finally she fell asleep. Although the girl is a little thin and her skin is a little dry, she is very pretty. The beautician who was doing Nuan's skin care exclaimed softly, I have seen many children, but few have such delicate and lively facial features as Miss. Especially Miss's eyes, which seem to have spirits and can speak. It would be even better if she was whiter and fatter. Who doesn't like others praising their children? Regardless of whether what the beautician said was true or not, Mother Ji-Yu was still very happy. But this time the beautician really didn't lie. In her line of work, she is the best at seeing the essence of facial features through surface phenomena. She has seen many faces, and even if she is a 200-pound fat person, she can tell at a glance from their facial features the potential of their faces after they lose weight. Nuan is just a little thinner, and her skin is a little rough due to years of sun exposure, but her facial features are delicate and beautiful. She has a good foundation, and if she takes good care of herself, she will definitely be a little fairy. However, she looked at Nuan and Ji-Yuan calmly. This was her old customer. Although she didn't know the family situation clearly, she did know how many children there were. When did a daughter appear? And she looked like this, so it was obvious that she was not a daughter who grew up in a wealthy family. She didn't ask too many questions. Having been in the business for so long, she would just listen to what the customers were willing to say, and wouldn't ask too many questions if they were unwilling to say anything. When Nuan woke up, all the care was completed. She opened her eyes and was dazed for a moment. After she woke up, she felt embarrassed when she saw the smiles of her mother and aunt, and her little face turned red with shyness. I'm sorry, Mom, I fell asleep. Nuan blushed and lowered her head, her curly eyelashes trembling slightly, and her voice was soft and pleasant. Even if she had done something wrong, people would be reluctant to say anything to her, not to mention that she hadn't done anything wrong. Mother Ji-Yu touched Nuan's head with a distressed look, and said in a gentle voice, Don't tell me you're sorry. I and your aunt just fell asleep comfortably and just woke up. Seeing Nuan sleeping so soundly, it means that my sister's cooking skills are very good. Yuan nodded, and the corners of her light pink mouth turned up to reveal a soft smile. Thank you, big sister. The beautician's heart suddenly softened. She had seen many children, but none had such an infectious smile, such a soft voice, and such politeness. They were so adorable. You're welcome. This is what a sister should do. Yuan touched her face and felt it was smooth and tender. The skin on her hands was whiter and tenderer than before. When she looked in the mirror, she was so surprised by her current appearance that her mouth opened wide. In fact, there hasn't been much change, except that her skin condition has improved a lot and become a little whiter, but this small change has greatly improved her appearance. Yuan didn't care much about her appearance before, but young girls all love beauty, and she is happy to see herself become prettier. The most important thing is that her face is so smooth. I have never had this feeling before. As I walked out, Yuan's little hand secretly touched my face no less than 5 times. I thought I was doing it very secretly and no one noticed. Little did I know that the 2 adults saw it, and they smiled and pretended not to know. You guys finally came out. The 2 boys, who had been waiting for several hours and were almost angry, stood up immediately when they saw them come out. Women are trouble. Yuan was mumbling with a frown on his face, and the next second his mother twisted his ear. I didn't hear what you said clearly. Can you say it again? Mother Gu threatened with a smile. I didn't say anything. Yuan defended himself loudly. Yuan, who just came out, had her soft cheeks pinched by someone. Needless to say, everyone knew who it was. Mingli pinched it with his fingers, raised his sword-like eyebrows and said, "Not bad, it's whiter, and it's more comfortable to pinch." With a snap, Mingli's hand was slapped away. His mother glared at him angrily and said, "Stop pinching Yuan's face all the time. My sister, why can't I pinch her?" The corners of his mouth rose, and he looked at Yuan with narrow eyes and asked. Yuan covered her cheeks with her little hands, her big black and white eyes turned around smartly, and her short legs took 2 steps back. After being stared at by him for 2 seconds, she nodded obediently, as soft as dough and without any expression of anger. Mingli thought that she had too good a temper, so he raised his hand and rubbed her hairy head. You are so soft-tempered and easy to bully. What if others bully you like this? Yuan tilted her head and thought for a while. Her voice was not convincing at all. Bite back. Mingli burst into laughter and stretched out his hand. Why don't you try biting one first? Warm QAQ. She never bit anyone. In the end, Yuan didn't get a chance to bite Mingli until she walked out. Yuan snorted, and snorted particularly loudly, as if he was afraid that others would not notice him. He crossed his arms and looked at Yuan with a look of disappointment. Why are you so cowardly? He asked you to bite him, so bite him hard. If he dares to fight back, Auntie will be the first to be unhappy. Yuan puffed out her cheeks and stared at her 4th brother eagerly. Mingli narrowed his eyes and looked at him dangerously. Yuan, are you itching for trouble? Yuan choked, didn't you say that yourself? After saying that, he rolled his eyes and stretched out his hand in front of Yuan, you can bite it. Even rabbits bite when they are angry. You must not be worse than rabbits. You will only be bullied when you go out in the future. Although I will help you beat people up as your brother, the less such things happen, the better. I don't want my brothers to know that I have such an ugly sister. Ouch. With a howl, Yuan opened her mouth and bit the hand in front of her, staring at the little brother with her dark eyes. Chapter 12 Yuan's changes. You really bite. Why didn't you bite when Mingli asked you to? Yuan stared at Yuan. Although it didn't hurt, he felt unbalanced in his heart, because he was her biological brother. Yuan opened her mouth, stretched out her short legs, and scurried behind Mingli, revealing her little head and staring at him with big eyes. You, let Yuan bite it. I've said Yuan is ugly many times, brother, you're going too far. Mingli even let you bite him. Yuan put his hands on his hips, unwilling to accept it. Mingli poked his forehead with a finger. How can you talk like that? Can't you call me brother? You deserve to be bitten. Who told you to be so mean? How is my sister ugly? You are the ugly one. Yuan, she is my sister. Mingli sneered loudly, just now I seemed to hear someone say that Nuanuan is not allowed to say she is your sister outside. How come you don't remember what you just said? Do you want me to buy you a few more walnuts to teach you a lesson? Ji Yuan hesitated and said, I just asked her not to say it in front of my little brother. The two of them were bickering with each other as they walked. Nuanuan followed behind Ji Yumingli, holding onto the corner of his clothes with her little hand and following him closely, like a good little tail. Ji Yumingli used to walk like a tyrant. His legs were very long, so every step he took was very big, but now he walked a little slower, and his steps were much shorter. Nuanuan was able to keep up with him by pulling on the corner of his clothes, and his expression was natural, as if he had always been like this. Mother Jiyu and Aunt Jiyu followed behind with smiles in their eyes and watched the scene. They did not intervene in the conflict between the two boys. They hoped that Nuanuan could integrate into their group. Mother Jiyu, Mingli seems to have a bad temper, but I didn't expect him to be so considerate. Of course, the two of them noticed Jiyu Mingli's little trick and felt very relieved. It's my brat who's always been so rude. Let's see what he'll do if Nuan really ignores him one day. Aunt Jiyu smiled and said, Ji Yuan has a weird temper. He says he doesn't care, but he still came with us. He even sat and waited for several hours in the beauty salon. Do you think he would have stayed here if it were the past? The two women started laughing as they talked. They felt relieved to see that Nuanuan was getting along well with her two brothers. Let's go, I'll take you to get your hair done. Ji Yumingli picked up the little girl behind him and held her in his arms, then walked towards their hair salon with his long legs. Nuanuan's face was bewildered and confused as her body was hung in the air after being fished out. She didn't react until she sat on the special chair. Give her a nice hairdo. After saying that, he leaned back in his chair like a big shot and subconsciously crossed his legs arrogantly. Par. Ji Yumingli, who was slapped on the back of the head by his own mother, came back to reality. He put down his crossed legs in annoyance, forgetting that his mother followed him. Ji Yuan was gloating on the side and walked past Ji Yumingli with a swagger, and almost got kicked in the butt. Mother Ji Yu was asking Mr. Tony to please take care of my daughter's hair, do it in the best and most suitable way, and give her a cute haircut. Teacher Tony expressed his understanding. After some work, Nuanuan's somewhat dry hair became smooth and fluffy, and her long hair became short, a sister-like hairstyle that suits her well. She looks even cuter. After her hair was cut, she changed even more. Ji Yuan rubbed his eyes in surprise and walked around Nuanuan, wondering if she had been switched. Are you really the ugly sister? He poked Nuanuan's little face out of curiosity. Although she was not chubby, her skin was smooth and her hair was fluffy and soft. She looked and felt comfortable to touch, just like a cute little animal. His hands were itching to move. Actually, it was also possible. He could let her go out and say that she was his sister. Ji Yuan thought secretly, well, if she really wants to say it, I will just turn a blind eye. Ji Yumingli was more direct. He rubbed the soft and fluffy hair hard, and Nuanuan's hair, which had just been done, immediately became frizzy. She covered her head and said, Brother, be gentle, Nuan's hair is messy. The little girl protested softly with a whine, but it was not threatening at all. Looking at Nuanuan, who was running around with her head in her hands, the fourth brother with a bad taste was in a good mood, with the corners of his mouth raised sharply. The next second he was hit hard, and his mood instantly became bad. You little bastard, your hands are itching. Nuanuan's hair has just been done and now it's messed up like this. Now he was the one who had to run away in fear. Ji Yuan's expression was stiff, and then he glared at Ji Yumingli angrily. The little Ji Yuan in his heart was furious, and he hadn't even ruffled his sister's hair yet. Nuanuan, who was about to walk out of the hair salon with her mother, saw her brother still standing there angrily. She tilted her cute little head and thought for a while, but didn't know what he was angry about. However, she still ran back with her short legs, timidly holding Ji Yuan's hand with her little hand, and looked at him cautiously with her bright and clear eyes. My brother is gone. The soft and tender voice cooled the fire in Ji Yuan's heart a little. Holding Nuan's hand for the first time and looking into her beautiful big eyes that were cautious, clear and bright, he felt a little awkward and then raised his chin proudly. Since you like me so much, I will allow you to hold my hand. Let's go. He tightened his hand and looked at Ji Yumingli with a smug expression, his eyes full of provocation. Look, my sister still likes me the most. It was as if he had finally gotten some relief. Ji Mingli looked at Ji Yuan with contempt, as if he was looking at an idiot. He really thought he was very popular because he held Nuanuan's hand tightly. Did he show off when Nuanuan held his clothes and walked all the way? No. I cleaned up Nuanuan's whole body. Except for not allowing her to gain weight all of a sudden, everything else about her was different from the pitiful little country girl image she had when we first met. At the headquarters of GU Group, after the meeting, GU Leanmore looked at the time and found that there were still 2 hours before the end of get off work. He had never felt that time was so unbearable. He pursed his lips and frowned, and his aura seemed a little low. The special assistant beside him secretly glanced at his boss. Something was wrong with his boss today. Something was very wrong. From the beginning to the end of the meeting, he saw his boss looking at the time for the 6th time, and even he could feel the anxiety of his boss who couldn't wait to get off work. My goodness, he remembered that such a thing only happened during the time when he was married to his wife, so why is it happening now? At this moment, Mr. Gu's phone rang. He almost couldn't wait to take out his phone and asked, "Hello? Dad Tilder." A warm and soft voice came from the phone, and Mr. Gu's expression softened instantly. "Special assistant, it must be my wife calling." Chapter 13. Mr. Gu skipped work. "It's Nuan. That gentle voice could almost make water drip out of my body. Etc. Nuan. Who is this?" The special assistant suddenly became nervous and stared at his boss with a very strange look. "Dad, when are you coming home? Nuan, Mom, Aunt, and brothers are all home." Nuanuan's soft and sticky voice seemed to have a milky fragrance that could be smelled through the screen, and Dad Gu's heart softened when he heard it. "Dad will be back soon." "What did Nuan do with Mom today?" "We went for skin care and haircuts. Mom and Aunt also bought Nuanuan lots of beautiful clothes and shoes, and also." Listening to his daughter chattering about what she had done today, Dad Gu walked to his office with a gentle smile on his face. Everyone who saw him and greeted him along their way was almost frightened silly by his ear-to-ear grin. Those shareholder directors stared blankly at Gu Leanmore's leaving back, with their hands raised to greet them still unlowered, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. "What happened to Mr. Gu? Who are you talking to on the phone with that makes you smile so stupidly?" The gossipers were itching to know the answer, but unfortunately no one knew. We talked all the way to Gu's father's office, and finally hung up reluctantly. Gu's father even looked at the time and saw that there was still an hour and a half before the end of get off work. "Are there any important things to do next?" At this moment, the special assistant was thinking about what had just happened. Mr. Gu called himself Dad to the person on the phone, but he could never imagine that he would speak so gently to any son, and Nuanuan was obviously a girl's nickname. But there is no girl in the Gu family. He really wants to know what is going on, but he doesn't dare to ask. While he was daydreaming, he immediately showed the excellent employee qualities that a special assistant should have when he heard what Mr. Gu said. He stood up straight and worked hard, as if he had not been thinking about anything at all just now. "Boss Gu, Director Lee has arranged a dinner." Father Gu stood up and said, "No, I'll handle the other documents when Gu Nan comes back. If there's nothing important, I'll leave first." After saying that, he left in a hurry, somewhat impatiently. Special Assistant Lee had a confused expression on his face. Even as professional as he was, he couldn't react. His boss, who has a strong sense of time, never left work early even during the time when he was dating and getting married and was being affectionate with his wife. It was too late to catch up. Besides, he had to arrange other things, so he could only discuss the next series of work with several secretaries. As he worked, those 7 words kept repeating in his mind. The boss actually skipped work. "Mom, I'm done talking to Dad Tilder." On their way home, Nuanuan handed the phone to Mother Gu. Her eyes curved and she smiled so happily and cutely that it made people blush. Aunt Gu thought to herself, "It's incredible, Nuanuan is so adorable even like this. When she gets fatter, how much more lethal she will be." "You're so good. Did Daddy tell you when you'll be home?" "He said it would be soon." The car here was extremely cozy, but the car in front was full of sparks. "It's all your fault. You're not ashamed to compete with a little kid for 4th brother. You and Mom and the others rode in the same car when we came here. Why can't I ride in the same car with them when we go back?" Ji Mingli crossed his arms and sneered, glaring at Ji Yuan. "What? You looked disdainful of Nuan before, didn't you want her to call you brother? Do you regret it now? Ji Yuan was as angry as a cat whose tail was stepped on. Who said I did it for her? I just want to ride in the same car with my mom and aunt, isn't that okay? Why haven't I seen you so attentive before? That's because you didn't see it, you're blind. Ji Yuan. Ji Mingli smiled grimly and pinched his knuckles, making a crackling sound. Ji Yuan was so scared that he shrank into a corner and screamed. Ji Mingli, don't mess around. Auntie won't let you go, brother. Fourth brother, I was wrong. Driver. He has it so hard. Ji family. Old Master Ji was sitting at the gate of the villa. A black cat was lying on the door wall, and a big yellow dog was lying in front of the door. 3 pairs of eyes were staring outside. The housekeeper stood beside the old man dutifully. Master, you have been waiting here for 2 hours, why don't you go back to their house? Mr. Ji waved his hand and said, it's okay. I'll just take this as some sunbathing. Nuan should be back soon. The butler sighed helplessly. He really is getting more stubborn as he gets older. The familiar car drove towards the villa. When the old man saw it, his eyes lit up and he stood up immediately with full energy. I'm back, I'm back. Woof woof woof. Da Wang also stood up, sticking out his tongue and wagging his tail like a fan, looking extremely excited, completely different from his listless look just now. The black cat on the wall stood up and stretched slowly with its butt sticking out, showing its flexibility to the fullest. Then it jumped down from the wall gracefully and landed accurately on the head of the big yellow cat. Da Huang's eyes rolled up and he shook his head. The cat on his head stood steadily and even climbed down. Da Huang stuck out his tongue and didn't care. This happened often when he was in the village. His simple little head was no match for the cold briquettes. Grandpa Nuan is back. Before the car arrived, a cute little furry head popped out from the window. Nuan called Grandpa in a soft and sweet voice, waved her little hands to greet the old man, and smiled with her curved eyebrows, looking so happy and beautiful. Ji Yuan in the car ahead looked back and snorted, silly, childish. Ji Mingli glanced at him and sneered, har. Ji Yuan felt the naked mockery and wanted to beat the person up, but he couldn't. Da Huang ran to the car door with the cold briquettes on his head. As soon as Nuan got out of the car, she was surrounded by them enthusiastically. Big yellow coal balls. The little girl called them softly, her beautiful eyes curved into little crescents, and she raised her hands to rub this and touch that. After saying hello to the 2 pets, Nuan ran to the old man with her short legs, held his wrinkled fingers with her little hands, tilted her little face up and asked in a baby voice. Grandpa, why are you here, Tilder? The old man said cheerfully, Grandpa is waiting for Nuan. Da Huang and Meichu are waiting for Nuan with Grandpa. Meow Tilder. Coal Ball let out a soft bark and jumped directly from the dog's head to Nuan's shoulder, and then swung its long black tail around the little girl's neck. Da Huang wagged his tail and rubbed against Nuan's feet, leaving a shadow. The little girl held the old man's hand and walked slowly towards the villa, asking in a soft voice as she walked. Grandpa, how long have you been waiting? Not long, not long. It will only take a short while. Grandpa can also bask in the sun. It is good for the body. Then Nuan will accompany Grandpa to bask in the sun in the future. Okay, then Grandpa will be waiting. Chapter 14 Ji Yunan. The old man and the young asked and answered each other. Although Nuan had only been back for less than 2 days, it seemed as if she had lived here for a long time and got along so naturally with the old man. Mother Ji and Aunt Ji couldn't help but smile as they watched from the side. Grandpa, I'll bask in the sun with you too. Ji Yuan moved to the other side of the old man and started chattering, glancing at Nuan with a proud look. Mr. Ji said in a disdainful tone, you accompany me to bask in the sun. It's good enough that you don't disturb an old man like me. Although the words were expressed with disdain, there was a smile in those eyes. Ji Yuan yelled to defend himself, Grandpa, am I that kind of person? Nuan laughed so hard that her eyes curved up. Ji Yuan glared at her, stop laughing. The little girl said, oh, obediently and tried hard to suppress the upturned corners of her mouth, but the smile in her eyes could not be concealed. Old Master Ji tapped Ji Yuan on the forehead and said, don't be mean to your sister. That's too much. You all sided with her. I wasn't mean to her. I just glared at her. Before they had walked far, they suddenly heard the sound of a car engine. Yuan looked back and saw Ji-Yu and exclaimed, "Dad, why did you come back so early today? Is that Dad?" When Yuan heard Ji-Yuan's words, her eyes lit up instantly. The old man touched her fluffy and soft hair and nodded, "Well, your father is back." Facing the little guy's bright and expectant eyes, the old man laughed and said, "Go ahead." Yuan shyly gave a sweet smile, tilted her head, rubbed it on her grandfather's hand, and then ran towards the black car with her short legs. Old man Ji-Yu looked at the car, and soon the door opened and Father Ji-Yu walked out. He snorted and muttered, "The brat must have skipped work." He came back before the end of the get-off-work day. People nowadays have no respect for their work. I was not like that when I was an old man. I worked overtime. The butler standing next to him. "That's because you don't have a daughter." Dad told her. Yuan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at the person getting off the car. She called, "Dad," in a baby voice and was then picked up by the tall man. The little guy hugged his father's neck with his arms shyly. His little face was red but his eyes were brighter, and he looked obviously very happy and shy. "Does Yuan miss Daddy?" Ji-Yu Leanmore placed the chubby little girl on his strong arms and rocked her gently before asking softly. When he smiled, he looked like a silly father. If his friends and rivals in the business world saw this, they would definitely suspect that this person had been replaced. "Is this still the same terrifying smiling tiger?" Yuan nodded obediently and answered her father softly, "I thought about it." Yuan even called Dad. Ji-Yu Leanmore laughed out loud. His eyes lit up when he saw Yuan's current appearance. She was indeed his daughter. She looked so pretty and cute after a little dressing up. No one was cuter than his Yuan. "Dad, did you get off work early today?" Ji-Yuan jumped over and asked. Mr. Gu's smile froze for a second, then he replied naturally, "There was nothing else to do at the company, so I left work early." Mr. Ji-Yu chuckled twice. "Nothing? Are you kidding me? As the company's boss, if he's too busy, he won't have time to eat or rest." Meeting his father's contentious look, Mr. Ji-Yu touched his nose. "Anyway, he has a young, strong and capable son, so who is he afraid of?" Achoo! Ji-Yuan, who was far away in another country, sneezed without warning, then pinched his nose expressionlessly. His assistant came up and asked, "Master, are you catching a cold?" The weather here was indeed a bit cold, so he quickly asked someone to bring him a black windbreaker. The expression on Ji-Yunan's stern face never changes, as if he has facial paralysis, and his eyes also seem a little cold. Generally, people who want to talk to him will be scared by his expressionless face and eyes. Talking to him is really too oppressive. Ji-Yunan took the windbreaker and casually put it on. The moment he took out his mobile phone and opened it, there was a cute little girl with a bob haircut on the screen. The little girl smiled at the screen with curved eyebrows. Her gentle crescent-like eyes seemed to carry thousands of stars, flashing with tiny lights. Her fluffy hair made her look very well behaved and soft, as cute as a furry little animal. This photo was taken by Gu's mother after Yuan had her hair cut, and she then sent the photo to her son to show off. Staring at the photo, Ji-Yunan's narrow and cold eyes actually softened a little. His emotion might not seem to have changed much in the eyes of others, but the assistant who observed carefully still noticed it. It was precisely because of this that the assistant felt a little surprised and curious, but he would not go over to see what his boss was looking at and actually became gentle. "Deal with the rest of the matter as soon as possible and buy me a plane ticket for 2 days later. It will actually take another week to finish things here, but Ji-Yunan can't wait to go back." Looking at the photos, he couldn't help but think of his sister when she was only a few months old. During that period, he had not yet been fully involved in the company's affairs and had plenty of time, so his younger sister, who was less than 1 year old, was taken care of by him and his second brother Ji-Yu-Bei, and they basically carried her wherever they went. When the soft and chubby little sister was just learning to speak, the first person she called was not dad or mom, but her brother. Ji-Yunan clenched his fingers and called everyone to a meeting to work overtime today. The assistant and his men felt their scalps tingling. "I guess my body must be made of iron." Yuan, who had no idea that she was missed by her brother who was far away in another country, had a delicious dinner, and then went out with her grandfather for a walk to digest the food and walk the dog. Yuan really wanted to repay her family for their concern for her, and she wanted to give everyone gifts, but she didn't know what to give. Nuanuan's little face was filled with worry. What are you thinking about, Nuanuan? The gentle voice of the old man came from above, and Nuanuan came back to her senses from her thoughts. It's just. Grandpa, I want to make something, but I don't know how to make it. What should I do? What do you want to do? You can discuss it with Grandpa. If that doesn't work, then read a book. There's everything in the book. Yes, Nuanuan can read books. But she became discouraged the next second. She had only attended preschool in the village and knew very few words. Grandpa, Nuanuan wants to learn to read. The little girl raised her tender little face and spoke in a childish voice but with extraordinary seriousness and determination. Okay, our Nuan will definitely be a smart child in the future. If you want to learn to read, Grandpa will teach you. Dad, why do we need you to teach us? Let that brat Yuan teach Nuan. He can't sit still all day long, so it's good to temper him. When Mother Gu suggested that Yuan be the teacher, she actually wanted to promote the relationship between the siblings. Chapter 15, Milky Little Warmth. The old man obviously thought of this after being reminded by Mother Gu, and then he agreed. Rather than an old man like him enjoying his grandchildren, it is more important to make the relationship between the younger ones better. After all, they will support each other in the future, and the brother should of course protect his sister well, but this is based on the premise that they have a good relationship with each other. The old man was very confident in the character of his children and grandchildren. Although some of them were a little naughty, they were flawless in character. Although his little grandson said that he disliked Nuan, his actions. Har, he's just a weird kid, and he'll slap himself in the face sooner or later. Nuan, can I teach you how to read? Mr. Gu asked softly. This matter mainly depends on Nuanuan's own opinion. The little girl nodded without hesitation, her fluffy hair swaying slightly with her movements, and a small tuft of hair suddenly stood up on her head. Gu mama, Gu dad. Suddenly they looked up and their eyes were glued to it. Even Grandpa Gu looked over there. Wow, when the breeze blew, the little tuft of hair swayed a little, as if it was saying hello to them. 3 people, my hands are itching to touch it. Seeing that they were all staring at her forehead, Nuanuan had a confused look on her face and raised her little arm to touch her head. Is there something on Nuanuan's head? Her little fingers randomly touched her hair and then pressed down the small tuft of hair. As soon as she let go of her hand, the little hair stood up again with special strength. Mother Gu's heart trembled with the little fool. It was too cute. No. She smiled and reached out, successfully pinching the little tuft of hair. It's just that some of the hair is sticking up. Nuanuan said softly, oh, it turns out it's just hair. That's okay then. She herself can't see it, but to the 3 adults, this little tuft of hair is very lively. Before my hair was cut, this little hair was tied up by the hair tie and couldn't stand up. After my hair was cut, it was suppressed by the hairstyle done by the stylist. Now, after a while, it is standing up firmly. Nuanuan continued to walk the dog and cat with her little fur on her head. When it was almost time, she followed the adults back. She was thinking about learning to read, but she was too timid to tell her little brother and could only look at her mother. Mom, if little brother doesn't want to teach Nuan, can I learn to read with Grandpa, Dad and you? She will study very hard. Sure. If your little brother doesn't want to, he's not the only one in the family who can read. You can ask anyone. After hearing what her mother said, Nuanuan was no longer panicked. After all, she still had Grandpa and Mother even without her little brother. Mother Gu took Nuanuan to the door of Yuan's room and knocked. After a while, Yuan ran out barefoot. Mom, what are you doing? I want to discuss something with you. My sister is in preschool and can't recognize many words. She wants to learn how to read. Can you help her, brother? Mother Gu spoke to Yuan in a negotiating tone. She was eager to have Nuanuan integrated into the family, but she would not completely ignore Yuan's feelings. If she demanded her son to do something for her daughter in a harsh tone under such circumstances, it would not only destroy the relationship between mother and son and make her son rebellious, but would also make her son more resistant to Nuanuan. This is not what she wants, so she has to ask her son and daughter more about many things and see what their requirements are. Yuan raised his chin and looked at Nuan with pride. Tsk. It turns out you can't read yet.
Yuan quietly defended herself. No, that's not the case. Yuan can already recognize more than 300 characters.
She recognizes all the words taught by her preschool teacher. Yuan became even more proud, like a cock showing off, and even boasted, "Har. It's only over 300 words, and I know them all." Mother Gu's eyelids twitched, and she felt that her son was really courting death. What would you do if Yuan really asked someone she didn't know? "Wow, brother, you are awesome." Yuan looked at Yuan with eyes shining like stars, praising his abilities sincerely. She didn't doubt it, and after hearing what Yuan said, she believed it. Mother Gu. He really dares to say what he wants to believe. He doesn't know his own son. He ranks 22nd in the class, and there are only 23 people in the class. But the words in the textbook are all recognizable, so if we only teach this, it should be no problem. And now that person was completely flattered by Yuan's admiring eyes, he had completely forgotten about the problem of his poor grades. "Since you admire me so much, I will reluctantly spare some time to teach you." "Thank you, brother Tilder." This thank you was so sincere and soft that Yuan's heart blossomed. However, he tried hard to look serious and indifferent, but he just couldn't suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. Mother Gu felt that her son was really stupid, just as stupid as his father, and he didn't have any of her calmness and self-control at all. Just like that, Yuan's reading teacher has been found. Starting tomorrow, Yuan will teach Yuan to read after school. When it comes to going to school, Yuan feels like a bolt from the blue. Tomorrow is Monday. After saying that, he looked at Yuan with envy and asked, "Why doesn't my sister have to go to school? Going to school is the most painful thing for poor students like them." Mother Gu said calmly, "Your younger sister will stay at home for a while and will go back to school next year, so you have to be serious. You are in the 4th grade now, don't let your younger sister outshine you." Yuan's eyes flickered with guilt when he thought of his terrible grades, but he absolutely could not lose face in front of his sister, so he straightened his chest and said firmly, "Impossible. How could he be outdone by a sister who is younger than him?" Mother Gu didn't say much. It was late and it was time for Yuan to go to bed. Father Gu came up with a cup of warm milk and said, Yuan, drink a cup of milk and get ready for bed." The fresh milk was steaming hot and had a sweet grape aroma. "Thank you, Dad Tilder." Yuan took the milk, the temperature was just right, she held the cup and drank it in small sips delicately. The smooth and sweet taste of the milk made her so happy that she squinted her beautiful big eyes. After drinking it, Yuan let out a milky burp, leaving a little milky white mustache above her lips, looking as cute as a little hamster. Yuan already smells like milk. Mother Gu picked up the little girl and kissed her on the little face. Yuan blushed with shyness, but she still plucked up the courage and kissed her mother on the beautiful face. Mother Gu was so surprised, "My baby daughter is so great, har har." Uncontrollable laughter was heard, and Father Gu felt jealous watching from the side. Chapter 16 Sending my brother to school. Being stared at by her father with eyes that seemed real, Yuan glanced at him with her big watery eyes. Gu Linmore walked over and said, "Yuan, you only like your mother." The voice sounded a little aggrieved, and the jealous expression made Mother Gu laugh. Yuan said in a baby voice, "Yes, I like daddies too." As she said that, she also gave Gu Linmore a kiss on the face, and then buried her little face in her mother's shoulder like a mimosa. Her little face was rosy, and her soft light pink lips were raised in a sweet smile, and her eyes were curved with tiny starlight flashing. Mother Gu held her and patted her back gently. Father Gu was satisfied and kissed Yuan's forehead. "Good night, Yuan. Have a good dream with your mother." Yuan grunted and raised her little head, looked at her father softly and said good night. "Good night, Dad. Have a good dream too." Mr. Gu left their room, closed the door and sighed sadly. In fact, he wanted to sleep with his wife and children. But this has to be done slowly. After Yuan washed up with her mother, she put on the milky white hamster pajamas she bore today, which had a cute pocket on the front. She stepped barefoot on the soft bed. Except for the places that were often exposed to the sun, the rest of her body was white. Her feet were pink and not chubby, but her toes were beautiful like pearls. Mother Gu pinched Yuan's little feet, covered her with a quilt, and gently told her a bedtime story. Under the warm desk lamp, Nuanuan looked at her mother with her big black and white eyes, with a smile on her lips. She twisted her little body and leaned towards her mother. She hugged her sweet-smelling mother with her little arms, and pressed her tender little face on her mother's belly. She gradually fell asleep in the gentle voice of her mother telling stories. She tilted her face to the side, her belly rising and falling as she breathed evenly. Mother Gu gently placed the sleeping little one on the pillow, bent down and kissed Nuanuan on the forehead, turned off the desk lamp, and fell asleep holding her daughter. She woke up the next day at the usual time. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. Mother Gu next to her also opened her eyes. Nuan. Mother Gu raised her hand and rubbed her little head. No need to get up so early, sleep a little longer, okay. Nuanuan nodded with a hazy and dazed look in her eyes, yawned a little, crawled back into the quilt, curled up in her mother's arms, and slowly closed her eyes. This time I actually fell asleep, and slept soundly. She didn't wake up when Mr. Gu walked into the bedroom at 7:30. I took Gu into school. Mother Gu patted Nuanuan beside her and nodded. Just as she was about to speak, Nuanuan opened her eyes in a daze. Mom Tilder. Nuanuan's voice, when she just woke up, was soft and sweet, with a serious excess of sugar. Awake? Do you want to go back to sleep? The little fellow shook his head slowly with his aho hair standing up. He looked at the new person in the room with his big, misty eyes and called out, "Dad," in a baby voice. Mr. Gu's heart softened when he looked at his little daughter. He reached out and picked up the still dazed little baby. You really don't want to sleep? Nuanuan shook her little head to indicate that she really didn't want to sleep anymore. Father Gu nodded and said, "Okay then. Dad will accompany you to wash your face and brush your teeth and then have breakfast. Your brother is eating now." Nuan opened her round eyes wide and asked, "Brother is up?" Her impression of her brother is still from yesterday, that he was a little lazy. Father Gu smiled and lifted Nuanuan above his head, causing the little guy to exclaim and laugh. "Because my brother has to go to school today." After Nuanuan washed up and packed up, the three of them went downstairs. Jiuan was eating a bun with his head down, looking unhappy. As soon as little Nuanuan came downstairs, she greeted people in a baby voice. "Good morning, Grandpa." "Good morning, Grandpa Butler Tilder." Okay, good morning, Nuanuan too." The two old men smiled so hard that their teeth were showing, and their expression softened several degrees when they saw Nuanuan. Nuanuan blinked, her gaze fell on Jiuan, who secretly glanced at her from time to time, and she also called out in a baby voice. "Good morning, Brother Tilder." Especially polite and well behaved. When Jiuan saw her, he held his head high and said, "I got up earlier than you today." Nuan's eyebrows curved, she nodded her head meekly and praised sincerely, "Brother is so awesome." Jiuan was immediately satisfied. The sad expression on his face since he got up disappeared, and the corners of his mouth turned up. But when he thought about going to school soon, he became unhappy again. When Nuanuan sat down to have breakfast, he moved over a little awkwardly. "When do you go to school?" Now he is the only one in their family who goes to school, of course not counting his fourth brother from his uncle's family. If Nuanuan were included, they would all suffer. Nuan replied in a low voice, "Dad said last night that she won't go to school until next semester." Jiuan curled his lips and asked, "Is there any difference between going to school early and going late?" Nuanuan ate the delicious buns in small bites, her cheeks puffed up, her beautiful eyes big and round, looking like a soft little hamster happily eating a snack. Jiuan secretly glanced at her bulging cheeks several times, muttering to himself, "She looks so thin, how come her cheeks are so round when she eats?" Then Nuan will take brother to school. After swallowing everything in her mouth, Nuanuan spoke softly to her brother. Jiuan was in high spirits, but he still said proudly, "I don't need you to send me off." "Oh." Nuanuan said softly, "Oh, and that was all." Jiuan was dumbfounded. "What's going on? Shouldn't you have asked a few more times? Maybe I would have agreed." He felt anxious as if he was being scratched by a cat, but Nuanuan didn't even mention sending him to school until after breakfast. Jiuan. Not persistent at all. He was snorting and asked, "Who wants you to give it to me?" "Well, since you want to send me to school so much, I am a generous man, so I will agree with reluctance." Jiuan approached Nuan who was sipping milk,
raised his chin, and looked like, "I'll be good to you, young master." Yuan.
Actually, I don't really want to. But Dad also wanted to go, so Yuan nodded obediently and agreed. That's fine. Yuan was in high spirits, and the expression on his face didn't look as bitter and resentful as it was his first time going to school. Hey, little brat, I knew you wanted to send me to school but you didn't dare to say it. He is really narcissistic. Everyone in the GU family. This silly child. However, Dad GU was very happy that Yuan was going to send Yuan to school together, and he secretly wanted to take Yuan to his company. Father GU asked gently, Yuan, do you want to go and see where Dad works? Yuan held the milk and dangled her feet in the air, then looked up at her father with a smile. Won't it disturb Dad's work? The first thing I thought of was not whether I wanted to do it, but whether it would disturb him. Father Gu's heart softened. How could his Yuan be so well behaved and yet so lovable? Chapter 17 Going to Dad's company. Won't. Father Gu said affirmatively, when Dad is busy, Yuan can watch TV, sleep or eat snacks in the office. When Dad is not busy, I will teach Yuan to read, okay. Yuan nodded obediently and said softly, I will be good. After saying that, she looked at her mother and asked, what about Mom? Mother Gu smiled and said, Yuan accompanied her mother yesterday, so she can accompany her father today. I will prepare delicious food for you at home. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Mom. Grandpa Gu deliberately put on a stern face, where's Grandpa? Didn't Yuan ask about Grandpa? I'm going to be sad. The child shook his head quickly, and the small tuft of erect hair on top of his head also shook rapidly, giving a strong sense of presence. Yuan couldn't help but stare at it. Then does Grandpa want to join Yuan and Dad? The little guy added in a baby voice. Grandpa Gu relaxed and laughed, okay, it happens that Grandpa hasn't been to the company for a long time. If Yuan is bored at Dad's place, Grandpa will accompany you for a walk. Father Gu has something to say. How can his daughter be bored following him? Why is his father always secretly ruining his image in front of Yuan? After breakfast, when they were in the car, Yuan raised his hand and grabbed a handful of Yuan's furry hair. While the little girl looked confused, he pinched the little tuft of hair. Meeting Yuan's gaze, he slowly put down his hand and coughed, there is a hair sticking up on your head. I'll be kind enough to help you press it down. As he said this, he pressed it down again, and the small tuft of hair was pressed down and then stood up again, which was a bit funny. Yuan raised her hand to touch it, and actually touched a bunch of little hairs that were standing up. Can't suppress it. She pressed it with her little hand, but when she touched it again, it was still erect. Yuan, if you can't suppress it, then forget it. In the car, Yuan started bragging about how great he was in school. I am the boss of our class. All my classmates listen to me. They are all my subordinates. I tell them to go east and never west. Yuan exclaimed in admiration, looking at him with stars in her eyes, brother is so awesome. Under Yuan's admiring gaze, Yuan became even more proud. The car drove all the way to the school gate. Yuan's little paws pulled on the car window and stuck out a furry head to look at the school. Through her dark pupils, the magnificent and beautiful buildings were clearly visible. Her eyes were full of longing. This school was so beautiful. The small school in their village was completely different from this one. Brother, are you studying here? It's so big and beautiful. It turns out this is what schools in big cities are like. Listening to Yuan's praise, Yuan inexplicably felt that he was very proud to be able to study here. Of course, you will also study here when you start school, but you will have to start from preschool. I am 2 grades older than you. Yuan's black and white eyes looked at the school brightly, and she turned to look at her father with some surprise. Dad, will Yuan also study in such a beautiful school in the future? Looks very happy. Father Gu nodded and said, she is in the same school as her brother. If anyone bullies Yuan in the future, go find her directly and then come to father. His daughter Yuan is so soft and has no temper. Father Gu is really worried that she will be bullied when she goes to school. The children in this school are all very tough and naughty. The best way is of course to fight a naughty with a naughty one. His youngest son is particularly naughty, and it is best for an elder brother to protect his younger sister. Grandpa Gu refused to be outdone.
Nuan can come to see Grandpa too.
We Gu family's little girls are not allowed to be bullied by outsiders.
Yuan raised his chin and said, "You are so soft and look like you are easy to bully.
It didn't hurt at all when you bit me that day. If someone bullies you, I will reluctantly help you beat them up because you are my sister."
Dad Gu Grandpa Gu. Will I die if I speak out my true feelings? You have to act so reluctantly, you really deserve to be punished. Nuan nodded obediently and said softly, "Thank you, brother. Hurry up and go to class." Mr. Gu simply drove the man away. Nuan looked at her brother's back as he left with longing in her eyes. Nuan, do you want to go to school?"
Rubbing her furry head with his big hand, Father Gu asked softly.
Nuan nodded obediently. Nuan wants to study and read.
Okay, but this semester will only start on holiday in a month. Can Dad bring Nuan to school to register for next semester?
Okay, Nuan will enroll next semester.
So good. This was what everyone in the car was thinking. The driver drove all the way to the company's parking lot, holding the hands of his father and grandfather. The short and stout Nuan sat between them, looking up at the tall buildings in front of them and felt as if they could not see the top at a glance. Father Gu said, "This building belongs to our Gu group.
Nuan can come whenever she wants in the future. So big. Gu group belongs to their Gu family."
Dad said that this whole building belongs to it.
Nuan's eyes widened. Is Dad so rich? Nuan's little head felt dizzy. Our Gu family has a lot of businesses. Dad will take Nuan to see them later.
The two of them brought Nuan into the company, and every employee they met along their way greeted them respectfully.
"Mr. Gu, Chairman."
After they walked away, a group of employees started gossiping. Why did the old chairman come to the company? Does anyone know who the little girl Mr. Gu is holding? That little girl is so cute, but she's a little too skinny. She was brought here by President Gu and the old chairman.
Oh my God, does anyone know who that little girl is?
During the discussion, many people took out their phones and started asking questions enthusiastically in the work group, but unfortunately no one knew the identity of the little girl. Gu More's special assistant was originally unhappy when he saw the employees in the group chatting, but he raised his eyebrows after seeing the issues they were discussing. Little girl? He suddenly remembered Mr. Gu's abnormal behavior and the phone call yesterday. He remembered that Mr. Gu called Nuan. Could it be that little girl? It's just that there are no girls in the Gu family, that's not right. He has been with Mr. Gu for at least 10 years. As an excellent assistant in Mr. Gu's life and work, he knows a lot of things, such as 3 years ago, when the Gu family lost a girl. Could it be that? His eyes suddenly widened. The elevator door to the floor where the president's office was located opened, and Nuan followed closely beside her father and grandfather, looking at everything here with her big eyes curiously. Gu More's assistant saw the child at once, and his eyes couldn't help but fall on the little girl's pretty face. Chapter 18, Reluctant to Leave. With his previous guess, the more he looked at Nuan, the more he felt that she was not like the president at all. Assistant. He put away his guessing thoughts with some embarrassment. His own president was very handsome, with clear and three-dimensional facial features, narrow and long phoenix eyes and a high nose bridge. But the little girl had a pair of big and round eyes, and her eyeballs were as beautiful as black grapes. Her nose was delicate and cute. She didn't seem to have much flesh on her face, but her lips were chubby and looked particularly cute. So it seems that the little girl has nothing in common with Mr. Gu. Assistant Chen, go buy some food that the children like, some small pillows and soft blankets, and buy other things that the children like. After instructing his assistant, Father Gu gently asked his beloved daughter, Nuan, do you have any fruit you like to eat? Nuan's little hand tightly held one of her father's fingers. She was a little timid, especially when seeing strangers in an unfamiliar environment. No. Nuan's voice was as weak as that of a little kitten. Dad Gu rubbed the little girl's furry hair with his palm, especially pressing down the little hair on her forehead. As soon as he let go of his hand, the ahoj stood up stubbornly again and trembled twice as if saying hello to him. Don't be nervous, Nuan. Grandpa Gu held the hand of the nervous little girl, and his voice was kind and trustworthy.
Nuanuan feels as comfortable here as if she were at home. She can tell Grandpa anything she likes or wants. Mr. Gu next to him was not to be outdone. And Dad, does Nuanuan really not have any particular fruit that he likes to eat? If not, I'll ask them to buy a few more. Nuan shook her little head and said, don't eat too much. It will be a waste if you can't finish it. As she spoke, she puffed up her cheeks again and said in a soft voice, I want grapes. Nuanuan likes to eat grapes. That's right, is there anything else besides grapes? The cute little girl shook her head gently and asked the two adults in a baby voice, what do Dad and Grandpa like to eat? They can't just eat Nuan. Okay, then buy some more strawberries. I remember a lot of kids like to eat them. Assistant Chen took note and went to buy it. After buying everything Mr. Gu mentioned, he saw a light pink plush rabbit doll in the store. It was not too big and the child could hold it in one hand. He remembered what Mr. Gu said about arranging some things that the child would like, so he bought the doll without hesitation. Gu Linmore is very busy. As the boss of a large corporate group, he doesn't need to deal with trivial matters, but he needs to control the general direction. He has many meetings every day and meets with partners to discuss cooperation. So after he brought Nuanuan to the office, he didn't get to spend much time with her before she was called away. He was so reluctant to leave. Nuanuan, if you need anything, just come to Grandpa. You can leave the errands to the secretaries outside or the uncle just now, okay? Okay, I'm here, why are you worrying about that? Old Master Gu waved at his son impatiently, wondering why he had never noticed that his son was so fussy before. Mr. Gu looked at his father enviously. He really came to the company this time just to play with Gwari Nuanuan. He didn't even want to go to work. Nuanuan looked at her father who was reluctant to let her go and after a moment of hesitation, she stood on tiptoes and shyly kissed her father on the face. At the end, she said softly, thank you for your hard work, Dad. Mr. Gu was immediately overjoyed and felt full of energy. He hugged his darling daughter and kissed her tender little face. It's not hard. Dad makes money for you and Mom. You can buy whatever you want in the future. Then, with Nuanuan's reluctant eyes, Mr. Gu left, looking back every few steps. The secretary who came to invite Mr. Gu to a meeting. From being unable to bear the sight at the beginning to being numb now, God knows what he has been through. It was just a meeting, why did she act like she was the villain who came to separate them? But it's really shocking. The identity of the little girl that everyone is guessing is actually Mr. Gu's daughter. Only then did they realize that Mr. Gu actually had a daughter, and he doted on her so much. Now Mr. Gu looked like a completely silly father. But after leaving, the secretary watched Mr. Gu's expression change in a second, from the childish and silly look of reluctance to parting to the calm and steady superior who seemed to have full control over everything. The secretary didn't react at all. It was like he had become a completely different person. Nuan only likes Daddy and doesn't like Grandpa anymore. Grandpa Gu felt so sour and unbalanced when he saw Nuan kiss his son. Humph! Don't think he didn't see the smug look in his son's eyes when he left. Nuan shook her head quickly, and Xiao Daimao swayed along. I like Grandpa's, too. The old man squatted down and pointed at his face, then give Grandpa a kiss too. Anyway, I have kissed my mother and my father, so now I am not so shy to kiss my grandfather Nuanuan. Nuanuan also kissed her grandfather on the face, and the old man was so happy that he was grinning. Now he really wanted to call some of his old friends to show off his granddaughter. No one can compare to his chubby little granddaughter. Let's go, Nuanuan, let's go see little Bear. After receiving a kiss from his granddaughter, Grandpa Gu took Nuanuan to watch cartoons in high spirits. Nuanuan was very obedient. She followed her grandfather closely, holding his hand and sitting on a comfortable chair. A childish cartoon was playing on the computer in front of them, but both the old and the child were watching it with great interest. When Special Assistant Chen knocked on the door and came in, Nuanuan was holding a light pink little rabbit in her arms, which felt particularly comfortable. The little rabbit looked docile and obedient, and was perfectly matched with Nuanuan, who was also very obedient and soft. The chair that Mr. Gu used for work was too big for her, so under Mr. Gu's instruction, Special Assistant Chen bought a set of tables and chairs. The small table was a perfect height for Nuanuan, and with a soft chair of just the right size, Nuanuan could sit on it and lean back in relaxation on the soft backrest. Chapter 19 Yuan and Cat. Nuan is a small and cute girl. She looks so adorable as she sits there holding her rabbit doll. Special Assistant Chen glanced at her. The little girl was very well behaved and didn't make any noise at all. No wonder Mr. Gu liked her so much. However, he was also more certain of the answer in his heart. The daughter of the Gu family was found. The tablet computer was also moved to the small table. There was a fruit plate on the left. The fruits were all washed. The grapes were round and cute with a strong grape aroma. The strawberries were red and very tempting. In addition, there were apples, bananas and oranges cut into the shape of little rabbits. In short, it was very rich. There was a cup of handmade milk tea next to the fruit plate, and on the other side of the computer were various dried fruit snacks and beautiful candies. Nuan couldn't even see them all. She held the rabbit doll in her arms, with her little chin resting on the rabbit's head. Her big, bright eyes watched as Special Assistant Chen took notes and arranged everything so that it was neat and beautiful, and especially convenient for her to take. This reminded her of the butler. When Nuan was eating, her food was also arranged neatly, which did not look messy and looked beautiful. "Thank you, uncle." The little kid thanked him politely, and his gurgling voice sounded so sweet. Special Assistant Chen showed a gentle smile on his face. "Miss Nuan, if you need anything else, you can call me at any time." Nuan nodded obediently. Special Assistant Chen looked at Jiu Lao and said, "If the chairman is fine, then I will withdraw first." Go ahead, you're doing a good job, young man." The old man looked at Nuan and expressed his satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Special Assistant Chen left with an even wider smile, looking very calm, but in fact, he almost jumped up with excitement the moment he closed the door. The lady is well behaved, polite, has a sweet smile and a soft voice. She is simply a little cutie. He was even praised by the old chairman. Grandpa eats bananas. Nuan carefully put the little rabbit aside, then peeled a banana and handed it to Grandpa Gu. "My granddaughter is so good. Nuan, don't just care about Grandpa, eat too." Nuan knows. The little guy nodded obediently, picked up a round grape with his soft fingers and started to eat it. From eating so much, one of his cheeks bulged out into a round and cute little bag, and his eyes curved into watery little crescents, looking soft. When Grandpa Gu saw the grapes, he thought they looked delicious. He couldn't help but pick up a round grape and put it in his mouth. It was indeed very sweet and had a strong fragrance. Nuan was watching cartoons while feeding herself and her grandfather. After eating 5 big round grapes in succession, she ate a bright red strawberry. It was sour and sweet. The strawberry had a stronger fragrance and sweetness, and was very juicy. Her mouth was full of fragrance when she took a bite. The fragrance of the grapes she had eaten before was still there. Nuan felt that she was fragrant all over. "Grandpa, this strawberry is delicious too." The old man happily took it and ate it, then pointed at the snacks and said, "Nuan, have some of these snacks." The little girl responded softly, "Okay." The old and the young were having a great time eating and watching cartoons. When Nuan felt thirsty, she held the milk tea in her hands and took a sip. The red beans, koi seeds and other ingredients that were cooked until soft were mixed with the milk tea and she put them in her mouth until her cheeks were bulging. The little guy enjoyed the meal very much, and then his little stomach felt a little full. Grandpa Gu stood up and stretched. "It may take a while for your dad to finish this meeting. After you're full, let me take you out for a walk." Nuan nodded, jumped off the chair holding a light pink bunny doll in one arm, walked to the old man with her short legs, took his hand and walked out slowly. Special Assistant Chen was told that his task today was to keep an eye on the old man and Nuan, so when he saw the two of them coming out, he immediately went to greet them. "Chairman, is there anything you need?" Grandpa Gu happily took Nuan and said, "Take my little granddaughter out for a walk. Please have someone clean up the things in the office." "Yes." He asked the assistant who stayed behind to clean up, and he followed the 2 men to help them if they needed help. The company is very large, and the old man hasn't been here for a long time. The newcomers in the company naturally don't know him, and the old man is basically in meetings. He just saw Special Assistant Chen who followed them and was guessing the identities of the 2 men. Meow tilde. While walking around, she suddenly heard a soft cat's meow, and Nuan's attention was immediately attracted.
She had been holding her grandfather's hand tightly as if she was afraid that she would get lost, but when she saw the cat, she relaxed a lot. Cat. Nuanuan looked at Special Assistant Chen in confusion. Assistant Chen glanced at the ragdoll cat that came out of a studio and smiled. That's the development department. It's basically full of programmers. People in this profession have a common problem: stress makes their foreheads bald. In order to relieve their stress, Mr. Gu has prepared a pet-only room for them. They can bring their pets here. When they are busy at work, they can let the pets go to the room to play by themselves. When they are resting, they can feed them to relax. Preparing a special room is to prevent pets with bold and bad tempers from fighting or moving around and affecting their work. If the pets are really gentle and well behaved, they can be kept by their side. The puppet that came out now obviously belongs to the latter. When Nuanuan heard Assistant Chen's explanation, she smiled with her light pink lips pursed, her eyes curved so gently. She squatted down and waved to the puppet over there. Meow, come here. The soft and sticky voice is comparable to the soft voice of the cat. Both are cute creatures that can soften people's hearts. Meow. The clean ragdoll cat over there tilted its furry head and called out softly again. Nuanuan also tilted her head, opened a pair of beautiful eyes that were almost as round and bright as a cat's, and meowed in a soft voice, which was so adorable. Special Assistant Chen pinched his fingers and resisted the urge to touch Nuanuan's head. The furry ragdoll cat stared at Nuanuan for a few seconds, then walked towards her with light cat steps. Ragdoll cats are very gentle and clingy. As soon as it came to Nuanuan, it tilted its furry head and rubbed it against her hand. Its big fluffy tail hooked around the little girl's ankle, and it rubbed her fingers softly while meowing clingingly. Although ragdoll cats are clingy, they are definitely not that enthusiastic towards strangers. Assistant Chen thought to himself, could it be that this blind cat mistook the young lady for one of its kind? After all, the young lady's soft and tender cat meows sounded quite like that. Chapter 20 Weird Uncle. Ragdoll cat obviously likes Nuanuan very much. Both of them are soft and cute. The combined effect is so cute that it can make people bleed from the nose. Grandpa Gu happily took out a tablet phone and turned on the camera function. He has recently fallen in love with taking pictures, especially taking pictures of his granddaughter. Not only does he take pictures, he also posts them on his moments to show off. I never did this kind of thing when I was young, but now that I'm old, I'm pestering young people to teach them how to take good-looking photos and post them on WeChat Moments. There is no need to specially adjust the angle. When Nuanuan picks up the beautiful ragdoll cat, the person and the cat become the most beautiful scenery here. Meow tilde. Meow tilde. A series of meowing sounds were heard. One was soft and lovely, the other was soft, sticky and full of milk. Special Assistant Chen felt that the air had become a little sweeter. If the old man wasn't around, he would have taken out his phone to take pictures of these two little cuties. His girlfriend must love them to death. Unfortunately, the old man didn't dare to be presumptuous when he was around. Princess, princess. Someone came out to look for the cat. A man with almost bald hair, with a few strands of hair still standing strong, was obviously a young man under 30 years old, but because of this beautiful hairstyle he turned into an old uncle, and an old uncle wearing flip-flops, a t-shirt and beach pants. Mr. Gu. Will this really not affect the image of our company? Assistant Chen also twitched his lips. In fact, they are dressed quite formally before and after get off work. But at work, because these programmers would pull their clothes and scratch their hair when they were upset, and sitting for a long time is naturally the most comfortable state, in the end the entire department simply dressed up when coming to and leaving get off work, but when working, they dressed however they were comfortable, as if they were at home. The programmers who could enter the development department of their group were all experts in computer science. Many of them were either old employees trusted by President Gu or people trusted by young Master Gu Nan. So, except that it was a bit unsightly for them to dress like this at work, it actually had no impact. President Gu and young Master Gu Nan did not care about this little thing, and gradually their group's information technology department became like this. Mr. Gu didn't understand either. He only knew that his son and grandson were now focusing on game development and the internet sector. This was the world of these young people, so he didn't interfere. Assistant Chen, why are you running here instead of staying with Mr. Gu? The man who came out saw Special Assistant Chen and teased, did Mr. Gu have any instructions? Special Assistant Chen shook his head and said, no, I'm taking the old man and the young lady to visit the company. Princess. When the young man saw the ragdoll cat that Nuanuan was holding, he almost looked up. When he saw Nuanuan holding the ragdoll cat, he covered his heart and fell back exaggeratedly. Why are there two little cuties? Hello, uncle. Nuanuan greeted politely. Her soft and fluffy hair perfectly showed off her delicate and beautiful facial features. With the beauty treatment she did yesterday, although Nuanuan is not as beautiful as a delicate jade, she is still a real cutie. She pinched the princess's soft cat paws with her little hands and squeezed them, her voice as soft as a toffee bun. Immediately afterwards, the ragdoll cat meowed tenderly, which, together with Nuanuan's voice, was a double sweetness and a double attack. Especially for those otakus, like Rolling now, he feels that his blood tank is running out. Special Assistant Chen. I forgot, these otakus like soft and cute little Loli the most, their young lady is so cute. Little sister, what's your name? Do you want some candy? Uncle has some candy here. The tone was like the big bad wolf coaxing Little Red Riding Hood. Nuanuan was a bit timid to begin with, so she held the light pink rabbit in one hand and the beautiful ragdoll cat in the other, stood up, spread her short legs and ran to hide behind her grandfather. This is probably the aggressiveness brought by the weird uncle. Nuanuan timidly poked her furry little head out from behind her grandfather and looked over. With her grandfather around, Nuanuan was not afraid of anything. Hey! Uncle is not a bad person. Luo Lin touched his bald forehead. It was not very harmful but extremely insulting. He was treated as a weirdo again. He felt like crying but had no tears, but the children were afraid of him and there was nothing he could do. I'm sorry, but your child is just too cute. Meeting the old man's intimidating gaze, Luo Lin felt embarrassed. Old man Jiyu nodded, his little granddaughter was indeed adorable. My daughter Nuanuan is indeed the cutest, but she is a little shy, so please don't be surprised, young man. Luo Lin quickly waved his hands and said, No, I was rude. After they finished speaking, Special Assistant Chen began to introduce them. Miss Nuanuan, this is Uncle Luo from our game development department, and is also your father's friend. When she heard that he was her father's friend, Nuanuan looked at him curiously with her big black and white eyes and was no longer afraid. Luo Lin was at a loss. Who is his father? Assistant Chen smiled just the right way and said a celebrity that shocked Luo Lin, Mr. Jiyu. Luo Lin. Luo Lin. His eyes widened as he looked at the cute little baby in the little skirt, and then thought about his good friend Jiyu Linmore. Jiyu Linmore's daughter is so cute. No, when did Jiyu Linmore have a daughter? Luo Lin was devastated. He had always thought that Jiyu Linmore's family only had 3 boys, but now suddenly such a well-behaved, cute daughter appeared. This is the daughter he has always dreamed of. Although he doesn't even have a girlfriend now, this does not prevent him from dreaming of having a well-behaved, soft and lovely daughter. Grandpa Jiyu immediately started to show off. He is good at showing off his granddaughter. Isn't our Nuan adorable? I've seen so many children, but I've never seen one more well-behaved than her. Every day when I hear her calling Grandpa in a soft and sweet voice, I feel better for the whole day. Grandpa Jiyu kept talking, Luo Lin's eyes were filled with infinite envy, and as for Nuan, the little girl was so shy that she buried her face in the princess's soft belly. The ragdoll cat meowed a few times, and its soft little paws held the warm and furry little head. Special Assistant Chen. He just couldn't understand how these two people became friends regardless of age difference while chatting. Nuanuan, do you want to go to our department office and take a look? There are several cats and dogs in there, and you can feed them yourself. Luo Lin began to secretly want to bring this little cutie to the office. Nuanuan hesitated. There were many strangers in their office and she didn't want to go. But there are a lot of cats and dogs, so I want to go. The little guy was holding the soft ragdoll cat, his expression twisted. Chapter 21 Mr. Gus daughter. Go if you want to. Grandpa will accompany you. The gentle voice of the old man came from above. Nuanuan looked up and met her grandfather's encouraging eyes. She nodded, looked at Luo Lin and said softly, Thank you, uncle. Luo Lin felt his heart softened by these words and quickly said, You're welcome. He felt so happy to see the cute little girl walking towards him with the equally cute and furry ragdoll cat in her arms. Inside the office, other people were still busy. Just like what Special Assistant Chen said,
These people like to scratch their hair and tear their clothes when they encounter problems in program development. As soon as I entered, I saw several people in this situation. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Lin started coughing rapidly, but few people paid any attention to him. What the hell? Until a younger man saw Luo Lin, and then saw the little girl Nuanuan, who was looking at everyone timidly and curiously with eyes wide open, and immediately his words, wow, attracted everyone's attention. Then, after a moment of chaos, the programmers in the development department managed to tidy up their appearance and looked at Nuanuan with shining eyes. Nuanuan is wearing a pretty light pink dress today, and her black leather shoes are adorned with a beautiful bow. Her fluffy and soft short hair makes her look even more adorable. In addition, she has a gentle and obedient temperament, and her pair of beautiful big eyes with clear black and white are watery and full of spirit. What do these otakus in the development department like most? Various anime figures, and the most favorite in anime a soft and cute little Lolita. Nuanuan looks like a delicate little Lolita from anime. Of course, she would look better if she was a little fatter. Being stared at by so many eyes, Nuanuan hugged the princess and shrank behind her grandfather, feeling a little nervous. Meow tilde. The princess seemed to notice Nuanuan's nervousness. She placed her furry cat paws on the back of the little girl's hand and called softly, as if to encourage her and comfort her. Nuanuan's soft little hands pinched its cat paws, and the furry and soft touch eased her inner tension. Grandpa Gu also gently patted Nuanuan's furry little head. The little hair on her forehead was pressed down and then bounced up again. She is such a clever little girl. Lao Luo, didn't you go out to find the princess? Why did you come back with a little sister? Bar. Who is your little sister? This is your little niece. Everyone. No way. Could this be your daughter? Luo Lin looked at Nuan with envy and said, I do want to. Who is this? Mr. Gu was also a prominent figure when he was young, and he had an extraordinary aura. Everyone noticed him after seeing Nuanuan holding the princess and showing a brief excitement. After his retirement, he basically faded out of everyone's sight. Even if someone knew him, unless they were familiar with him or someone who tried to remember him, they would not be able to recognize him when they suddenly met him. Especially for these young people, it is normal not to know him. Special Assistant Chen introduced with a smile, this is Chairman Gu. As soon as they heard that he was the former CEO of Gu Corporation, a group of young people looked at him with shining eyes. The admiration in their eyes was so obvious. It turns out to be you, the chairman. Come and sit down. I admired you so much back then. I joined GU Group just for you. No. I remember you said before that you came here because you admired Mr. GU. How come you changed your mind? Bullshit, you heard it wrong. The whole department became lively because of the arrival of Mr. GU and Nuanuan. Mr. GU had never encountered such a situation before. In the past, all the young people were reserved when they saw him, but today these kids are really a little different. He didn't know that those people used to look at him with reservation because he had a stern face and looked very dignified, but now, with Nuanuan by his side, the majestic aura in him had unconsciously eased, especially when looking at his little granddaughter. He looked so amiable. The old man coughed and said, just do your own thing and don't bother me. I'm just here to take my granddaughter out for a stroll. As he said that, he took Nuanuan and asked Luo Lin to take them to find cats and dogs. The group of people left behind were slightly stunned by his words. The old chairman is Mr. Gu's father, so the old chairman's granddaughter must be. What the hell? Is it what I thought? No way, I've never heard that you have a daughter. Could it be from the senior's younger brother's house? A group of people were racking their brains to guess, and when Rowling came back, they all surrounded him and asked questions. Luo Lin touched his chin and smiled, but was immediately disliked for his obscene smile. He suddenly got angry. Do you still want to know? Think about it, Luo, please tell us what is going on. After learning from Luo Lin that Nuan was Gu Linmore's daughter, they were all envious and confused. There were many seniors and juniors who were close to Gu Linmore among this group of people, so they didn't know that Mr. Gu actually had a daughter. And such a cute and beautiful daughter. This is really big news. I remember now. Someone said in the work group today that Mr. Gu brought a child to the company. It should be Nuanuan, right? There were few gossipers in their department, so they were not very well informed. At this time,
They were very eager to gossip, so they all ran to the computer. Those who had to work continued to work, and those who had nothing to do started to gossip immediately. They learned a shocking piece of news. So very quickly, the news that the little girl that Mr. Gu brought today was Mr. Gu's daughter spread throughout the company like wings. Is she really Mr. Gu's daughter? Who has a photo to show me what she looks like? Also asking for a photo, this is the lady from our GU group, I need to see her clearly, I hope she can get a promotion and a raise in the future. I also want a promotion and a raise. I heard that Mr. Gu brought his mistress to work. It's a pity that I didn't see the scene. I saw it and glanced at the young lady. Due to Mr. Gu's majesty, I didn't dare to look at her for too long. But the young lady was very pretty and cute, just a little thin. Maybe my eyesight is not good. How could a young lady raised by the GU family be thin? You must have seen it wrong, so who has a photo? I heard that the old chairman came to our company, but the lady came holding the hands of General Manager GU and the old chairman. The smile on General Manager Gu's face was as silly as the smile my husband had when he held our daughter. It was completely different from usual. I thought I was dazzled. So there aren't any photos. Why are you so cowardly? After begging for a long time, there was not even a single photo, which made everyone even more curious. Hee. I admit that I am a coward. If you have the guts, take a photo in front of Mr. Gu and the old chairman. Whoever takes the photo will call me daddy. I don't dare. Don't dare +1. Don't dare to add ID number. Chapter 22, Does Nuanuan miss her daddy? Facts have proven that anyone can talk big, but when it comes to being in front of Mr. Gu, who would be brave enough to take out their cell phone to take pictures during work hours? Therefore, many employees throughout the group knew about the existence of Miss Gu, but very few had seen her in person. In response to this, a group of programmers in the development department excitedly stated that they were the chosen ones. They had seen the lady up close, and the lady was still petting them. The little girl Nuanuan, who is the focus of curiosity of many people, is now hugging a large snow-white dog, a samoyed, with joy in her eyes. The whole little person is almost buried in the samoyed's deep long hair. So soft tilde. Nuanuan was surrounded by a group of furry creatures, and she completely forgot about being nervous. She was extremely relaxed, with her watery eyes sparkling with joy. Her dark eyes were like the shining starry sky in the inky night. Everyone who saw her eyes felt that her warm pupils were filled with stars and the sea. Meow tilde. Woof woof. It is obvious that the furry animals, big and small, also like Nuanuan, the cute and obedient little girl. They even ignore their own owners and just hang around the soft little girl. Nuanuan had a beautiful ragdoll cat princess on her shoulders, and in her arms was a snow-white samoyed known as their smiling angel. At her feet, a blue cat and a Siamese were rubbing against her ankles and spinning around. There was also a petite chihuahua barking crisply, trying to attract her attention. This lively scene of being surrounded by girls at such a young age is simply a winner in life. The owners of the cats and dogs all had red eyes of jealousy, as these furry creatures had never been so enthusiastic towards them before. Especially the cat owners. Cats are generally aloof animals. Even the clingy ragdoll cats can be aloof sometimes. But what about now? Look at the way they are vying for Nuan's attention and almost fighting each other. How can they be aloof at all? The blue cat's owner bit his finger and glared at his cat angrily. My cat has never been so enthusiastic towards me. The owner of the Siamese cat looked sad, whose cat is not. The two looked at each other and confirmed that they were in the same boat. But I have to say, the scene of Nuanuan and the fur balls together is really pleasing to the eyes. Each and every one of them is so cute and I want to pet them. But Mr. Gu's daughter and her friends had the intention but not the courage to do it. Just sit still and I'll feed you. Nuanuan gently and softly asked the two dogs to sit down, and rubbed the three cats and put them on the cat beds of different heights on the cat climbing frame. Some furry balls that usually don't listen to people actually sat down obediently. Programmers outside. This is differential treatment. Are cats and dogs treated with such double standards these days? Grandpa Gu happily handed the cat food to Nuanuan, and accompanied her to feed the two dogs with dog snacks, and then went to feed the cat. The delicate and proud cats would rub their food on Nuanuan's hand or face after taking a bite, and meow softly. They would either wrap their tails around her wrist or rub her palm, and their big, clear and bright cat eyes would stare at her eagerly, just like a favorite concubine trying to seduce the emperor. It was so shameless. The programmers were furious. What are you all doing here? What else can we do? Look at them fighting for favor. These few are too much. We usually provide them with good food and drink, and occasionally let us touch them, and they even act arrogantly like, I'm rewarding you. Look, now they have turned into concubines to fight for the favor of a child. You are so shameless. The same goes for dogs. When did that silly Samoyed become so docile and caring? The Chihuahua's expression of being afraid that Yuan would run away really pissed me off. Last time I tried to touch it, it ran away instantly. The programmers were complaining one by one, but a chuckle was heard from the back. My daughter, of course, deserves to be loved like this. That proud tone is simply. Wait, his daughter. The programmers who were looking into the pet room through the transparent glass window turned their heads stiffly and saw Mr. Gu with a smile on his face. A group of people shuddered subconsciously and broke out in cold sweat. You know, their boss Gu has a nickname of a smiling tiger. The more he smiles at someone, the more unlucky that person will be later. Boss Gu, we didn't desert. Yes. I have finished my programming. Now I just come here to relax. Oh, by the way, I still have to continue with the next programming. After saying this, he quickly ran away. Me too, I just came here to relax and then I'll go to work right away. Yuan is so well behaved, we couldn't help but follow her to have a look. Mr. Gu, please don't deduct our salary. Gu lean more. He looked at this group of people speechlessly. Each and every one of them made him look like they wanted to eat him. Was he that scary? But these words really touched his heart. Gu Leanmore had a smile in his eyes and his tone was full of undisguised boasting. My daughter Yuan is indeed very well behaved. In fact, if possible, I would like her to be a little spoiled. She is too soft-tempered and I am always afraid that she will be bullied. The programmer who spoke before was also a smart guy. He immediately realized that he had accidentally flattered the right person. He immediately said, "What's the big deal? Who dares to bully the young lady of our GU group?" GU Leanmore gave him an appreciative look and without saying anything more, he opened the door and strode into the pet room. As soon as the meeting was over, he couldn't wait to go back to his office. Unfortunately, he didn't see his obedient and soft little daughter at the first moment. After asking Assistant Chen where they were on the phone, he couldn't wait to rush over. Now he just wants to hug his good daughter. Yuan's dad is here. Little Yuan, who was immersed in the furry creature, turned around in surprise when he heard his father's voice. He saw the elegant man in a suit standing at the door. The little guy smiled with sparkling eyes and immediately abandoned the other little cuties and ran towards Gu Leanmore. Gu Leanmore squatted down, opened his arms to catch Yuan who was running over, and picked up the little person. Does Yuan miss daddy? He looked at his obedient daughter in his arms with a smile on his face, and his whole demeanor softened. Yuan nodded with a blushing face, hugging her father's neck, feeling a little shy but more happy. Yes, Yuan misses her dad. The soft and sticky voice is sweet and milky, and the warm and clear eyes reveal dependence and tenderness. Facing this father who cares about and loves her, the little girl is now much more intimate with him. She hugged her father's neck with her soft little arms, and leaned her little face close to his handsome face shyly. The corners of her mouth, like peach petals, curved up into a beautiful arc, revealing her neat and white little teeth. The whole little baby looked so obedient and soft. Chapter 23 The old man shows off in his circle of friends. Gu Leanmore was so delighted by Yuan's initiative to get close to him that he smiled like a silly father with light in his eyes. He held the soft little guy in his arms and bounced him around. He felt his heart soften. This was truly their little darling. Mr. Gu snorted, took out his phone and posted all the photos he took today to his circle of friends. Title: My little granddaughter is so popular with animals. In the photo, his little granddaughter is hugging a ragdoll cat adorably. In another photo, she opens her arms and buries almost her whole body in a large white Samoyed dog, as if she is hugging a soft cloud. The Samoyed treats Yuan with special patience and tenderness, and the screen is full of warm little cuties. Of course, there must be a photo of him and Yuan. When the old man was young, he was a leader among his peers. Now that he was old, He learned things quickly and mastered the essence of taking pictures and showing off his granddaughter in a short period of time. As soon as the photo was sent out, he immediately received greetings from several old friends, most of whom were praising his granddaughter. The old man was immediately satisfied. After all, his daughter was the prettiest and most well-behaved. The housekeeper of the GU family, who also saw the old man's circle of friends, immediately saved the photos and forwarded the old man's circle of friends. Their housekeepers also have their own circles. How could they not show off such a cute and well-behaved girl in their family? Mr. Lu, has your daughter really been found? Housekeeper Lu, yes, my Miss Yuan was brought back not long ago. Although she hasn't been in the GU family for 3 years, she has been well-mannered and polite. She greeted me in a baby voice when she first arrived home. The old man's health was getting worse and worse, and he couldn't eat much, but after Miss Yuan came back, he ate a lot more. The young lady also accompanied the old man to walk around and bask in the sun. Such a young girl even took the initiative to find Master Xiao and to teach her how to read. The butler on the other side. Okay, now that you know how good your young lady is, can you stop showing off? He sighed. The young masters and young ladies in his family were too spoiled. They needed several people to chase them and coax and feed them when they had a meal, otherwise they would sit on the ground and roll around. Children were really difficult to deal with. But looking at the photos sent by my friends, the little girl with curved eyebrows and charming spirit looks very well behaved and gentle, and no one needs to worry about her at all. It's really, comparing yourself to others makes me feel depressed. The young lady of the GU family seems to be very polite and well behaved. Many people in the wealthy circle have heard the news and are secretly speculating that the young lady of the GU family may have a bad temper because she was raised in a small village. You should pay more attention to her. Butler Lu snorted coldly, they are just jealous. Miss Yuan is 1,000 times better than them. He doesn't take care of his own family affairs every day and even blames their young lady. He is really bored. Did you have fun today, Yuan? After bidding farewell to Mao Tuanzi and the programmer uncles who were reluctant to leave, Yuan held her father's hand and followed him back to his office. The adorable little girl was holding a light pink plush rabbit in one hand. She nodded her head and answered in a baby voice. Yeah, I'm happy. Dad and Grandpa are playing with Yuan, as well as the princess and Tuanzi. The princess is so beautiful, chubby and furry, and Tuanzi is white and soft like a cloud. Yuan feels so warm lying on it, but Yuan still likes cold ball and da wang. Her voice was soft and she was smiling. Her curled eyelashes were like the beautiful wings of a butterfly, fluttering from time to time as she blinked. Her dark eyes were moist and sparkling with light, and it was obvious that she was really happy, and she talked more. But no one present felt impatient. Instead, they smiled unconsciously as they listened. This little guy always had a magical power that could relax and heal people, and made others feel better. If you like them, come and see them more often, okay? Mr. GU really wants his good daughter to come to the company with him. Of course, it would be even better if he could retire early and hand over the family business to his son. It's a pity that the brat refused to do so. Not only was he unwilling to inherit the family property so early, he also ran abroad to start his own troubles. It turns out that sons are not as obedient as daughters. Boss GU, it's time for dinner. Hearing this, Yuan looked at Dad GU eagerly. Let us eat. She loves it so much. I don't know if it's because she ate very restrainedly and was often hungry during the 3 years in Xiaxi village, but now she can eat so many delicious foods as much as she wants. What Yuan looks forward to most now is meal time. Seeing his darling daughter's pitiful eyes, Mr. GU wanted to bring all the good things in the world to her. What does Yuan want to eat? I'll ask Assistant Chen to buy it for you. Yuan said softly and obediently, anything is fine. Yuan is not picky about food. She will eat whatever Daddy and Grandpa eat. What a sweet little cutie. Special Assistant Chen suggested, why don't you take Miss Yuan to the cafeteria to have a look? That way, she can order her favorite dishes. The dishes in their cafeteria were clean, abundant and delicious. GU Lin more often brought back his own meals from the cafeteria. GU Lin more thought about it and nodded, then he picked up his chubby little daughter. Although he looked elegant, he also exercised regularly, so it was no problem for him to hold Yuan in one arm. Yuan sat sideways on her father's arm, her little heart beating fast, Her little face flushed, and her curly eyelashes drooped slightly, slightly covering the shyness and excitement in her beautiful big eyes.
Hold tight, Nuan. Daddy will take you to dinner.
The shy little girl nodded softly and said, "Okay," in a soft voice. Then she hugged her father's neck and was carried out by her father with one arm. Grandpa Gu followed beside him and muttered in dissatisfaction with his son, your father, can also hold Nuan now." Father Gu said with a smug look on his face, "You'd better not do that. You can hold him for a while, but what if he hurts his waist while you hold him while walking?"
Old Master Gu snorted loudly, "Who said I can't hold you anymore? Give Nuan to me."
Father Gu thought to himself, "Dad, don't be so willful." Just as Mr. Gu was about to say something, he was interrupted by Nuanuan's soft and sticky voice. "Grandpa won't hug Nuanuan. Nuanuan is heavy, please don't press Grandpa down, but Nuanuan can kiss Grandpa." As he said that, he leaned over and gave Grandpa Gu a kiss on the face, and rubbed his furry little head gently like a kitten. "Grandpa, please stay healthy."
Chapter 24. Like an old lady.
Grandpa Gu suddenly no longer cared whether he could hug his granddaughter or not, and the wrinkles on his face deepened a lot from smiling. Okay. Grandpa won't hold me anymore. But our Nuanuan is not heavy at all. She still needs to eat more to gain weight."
Nuan nodded obediently and hummed, "Grandpa should eat more too, it's good for your health." Nuan, eat more and grow some meat."
The little girl softly set a small goal for herself and her grandfather, and in no time she subdued the stubborn old man, who never mentioned holding her again. Special Assistant Chen was simply stunned watching from the side.
Miss Nuanuan was so majestic.
Mr. Gu was also a little surprised. He knew that his father had an increasingly stubborn temper. He didn't expect that Nuanuan could change the old man's mind so easily. This really was. After all, daughters are the best. The 5-year-old Nuanuan is so small, and she looks inexplicably cute when she is held in one arm by her tall father. Everyone who saw it along their way was stunned, especially the senior management and some directors. They looked at the elegant man and then at the obedient little girl in his arms. The man smiled happily, a smile that came from their heart, and his temperament became much softer. He would smile before, but it was basically the kind of superficial polite smile and the kind of smile that made people feel cold when he was trying to cheat someone. As a superior, his aura was naturally very strong and gave people a sense of oppression for no reason. But now, he didn't seem to be the Mr. Gu who was strategizing in the business world, but just a father who liked to hold his daughter. They had never seen Gu lean more like this before.
"Boss Gu.
Why are you here at the company, old chairman?"
Grandpa Gu smiled and said, "Xiao Liu, have you eaten yet?"
"I've eaten."
"Are you guys going to have a meal?" Mr. Gu nodded happily and began to show off calmly, "Well, I'm going to have dinner with my good granddaughter." Gu Linmore nodded and said, "Director Liu, Nuanuan, this is Uncle Liu." Nuanuan looked at the middle-aged man who was talking to her father with her big, watery and lively eyes. After hearing her father's introduction, she politely and well-behavedly called out, "Uncle Liu," in a soft voice. That soft and tender voice really makes people's heart tremble. "Is this your daughter?" Gu Linmore nodded reservedly, but the pride in his eyes could not be concealed. "Her name is Nuan, and she is my youngest daughter." Director Liu had also heard some news, especially the rumors circulating in the wealthy circles. After all, the Gu family is the richest family, and there are many people watching them. When Mother Gu accompanied Nuanuan to go shopping, many people in the circle had already known about it. Many people still had means, and the Gu family did not specifically order anyone to block the news, so everyone soon knew that the Gu family's lost little daughter had returned, and they also knew that for 3 years, the little daughter of the Gu family had been living in a backward village. This made many people wait to see the Gu family make a fool of themselves. The daughter they had raised in a small mountain village for 3 years was probably rustic and ugly, and would definitely be out of tune with the people in their circle in the future. The Gu family would also be laughed at by many people. Before seeing Nuan, Director Liu actually felt that the only daughter of the Gu family might be a stain on the Gu family in the future, but now he just wanted to tell those who were making random guesses, stop making random guesses, who said that this daughter of the Gu family from the village was ugly and rustic. They must be blind. She's so polite and well behaved.
But he was happy in his heart. As one of the directors of GU Group, he was of course happy to see GU Group prosper. He didn't know what expressions those who spread rumors would have when they saw Nuanuan's appearance. Thinking of this, he looked at Nuan with a smile and said, "Uncle didn't bring any gifts with him. I'll transfer some money to your father to use as pocket money for your niece. I'll definitely bring a gift for your niece when you visit her next time." As he said this, he transferred 100,000 yuan to GU Leanmore's mobile phone on the spot. GU Leanmore accepted the money without hesitation and decided to keep it for Nuanuan from now on so she could use it whenever she wanted. "Thank you, Uncle Liu." Nuanuan thanked him softly, and Director Liu quickly waved his hand and said, "You're welcome." After a few simple greetings with Mr. GU, they parted ways. Looking at their receding backs, he immediately took out his mobile phone to share this shocking news with a few friends. "Guess who I just met? Mr. GU and his daughter." The group was basically made up of GU's senior employees and directors, who were immediately blown away when they saw the news. "What's going on? GU Leanmore's family only has 3 sons. When did a daughter appear? No way, no way. Could that news be true? I heard that the daughter of the GU family had been living in a backward mountain village before she was lost. How come I don't know this news? Old Liu, please tell me what's going on." Director Liu immediately recounted what he had just seen happen to GU Leanmore and the others, and then typed angrily, "Those who say our Miss GU is ugly and rude may be those who are scheming or jealous of the GU family. I just saw that the little girl is polite and well behaved. She speaks in a soft and gentle voice and is very pretty. She looks a lot like the old lady, but she is a little thinner. This child must have suffered a lot in the past. I don't know what those people who spread rumors are up to. Like an old lady." This reminded many elderly people of the old lady's elegance in the past. She was a real daughter of a famous family and a scholar. Not only did her temperament crush all the daughters of wealthy families at that time, but her appearance was also so beautiful that it was not an exaggeration to say that she was as beautiful as a fairy. All the young men who pursued her from home and abroad were young talents. Each of them was fascinated by her talent, temperament and appearance. I don't know how many women were jealous to death. But in the end, she was pursued and won by the old man of the GU family. Their love was praised and envied by countless people. It was a pity that beauty was envied by God. This woman, who was top-notch in both wisdom and appearance, died of illness early. After that, the old man raised his 2 sons by himself and never remarried. Although they had not seen Nuanuan in person, they all wanted to meet the well-behaved girl who looked very much like the old lady as described by Director Liu. At this moment, little Nuanuan, who was sitting on her father's arm, sneezed a little, and the 2 adults in the GU family suddenly became nervous as if they had encountered some huge crisis. "What's wrong with Nuanuan? Are you cold? Do you have a cold? I'll call a doctor right away. Special Assistant Chen. That's an exaggeration. It's just a small sneeze." He roared inwardly, but dared not speak. "No." The little girl spoke in a baby voice. She licked her delicate little nose, and in a sweet voice comforted the 2 extremely nervous parents. "Nuanuan is fine, Grandpa and Dad, don't worry." Mr. GU was still a little worried, so he put his palm on the little girl's forehead to test the temperature. Good, his own palm was warmer than the little girl's forehead. "Yeah, no fever." Grandpa GU was worried. "Do you want to use a thermometer to measure it?" Nuan quickly held their hands and said pitifully, "Grandpa and Dad, Nuan is hungry." The 2 adults instantly agreed, "Let's go eat first." Chapter 25. Dad takes Nuan to the cafeteria. Mr. GU. "Hello, Mr. GU." In the cafeteria, the moment GU Leanmore came in with his daughter, he instantly attracted a lot of attention because he still had outstanding temperament and handsome appearance even in his middle age. Even at that moment, the entire bustling cafeteria became quiet for a few seconds, and then the few employees closest to them reacted quickly and greeted them. GU Leanmore nodded calmly while holding Nuanuan, and walked directly to the food window with everyone, then stood behind a small queue. The person standing in front of GU Leanmore. The female employee in front of me trembled and said, "Mr. GU. Mr. GU, how about you first?" "No, there aren't many people left." The female employee had mixed feelings at the moment. She was excited but also nervous about meeting the big boss.
Dad, are you tired? Come down and walk by yourself. Nuan was soft, sweet, and considerate. She thought her father must be very tired after carrying her for so long, and she didn't want to tire him out. Jiu Linmore spoke in a gentle voice and touched the tip of her delicate little nose with his slender fingers. Not tired, Nuan is very light. Nuan shook her short legs. Her father held her high up. Many people were secretly looking at her. Nuan felt a little shy. She rubbed against her father's shoulder like a little kitten, and her soft and cute appearance made a lot of people fall in love with her. Jiu Linmore even heard the sound of gasps, but when he looked over, he saw a few people eating as if nothing had happened. However, in reality, they were already shouting with excitement in their hearts. So obedient and soft, is that the legendary Mr. Gu's daughter? She's so cute. Oh my god, I was almost discovered by Mr. Gu. But Our Lady is so cute and beautiful. I just don't know why she is so thin. Is she sick? It's a pity that I didn't dare take a photo. Crack. Fuck. Fuck, Lingmai, you are so brave. The short-haired girl called Lingmai quickly put away her phone and laughed. The brave ones will die of overeating while the timid ones will die of starvation. It's time to get off work now. Even if Mr. Gu finds out, he won't say anything about us. That's what I said, but when I face Mr. Gu, I always feel as nervous as when I face the dean at school. I feel like he will confiscate my phone the next second if I take it out. Me too, actually. Hurry, 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 send us the photos. This photo is so cool. Shush, keep your voice down so you don't get caught. A few girls not far away were chattering excitedly, while over here, Nuan was acting coquettishly to her father. She was not acting coquettishly on purpose, but just by looking at him eagerly, she looked as pitiful as a little puppy, and when she made requests in a soft and tender voice, she was already acting coquettishly. Moreover, the sweetness of this act of coquettishness is so extreme that people simply cannot bear to refuse. Dad Nuan, come down and hold Dad and Grandpa's hands. Nuan spoke in a soft voice while looking at her father pitifully. No one could bear it. Mr. Gu felt very regretful, but he still let the man go as his good daughter requested. Well, okay, hold Daddy's hand tightly and don't lose it. Jiu Linmore said seriously. Nuan showed a soft and sweet smile, with curved eyebrows and eyes, and tightly held two of her father's fingers with her soft little hands. Grandpa, Nuan also pulled Grandpa. Then he held Grandpa's fingers with his other hand. Old Master Gu felt so warm in his heart. How could his granddaughter be so warm-hearted? Okay, Grandpa will hold Nuan's other hand. The pretty little girl stood between the two adults, her big eyes, as clear as glass, twinkling with tiny starlight, and she looked so bright and beautiful when she smiled. The female employee in front heard Nuan's soft and coquettish voice up close and felt her ears were numb. Mr. Gu's daughter is too obedient and soft. When it was their turn to get food, Jiu Linmore picked up his daughter and pointed at the sumptuous dishes in the window and spoke softly. Nuan, take a look at what dishes you want to eat. Their company has very good employee benefits, so most people go to the cafeteria to eat at mealtime and rarely order takeout. Nuan's black and white eyes were wide open. She was so dazzled that she didn't know what to eat. She felt that everything tasted delicious. Father Gu rubbed her furry little head and said, "It's okay. Take your time to choose." The uncle serving the food was delighted to see such a cute baby. "Baby, try the braised lion's head dish made by our chef Lee. It tastes really good. Also, the egg custard and sweet and sour carp." The uncle introduced several dishes at once. "If you really don't know what to choose, I'll give you a little bit of everything. I'll order a little bit of each dish, but I guarantee you'll be full." Nuan nodded with sparkling eyes, and her soft and fluffy hair swayed up and down. Finally, my father helped to carry the sumptuous dishes and thanked the uncle who served the dishes with a warm and soft voice. "Thank you, Uncle Tilder." The uncle felt relieved after hearing this, and the smile on his face was almost reaching his ears. "Uncle will help you get more next time you come." Nuan said yes obediently, and then received a big apple from the uncle. "Leave it to me, Mr. Gu." Special Assistant Chen helped bring the food to the table. After Father Gu and Grandpa Gu took Nuan away,
The uncle who came to serve the food was far less enthusiastic, and each person had a fixed 3 dishes plus a soup.
Lao Hu, can you give me a few more dishes? I also like to eat the other dishes.
The uncle rolled his eyes at him and said, Go away, go away. There are so many dishes that are not enough for you to eat. Are you as cute as my little girl? The double standards are justified. The man was speechless. He really didn't. He whispered, You also beat Mr. Gu and the others so much. Uncle Hu chuckled and said, My salary is paid by Mr. Gu. What do you think?
Okay, whoever pays the salary is the boss. Nuan sat on the chair and started to eat slowly with a spoon in her hand.
She was quiet and graceful while eating and didn't get her clothes dirty at all. Dad, eat this. It's delicious. Little girl Nuan slowly picked up a piece of spare ribs with chopsticks and passed it to her father, and then grunted and picked up a piece of easy-to-chew braised lion's head and passed it to her grandfather. She said in a baby voice, Grandpa, eat this and eat more vegetables. As he said this, he picked up a few cauliflowers and handed them over. Grandpa Gu was so happy that he ate all the food that Nuan picked for him, and gave his son a provocative look.
Nuan picked up more food for me than you did.
Father Gu, childish.
You act like you have nothing to do with anyone. Nuan, Daddy should also eat more vegetables.
Nuan nodded obediently and said, Okay, then patiently picked up some more vegetables for her father. Mr. Gu ate his food with a smile on his face and gave the old man a faint look. The old man was so angry that he was displeased with his son again. Special Assistant Chen, who saw all this, said, Chapter 26, Submit photos and you won to be killed. He would compare them even when having a meal. He had never seen such a president and old chairman. I can only sigh that Nuan's charm is so great. At this time, little girl Nuan was completely unaware of the secret confrontation between her grandfather and father. She was eating delicious food like a little hamster, her soft cheeks puffed up, and her beautiful big eyes sparkled with happiness. Although she ate in small bites, she ate very seriously and with great relish. People nearby who were just watching her eat couldn't help but eat more, and then they were definitely full. Belch. Special Assistant Chen put down the chopsticks in his hand and burped, secretly annoyed that he had eaten so much without realizing it. Watching the young lady eat was really appetizing. By the time Nuan's belly was full, Grandpa Gu and Dad Gu were also full.
Come on, Dad will take you around.
To help his daughter digest the food, he watched her eat and unknowingly ate too much.
Nuan burped and quickly covered her mouth with her hands, feeling a little embarrassed.
With a smile in his eyes, Mr. Gu took Nuan for a stroll around the company, and then went to the development department to play with the cats and dogs for a while. When she left, her eyes were bright, but after being carried by her father for a while, she felt sleepy and her little head began to nod. I was so tired after playing with some animals just now that I couldn't help feeling sleepy when I was in my father's warm embrace. Want to sleep? The warm big palm gently pressed on the little girl's fluffy hair, and the warm little head rested on her father's shoulder with the force, her little face tilted. The little flesh on her face was flattened, and her light pink little mouth was slightly opened and pouted. She didn't hear clearly what her father said. Her beautiful big eyes were almost narrowed into a slit, and her curly eyelashes were trembling slightly, as if she wanted to open them but couldn't. She responded vaguely in a warm and milky voice, rubbed her soft little face on her father's broad shoulder, which made her feel particularly safe, and then fell asleep completely, breathing evenly and quietly. Her soft hair fell on her cheeks and forehead, and a bony hand gently tucked the hair behind her ears. Fell asleep. Grandpa Gu signaled to Dad Gu to be quiet, and the two of them tiptoed to his office with Nuan. There was an inner room in the office that was specially used for rest and sleep. Gu Lin more carefully placed his little daughter, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, on the soft bed, took off her shoes and covered her with a quilt. Dad, do you want to take a break too? Grandpa Gu quickly took off his shoes and coat and went to bed. Go to sleep. I'll sleep with my little granddaughter. Father Gu. Damn it. He couldn't even sleep with Nuan. He looked at Nuan, who was sleeping soundly with reluctance, and finally bent down, kissed the little girl on the forehead and left. He still has a lot of work to do, alas. I miss my eldest son again. When will he abdicate and stay at home with Nuan? The news that Gu Linmore took Nuan to the cafeteria to eat soon spread throughout the company. This made those who did not go to the cafeteria to eat or even missed the time very upset. It was such a pity that they did not see it with their own eyes.
Mr. Gu looks so domineering when he holds his daughter in his arms.
He holds his daughter in his arms with one hand. So cool. Our CEO Gu is in such good shape. He is clearly in his 40s, but he looks like he is in his 30s. If you don't know him, you would think he is a brother when he stands next to Master Nan. Mr. Gu's daughters are so well behaved. They stood behind me when I was queuing for food. You don't know, I was so scared that I didn't dare to move. I mustered up the courage to ask Mr. Gu if I wanted to cut in line, but Mr. Gu didn't let me. Then I heard Mr. Gu's daughter talking. Maybe she was afraid that Mr. Gu was too tired to hold her, so she wanted to get down and walk by herself. Not only did she want to hold her father's hand, but she also wanted to hold her grandfather's hand. Oh, I just realized now that the old man following Mr. Gu should be our old chairman. So excited. Anyway, Mr. Gu's daughter spoke softly, sweetly, and well behaved. Oh my God, what kind of little angel is this? I envy Mr. Gu so much for having such a cute and well behaved daughter, and the key is that she is also very beautiful. I regret this so much. My boyfriend brought me food today, so I didn't go to the cafeteria to eat. Now I feel like I missed out on 100 million. I can't imagine what Mr. Gu looks like holding a child. Does anyone have a photo? I'm begging you. Bronze ball. At one time, there were so many people asking for his photos. As a handsome and wealthy president, although he is now middle-aged, his charm in attracting attention is definitely not weaker than those stars in the entertainment industry, not to mention that there is such a big gossip about him. Everyone in the Gu family is top-notch in terms of appearance. The two twin sons are both geniuses with unique personalities. Their family definitely receives a lot of attention from the outside world. Unfortunately, this family doesn't like to show up in public, and there are very few photos of them on the internet. If they have to show up, it is usually in high-end financial magazines. I remember there was an issue about Mr. Gu, and that issue of the magazine was sold out and there was a serious shortage of supply. So now, whenever someone asks for a photo, there will definitely be a series of people asking for photos following. However, this time, there are real photos. Har har har, I have photos. I always say that the brave ones will die of overeating while the timid ones will die of starvation, but I won't post photos because I'll make you guys jealous to death, hee hee. This is really too much hatred. The people in this group basically include all the employees in the company, and they are basically anonymous, so they didn't recognize who she was at the first time, except for those who are familiar with her. Human Resources Department. Lingmai, were you the one who was talking in the group just now? Hand over the photo and you won't be killed. Sister Ling, photos. What's our relationship? You can't just not give me any photos. For a while, the HR department was very busy, and finally the girl with short hair had to hand over the photo under the siege of everyone. There is only one picture, but it is very clear. The pixel of this phone is good. The photo was taken from behind, so it shows more of the back. A tall and elegant man is holding a soft and cute little girl in one arm. The man looks domineering and imposing, yet also reveals a cautious gentleness. Although it was a back view, the timing was just right to capture the profile of the two people. The man's profile was clearly outlined, and he was elegant in his firmness, and his expression was incredibly gentle. The girl was well behaved, soft and cute, and the half of her face that was exposed was delicate and beautiful, especially her thick and curly eyelashes, which looked like a small fan. Under the small fan, her translucent eyes were like the finest glass, clean and bright without a trace of impurities. The pupils wrapped in the glass were as black as obsidian. The little girl was smiling, and her obsidian-like pupils seemed to carry the stars and the sea, which was incredibly beautiful and fascinating. Chapter 27 Shine Yuan. The photo was so beautiful that after this gap was created, it didn't take long for the photo to spread everywhere. Damn it. Everyone, take it easy. Don't let Mr. Gu find out. I know, so I have to save it quickly, and the person who posted the photo quickly deleted it. Special Assistant Chen looked at the photos sent in the group and saved them immediately. Then he struggled with whether he should tell his boss about this. What are you doing? A familiar voice came from behind him, and Assistant Chen froze for a moment, his hand shaking as he turned off the phone screen.
Gu Lin more stared at him with his dark eyes. He seemed to have seen a photo just now. The person in the photo was his daughter. The first thing he saw was his daughter's tender little face, but he didn't see himself. A picture of my daughter. He frowned slightly and looked at me, asking where I came from. Special Assistant Chen's scalp tingled. There was no need to worry about it now. I would rather my fellow Taoist die than let him die. I'm sorry, everyone. Special Assistant Chen tried to maintain a calm expression and turned on his mobile phone. Mr. Gu, this is a photo someone took of you and the young lady in the cafeteria. I saved it when I sent it to the group just now. As he said this, he handed over his photo respectfully, and silently compared it with the person in the photo and said sorry again. After taking the phone, Gu Lin more stared at the photo in a daze. His gaze finally fell on himself in the photo. Was he like this at that time? The photos were all very heartwarming, and when Assistant Chen felt uneasy, Gu Lin more returned the phone. Send me the photos. The technique is pretty good. After saying this, he left slowly. Looking at his boss' tall and imposing back, Special Assistant Chen was confused for a few seconds before he realized what he meant. Special Assistant Chen. So Mr. Gu not only didn't care but also praised the photo. Then can he keep it openly? Special Assistant Chen quickly passed the photos to Mr. Gu and flattered him secretly. Mr. Gu and Miss seemed very warm. Ding dong. Not long after he sent the message, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Mr. Gu. You have a good vision. I will give you a raise this month. The surprise came too suddenly, and Special Assistant Chen felt as if he was floating all over. Mr. Gu is really a daughter con. Long live the lady. Nuanuan only slept for an hour during this nap before waking up in a daze. The misty eyes of the little girl who had just woken up were full of confusion. The little hair on her head was sticking up and down, and the fluffy short hair on the back of her head was a little messy. Nuan is awake. Old Master Gu was a light sleeper and had woken up a long time ago. After waking up, he did not leave the room but started reading a book in the room, occasionally glancing at Xiao Nuanuan who was sleeping soundly. Seeing Nuanuan wake up, he immediately put down the book in his hand. The door of the room was opened, and Mr. Gu came in with a glass of milk. Nuan, do you still want to sleep? He asked, put the milk on the desk and walked over. Xiao Nuanuan, with sleepy eyes, shook her head softly, raised her little arm and rubbed her eyes and gradually woke up. She yawned delicately, and her beautiful big eyes were immediately filled with moisture, which made her pupils look even more crystal clear. No more sleep. The soft and sweet voice sounded like she was acting coquettishly. Nuanuan opened her big eyes and looked at Grandpa and Dad, calling people in a baby voice. Grandpa, Dad tilde. Her soft and sweet little voice was so sweet that it touched people's hearts, and the two adults looked at her with incredibly gentle eyes. Get up and have a glass of milk. Picking up the little one from the quilt, Dad Gu fed her with milk. Nuanuan leaned against Gu's father, holding the milk cup in both hands and drank it in small sips. The warm milk had a hint of sweetness and she liked it very much. After drinking the milk, a milky white mustache appeared on her little mouth. She licked it with her tongue, then took the paper handed to her by her grandfather and wiped her little mouth clean. Thank you, Grandpa tilde, the little girl thanked him softly. She got out of bed without asking her father or grandfather for help. She put on her shoes obediently and combed her hair a few times with her fingers. Dad won't get off work for a while, Nuanuan, can you watch cartoons with Grandpa here first? Gu Lin more touched Nuanuan's hair, fearing that she would feel bored. The little one nodded obediently, and sat on the cushion as before, holding the light pink rabbit and watching TV obediently. Fearing that she would disturb her father's work, she was also very considerate and sensible to turn down the volume of the cartoon. She watched the cartoons very seriously with her big, bright and clear eyes. Sometimes when she saw a funny part, she would just smile with the corners of her mouth curled up, but she would not make any sound. She was so obedient and soft. Nuanuan ate round purple grapes, her cheeks bulging like a soft little hamster. She fed her grandfather and then secretly glanced at her father who was working hard. After thinking for a while, the little girl picked up a big round purple grape and peeled it. Then she jumped off the chair and ran to her father, holding the grape in her hand and feeding it to her father. Daddy, eat it. It's sweet. Gu Lin more looked at his obedient daughter and felt warm in his heart. He opened his mouth and ate the crystal clear grapes. Then the little guy took out a big red strawberry. And this? Gu lean more, thank you, baby. Nuan smiled with curved eyebrows and the corners of her pink lips turned up to reveal a few neat white teeth. She held her father's hand with her soft little hands and tilted her head to rub his palm. Thank you for your hard work, Dad. The door of the office happened to be open, and a group of managers who came in from outside to report on their work suddenly saw this scene. They just thought, what a cute little thing this is. Rubbing the palm of your hand softly and stuff like that, this is too cute. Several pairs of eyes were looking at the little girl Nuan beside Gu Leanmore. Nuan turned her head when she heard the door open, and her big, bright black eyes stared at them. But the next second her face turned red, and she shyly buried her little head in her father's thigh, standing still like a wooden man. This reaction is so cute. Ahem. Mr. Gu, we are here to report our work. The leading man stated his intention and glanced at Nuan, who had buried her little face in her father's legs for a long time and refused to come out. Gu Leanmore nodded at them, then lowered his eyes and looked at the little guy who was pretending to be dead because of shyness with a smile. Would you please go and accompany Grandpa? The voice was so gentle that it could be dripping with water. The people standing at the door shuddered and looked at Gu Leanmore with strange eyes. Although Mr. Gu looks elegant, he has never spoken so gently. Alas. Chapter 28 Feeding Daddy's Warm Dumplings. Regardless of other people's looks, Nuan raised her little head, her pretty little face flushed, her soft little fingers nervously tugging at her father's pants. She glanced at her father with her big black and white eyes, then nodded obediently and spoke softly. Good. After saying that, she tried hard to act less nervous, pursed her little lips, twisted her two soft fingers together, and ran quickly towards her grandfather with her short legs, running into her grandfather's arms with eager eyes. Grandfather. She called Grandpa in a soft and sweet voice like a kitten. The old man held the little girl in his arms and touched her hair. Don't be afraid, Nuan. Grandpa and Dad are here. These are your uncles and aunts, and they are all your dad's colleagues. Nuan said softly, her curly eyelashes trembling, and she raised her little head in her grandfather's arms. Her fluffy hair made her look extremely well behaved, like a little princess who had been raised in the palace for a long time, timid but full of spirit, and her delicate little face was very pretty. Hello, uncles and aunts. With the encouragement of her grandfather, Nuan looked at those people with her big watery eyes and called them in a very polite and soft voice. The youngest of these people were already in their 30s, some with children at home and some with children not yet. At this moment, looking at the sweet and gentle little girl, their hearts softened and their faces were filled with gentle smiles. Hey, hello Nuan. Nuan is so good. They greeted each other with a smile, and although they wanted to hug the little girl, now was obviously not the right time. Come in, everyone. It was time to start working. Nuan looked at her father and them cautiously and turned off the cartoon directly so as not to disturb her father's work. Grandpa Gu seemed to know what she was thinking. He raised his hand and rubbed her hair, sighing in his heart. His granddaughter was too well behaved. In fact, he hoped that Nuan could be as willful or even naughty as other children in the circle. But who could have the heart to say anything bad about such a well-behaved girl like Nuan? Nuan didn't feel bored even when she wasn't watching cartoons. She didn't understand what the dads were doing, so the little girl just concentrated on eating. She placed the plate of grapes in front of her, picked up a grape with her little finger and began to peel it. The purple grape skin was peeled off to reveal the crystal clear emerald green flesh inside. She shook her feet a few times, turned around and fed the grape flesh to her grandfather. Seeing Grandpa eating, she smiled with joy. Under the warm light, her fluffy short hair seemed to emit a soft glow, her starry eyes were shining, and her smile was very healing. Those who had not yet started reporting or had already finished reporting always couldn't help but secretly glance at Nuan, thinking that she was indeed the one in the Gu family who looked most like the old lady, with such delicate eyebrows and eyes, no one else could match her. However, her personality is very different from that of the old lady. The deceased old lady was an elegant and noble woman, while Nuan is as obedient and soft as a furry little animal, and she has no temper at all. But who knows what will happen in the future? The young lady of the Gu family, even if she is obedient and looks easy to bully, is not someone who can be bullied by anyone. Nuan peeled the grapes and put one into her mouth after a while.
The grapes were a little big and one could fill her small mouth, which was full of the sweet fragrance of grape flesh. One for Grandpa, one for himself, and then one for Dad, leaving it in a clean plate for him. I was silently counting the grapes for 3 people. The small plate was already piled up like a small mountain of grapes. Nuan counted carefully and found that there were already 8 grapes for her father. Go check out the others. Grandpa eats bananas. Giving Grandpa a banana, Nuan wiped her fingers clean and went to peel the sugar-roasted chestnuts. It's just that the shell is a bit hard. Nuan looked at her own hands, which were thin and soft, with some hard calluses on the palms, which were left over from working for a long time in the countryside. But she was still young after all, and after returning to the Gu family and being carefully cleaned and cared for, her skin still looked very tender and a little white. She had the kind of skin that was difficult to tan, but no matter how difficult it was to tan, her skin color would become darker if she stayed in the sun for a long time without taking any protective measures. The nails on the soft fingers were neatly trimmed and clean, but she used her fingernails to pick at the chestnut shell, but couldn't. Grandpa is here to help you. The old man pinched the 2 flat ends of the chestnut, and with a slight click, the chestnut shell cracked. Nuan opened her eyes wide, sparkling, and looked at her grandfather with some admiration. It's just a trivial thing, but the old man feels more fulfilled than making millions. This one isn't as hard to peel as raw chestnuts. Nuan, why don't you try it too? Nuan nodded her little head like a chick pecking at rice, and pinched it just like her grandfather did just now, and click, it opened too. Warm, carrot omega carrot. It's really open. Grandpa, look. The excited Xiao Nuan's voice was a little louder, but still soft. That's amazing. Grandpa Gu gave Nuan a thumbs up. Nuan was happy and a little shy when she was praised. Her dark eyes were shining. She peeled the chestnut shell and took out the soft, sweet chestnut flesh and put it in the small plate next to her. This is for Dad. She shook her little feet happily. Grandpa Gu groaned, what about mine? Nuan stared at the chestnuts in the old man's hand with her clear and innocent eyes. Mr. Gu, this one doesn't count. Okay then, Nuan, peel one for Grandpa too. Her indulgent and soft tone was like coaxing an ignorant child, and the old man was instantly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. But after eating the soft, sweet and fragrant chestnut meat peeled by Nuan herself, he was instantly satisfied. Nuan ate the 3rd chestnut she peeled. She held her chin with her soft little hands. Her cheeks became round after eating so much. Her big eyes were full of satisfaction, and she looked like a little hamster. After the others finished reporting their work and left, Nuan saw that her father was not so busy anymore, so she took some fruits and snacks, ran over with her short legs, and spoke softly. Dad eats, then works. Put a small plate filled with grape pulp, strawberry, apple bunny, chestnut and other dried fruit pulp in front of Dad. Gu Lin more pinched his nose bridge, feeling a little tired due to their high-intensity work just now. When he saw the little guy carrying so many things to feed him, he felt his tiredness swept away instantly. Nuan prepared so much food for Daddy. The little girl nodded her head and held up the strawberry to feed him. Dad, take a rest. I'm tired. Gu Lin more kissed her little face gently, and then ate the fruit she fed him. Chapter 29. Be thicker skinned. After feeding her father and hearing him say that he would be off work soon, Nuan called her mother. Mom, Dad is about to get off work, we are coming back soon. Mother Gu on the other end of the phone felt so touched when she heard her daughter's soft, sweet voice. Mom knows. What does Nuan like to eat? Mom will prepare it for you right away. The little girl was holding her phone and looked very well behaved. Nuan is not picky about food. She likes to eat everything. Mom has worked hard. Do you have anything you like to eat? Dad and I will buy it for you. We have everything at home, Nuan, don't worry. Mother Gu likes to listen to her daughter talk, so the mother and daughter started chatting about various things through the phone. Mother Gu asked Nuan what she did in her father's company today, and the little girl told her mother everything she did today in a sweet voice. Mr. Gu was working while listening to the conversation between his daughter and wife. A happy smile appeared on his face and he felt more motivated. Dad, do you want to pick up my brother from school? After Mr. Gu got off work, Nuan did not forget her brother on their way home.
Yes, how about Yuan come with us? The little guy nodded his head obediently. Yeah, sure. Where did fourth brother go? She still remembers how good her fourth brother was to her. Your fourth brother is in high school and lives in the school dormitory from Monday to Friday. Do you want to go see him, Yuan? The warm little ball blinked, and its curly eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly flapping its wings, which was very beautiful. She sat there obediently, with tiny stars flashing in her beautiful eyes. Can I? Will it disturb fourth brother? No, we'll go when he's done with get out of class. If Yuan wants to go, let's go there in the evening after dinner. The child nodded obediently, and she reminded him, you must bring a gift for your fourth brother. Father Gu smiled and touched her furry head. Okay, Yuan's card is here with Dad. You can buy whatever you want for fourth brother. He handed a bank card to Yuan and said, this is the pocket money your dad gave you, and the gifts your uncles gave you when you were in the company. They are all deposited in this card. Yuan, take it. The little girl quickly shook her head, her big watery eyes were clear and bright, and she refused in a soft and somewhat hurried voice, no, Yuan doesn't need to spend money. Grandpa Gu deliberately put on a stern face and said, how can this be possible? Your brothers all have their own pocket money, how can Yuan not have pocket money? We treat all the children in the Gu family equally, and all the brothers have pocket money. Yuan opened her eyes wide and tilted her head to ask, do you brothers have any? The two adults nodded decisively. They didn't lie. The card they gave to the little girl contained the total amount of pocket money she had received from birth to now, and it was pocket money from more than one person. The total amount was about 2 million. Their children receive 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month. Yuan didn't know. She accepted it only after hearing that her brothers also had some. She didn't ask how much money was in it. Anyway, she didn't understand numbers like hundreds of thousands or millions. Of course, Yuan would not spend money indiscriminately. She had already planned to buy gifts for her brothers, as well as for her parents, grandfather, uncles and aunts. The car arrived at Guyuan's school, just after school. Yuan was scratching the car window with her little paws, her small and delicate chin resting on the back of her hand, her chubby pink lips pursed, and her big black and white eyes stared intently at the school gate. Elder brother. Finally seeing Yuan pulled her father's finger and called softly. She still remembered what her brother had said before, that she couldn't call him brother in public, so she didn't let anyone else hear it and didn't go downstairs to pick him up. Father Gu ruffled her fluffy and soft short hair, looked at his son coming out of school with a smile, and snorted in his heart. This brat, you'll regret it later. Yuan came out of the school gate and looked around. Finally, he found his car and rushed over with his two friends. Dad, why don't you come down to pick me up? Yuan hid behind her father, her slender fingers pinching a little bit of fabric on his suit's arm, revealing half of her furry head and looking at Yuan eagerly. Yuan saw Yuan right away, and just when he was about to call her, he found that she had quickly disappeared behind her father. Yuan. He was completely confused. What had he done to make his sister avoid him like this? Hello, uncle. The two little friends who usually acted naughty around Gu now greeted Gu more obediently. Gu more's voice was a bit dignified. Okay, have your family members come to pick you up? Here we go, uncle. The two children nodded quickly, said hello to Gu who suddenly became listless, and left. After Gu got in the car, he stared at Yuan angrily. Brother Tilder. After the two children left and the car door closed, Yuan called Gu in a sweet voice. Gu was so angry that he was like a pufferfish. What happened to you just now? You hid when you saw me. Am I so shameless? Yuan looked at him innocently, but didn't my brother say that? You can't let my brother's classmates know that Yuan is your sister. Yuan. My face, it hurts a little. Then you can't hide from me. Yuan asked softly, what if they see me and ask who I am, what should I say, brother? Yuan was choked again, his facial expression changing from time to time. He wanted to refute but didn't know what to say, so he could only sulk by himself. Father Gu and Grandpa Gu were watching the fun from the side. It was so satisfying to see Yuan regretting and not knowing what to say, har har. Brother, what's wrong with you? Nuanuan felt that she was very considerate and obedient, and there was no problem at all. He had no idea what Ji Yuan was feeling at the moment. When he heard Nuanuan calling him brother in a soft voice, he said awkwardly, If you really want to call me brother, it's not wrong to do so in front of my classmates." He raised his chin slightly and tried hard to look like he didn't care. "I'm not such a fussy person, although it does bother me a little bit." Nuan blinked her big eyes at him and said slowly, Then I won't do that." She frowned and said, "It's okay. Just call me brother at home. It won't cause any trouble to me." Ji Yuan. You have to be thick-skinned. The other adults in the car were almost dying of laughter at Ji Yuan's incredibly wide eyes. Ha 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 ha, does this count as courting death? Ji Yuan's face turned red. He was so angry, he felt that his sister was not very smart. "I mean it's okay even if you call me brother outside." In the end, he still shouted out these words in his heart with a red face. So tired. Chapter 30, Ji Yuan, who speaks in a hostile manner but acts honestly. Nuanuan looked at her little brother with her big eyes and blinked, wondering if she had heard it wrong. Elder brother. Ji Yuan was a little embarrassed and said, "What? I allowed you to call me brother outside, but you are not happy." The obedient little girl shook her head quickly, and her eyes suddenly looked at him with bright eyes. "Really? Brother, aren't you afraid that Nuan will embarrass you?" The little girl's voice was soft and a little excited, but she was not angry at all. Ji Yuan crossed his arms and snorted coldly, "I am the boss in school and I have the final say. If they dare to look down on you, I will beat them up." Wow. Little Nuanuan cheered with delight and clapped hard with an admiring look on her face. "Brother, you are awesome." Being praised by his sister in her soft and baby voice and looked at with admiring eyes, Ji Yuan felt a little dizzy. "That's right. I have the final say in school." Par. Ji Yuan was slapped on the back of his head by his father without any mercy. He covered his head with his hands and looked accusing. He was just pretending to be cool. Even his father would feel resentful if he was humiliated in front of his sister. Gu's father glanced over and Ji Yuan shrank his neck timidly and whispered softly, "A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Things may change over time. When I grow up, I will." Father Ji Yu glanced over and he shut up. With a cold snort, Ji Yu Lin touched his good daughter's furry little head. Nuan, don't listen to your brother's nonsense. No one will dislike you." "Oh." The little guy let out a soft "oh," with curved eyebrows and eyes, and rubbed his little head in the palm of his father's hand. He was so well behaved. Ji Yuan glanced at his sister, who was as soft as a kitten, then looked at his own hand and was eager to touch her. But he was glared back by his father. Ji Yuan was so angry, his father was getting more and more excessive. Nuanuan was still his sister, why couldn't he touch her head? The car arrived at the Ji Yu family villa. The two pets were still guarding the door. When the car got closer, Da Wang came over wagging his tail, and Coal Ball on the wall still walked over elegantly and slowly with the aura of a boss, walking in a cat-like pace. As soon as Nuanuan got out of the car, the excited dog barked and asked for a hug. After rubbing the dog's big face, Meichiu walked closer and jumped easily into Nuanuan's arms. The advantage of his small size was fully reflected. Da Wang whimpered and looked at Meichiu with envy. "Baby is back." A gentle voice came. Nuanuan looked at her mother with bright eyes, put the coal ball on Da Wang's head, ran over with her short legs, and hugged Mother Ji Yu. "Mom Tilder." She called out, "Mom," in a loud voice, and Mom Ji Yu picked up the tiny girl and kissed her on the little face. "Mom's Nuan is even more beautiful today." Nuanuan blushed with shyness. She hugged her mother's neck and plucked up the courage to kiss her on the face. "Mom is also very beautiful." The mother and daughter were so happy and warm, but at this moment a sarcastic voice interrupted them. "Mom, have you only remembered that you have a daughter and forgotten that you also have a smart son? You really have forgotten your son now that you have a daughter. Will there be no place for me, Ji Yuan, in this family soon?" Ji Yuan was so angry. He was such a grown man and he was standing here alone, but these two women didn't even look at him. Mother Ji Yu held Nuan in her arms and looked at her bare son. She asked with a smile, "Do you want Mom to give you a kiss too?" Ji Yuan immediately took several steps back and yelled with a red face, "I'm already this old, who wants you to kiss me?" Mother Jiyu rolled her eyes in an indecent way. So what do you want? Jiyuan. What's wrong with him just feeling a little unbalanced? Brother, come here for a moment. Nuanuan called him brother in a soft voice and waved with her beautiful eyes. Jiyuan put his hands in his pockets and snorted, feeling particularly cool. Who's going to get past you with that puppy gesture? Nuan looked at him eagerly, brother Tilder. The soft, glutinous and extremely sweet sound made Jiyuan's heart tremble. He muttered to himself that his sister might be made of milk candy because her voice was so sweet. Women are trouble. A certain brother said he was disgusted, but his body was very honest. He pretended to be disdainful while walking towards Nuanuan. Mother Jiyu looked at her little son with disdain, even though he said one thing but did another. What? Nuanuan lowered her head and gave the little brother a soft kiss on the face. Nuan, dear brother, I'm not angry anymore. Jiyuan felt dazed, and when she spoke in a baby voice, her voice was full of milky flavor. You, why are you kissing me? In 2 seconds, Jiyuan's fair little face turned red. He covered his face that was kissed, took several steps back, and stammered when he spoke. Nuanuan looked at him blankly, thinking that her brother didn't like her kiss. She felt a little disappointed and pointed her fingers and said in a daze. If brother doesn't like it, then Nuanuan won't kiss you anymore in the future. Grandpa, Dad and Mom all like kissing, but it turns out my brother doesn't he like it. Neither nor. Jiyuan panicked when he heard her words, his eyes wandered, it was too sudden. Dad Jiyu and Grandpa Jiyu couldn't hold back their laughter any longer, and even Mom Jiyu burst out laughing. Jiyuan was so angry that he said, "What's so funny?" After saying that, he ran away quickly with his school bag on his back. He returned to the room and covered his face that was kissed by his sister. His handsome little face, which was a little childish, was slightly flushed. He snorted. My charm is indeed great. By the time of dinner, Jiyuan had returned to normal, still looking that cocky. He glanced at the seats at the dining table. Nuanuan was sitting next to Grandpa, while Dad and Mom had gone to the kitchen and had not yet sat at the table. He turned around and sat on the other side of the little girl with a proud look on his face. Here are the dishes I like. It's not because of Nuanuan, he made up a crude excuse for himself. Grandpa Jiyu wanted to roll his eyes at his grandson. Mother Jiyu and Father Jiyu came out with a few glasses of milk and placed them in front of everyone and sat down. Brother, what do you like to eat? That. Jiyuan randomly pointed to a bowl of cola chicken wings. Nuanuan let out a soft "oh" and picked up a chicken wing with chopsticks and put it into his bowl. Brother, eat. Her watery eyes, curved into a small crescent, looked at him sparklingly, like a gentle little angel who had fallen into the mortal world. Who could have the heart to reject such a lovely and gentle little angel? Jiyuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the cola chicken wings in the bowl, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. It's not like I can't get them. Then he asked, what do you like to eat? Nuan said obediently, I like them all. They are all delicious. Jiyuan was angry, you are too unfaithful. Although he said this, his body was honest and added a lot of dishes to Nuan's bowl. It's a matter of reciprocity. I don't owe you anything. Nuan nodded obediently, and said in a soft and tender voice, well, brother, you are so nice. Chapter 31 Nuan and fourth brother's phone call. Hearing his sister's soft praise, a brother felt very happy but he just didn't say it out loud. The adults nearby rolled their eyes. Little Nuanuan did not forget her grandpa and the others. She was as diligent as a cute little bee and picked up some food for them. Grandpa, eat more. Dad and Mom, too. The little guy was picking up food while muttering softly, his eyes sparkling, and it was obvious that he was no longer as reserved as he was when he first came here. This change made the Jiyu family even happier. Nuanuan, you eat too. The little girl nodded her head obediently, holding the bowl, and began to eat seriously. Anyone who saw her eating felt an inexplicable sense of happiness. After dinner, Nuanuan leaned against her father and used his cell phone to call her fourth brother Jiyu Mingli. Jiyu Mingli, who was playing basketball with his friends at school, shook his hair, and his red hair stood out. He was a willful person. Even if the teacher really forced him to dye his hair back, he was very stubborn and refused to go. When he got angry, he would just skip classes. His family couldn't do anything about it, so now everyone basically turned a blind eye to him. Brother Ming, your phone number. Ji Yu Mingli jumped up and slammed the basketball in his hand.
His handsome and wild move attracted the spectators around him, especially the female students, who screamed like a wave. It can be seen that he is definitely very popular in school.
Who is it?
He nonchalantly picked his ear with his little finger and walked in a very casual manner. The slightly plump boy glanced at the words displayed on the screen and said, "It's your uncle."
Ji Yu Mingli staggered and almost fell. He wondered if he was hallucinating. Who are you talking about? Wu Kuang brought the phone closer and said, "Your uncle. Look."
Ji Yu Mingli walked over and took the phone and saw that it was indeed the one. It was strange. Why did his uncle suddenly call him? Suddenly I thought of the little girl Nuanuan, and I wondered if she missed me. He answered the phone muttering to himself. He thought he would hear his uncle's voice, but he didn't expect that what came into his ears was Nuanuan's soft and baby voice. Fourth brother. He could smell the sweetness of the word brother through the phone screen when the baby voice said it.
Ji Yu Mingli raised the corners of his mouth and raised his eyebrows slightly.
I was wondering why uncle called me, it turned out to be you, little guy. Ji Yu Mingli's tone of voice was just as flamboyant as everyone else's, but his voice was a pleasant boyish voice. When little Nuanuan heard Ji Yu Mingli's voice, she smiled softly, her eyes bright, clear and clean.
Nuan Mrs. Fourth brother. Ji Yu Mingli was obviously in a better mood.
It's not in vain that I love you. Why are you calling your brother? Dad said we can go see our fourth brother, can we? The baby voice on the other end of the phone asked cautiously. Ji Yu Mingli could imagine the cautious and curious expression of the little guy. He must be looking forward to it. He smiled and said, "Come if you want to. Can fourth brother stop you?" When she heard that she could go, Nuanuan's voice immediately became a little excited. "Then Dad and I will go to see fourth brother." Before she could finish her words, she felt a strong resentful gaze.
Nuanuan blinked and met Ji Yuan's gaze that was almost staring at her. Nuan. What a scary look.
She tilted her head and thought for a while before she asked softly, "Brother, do you want to go with us?"
Ji Yuan snorted coldly, "Who wants to go with you?"
I just saw him now. I picked so many dishes for her during the meal, and even wanted to teach her to read. He has no conscience.
Nuan looked at him eagerly, "Little brother, are you really not going?"
It seems like you really want to go.
Ji Yuan hummed and hawed.
After the previous lesson, he didn't dare to say that he would not go again, otherwise the little girl would really understand that he was not going. Since you invited me like this, I will reluctantly go with you. Nuan pursed her lips and revealed a cute and soft smile. Her eyes were also curved and bright. Then Dad and brother will go with Nuan. After saying that, she looked at the other two people and said, "Grandpa, Mom, do you want to go?" Mother Ji Yu shook her head. "Mom has an appointment with your aunt tonight. She has something to do." Mr. Ji Yu also shook his head and said that he would not go. "I won't go to school to join in the fun." Nuanuan nodded and continued talking to Ji Yu Mingli on the phone.
Nuan, Dad, and little brother are going to see fourth brother Tilda.
Ji Yu Mingli also heard the conversation between Nuanuan and them just now, and felt that it would be better for Ji Yu and not to come. "Okay, I'll wait for you then. Brother Nuanuan, bring you dinner. Mom and Dad will make dumplings with me." Ji Yu Mingli raised his eyebrows and said, "Okay, then I'll rely on you for dinner today."
Nuan said in a baby voice, "Yeah, I won't let fourth brother go hungry."
The baby's voice was so clear and sweet that Ji Yu Mingli himself probably didn't even notice how happily he was laughing. Instead, his friends next to him looked at him with curiosity. After hanging up the phone, a big-faced man came up to him and asked, "Who is it? You look so happy that your eyebrows are about to fly up." Ji Yu Mingli's originally happy expression instantly turned into one of disgust, and he pushed the big face in front of him away. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Another person came over from the other side and asked with a curious look on his face.
Ji Yu Mingli kicked him unceremoniously and said, "Don't make wild guesses.
She's my sister." When he talked about his sister, his beaming expression showed how happy he was. The handsome and cold young man walked over and handed a bottle of clean water to Ji Yu Mingli. When he heard his words, he pushed his glasses with his index finger. "Is that the sister you mentioned in the group that day?" The cheerful Tangla who was kicked immediately jumped over and said, "Fuck, is that true?" I thought you were fooling us that day, Brother Ming. Ji Mingli tilted his head back to drink water, and that neat movement inexplicably carried a sense of coolness and dominance. He glanced at Tangla and said, "Who is kidding you? My sister's name is Ji Nuanuan. Isn't it a cute name?" Alas. Tangla hugged his arms and rubbed them. "Brother, why have you become so mushy?" Ji Mingli kicked him and said, "I am telling the truth. Not only is her name cute, her voice is soft and sticky, and she is also good looking." The slightly proud look, as if he was praising himself, surprised the three friends beside him. When had they ever praised others? It was common to curse others with a venomous tongue, but praise? Could Ji Mingli say such words? The slightly fat Wu Kuang scratched his head with a puzzled look on his face. "Is it really that good? I don't remember you having a younger sister." "Ji Mingli, she's not my biological sister, she's from my uncle's family." Tangla was speechless. "Looking at your proud look just now, I thought you were my biological sister." Ji Mingli was unhappy. Why can't she be considered a biological sister? Isn't my uncle's family my family? Chapter 32, Making Dumplings. As Ji Mingli's childhood friend, Lu Xingji knew that his uncle's family also had no daughter. However, there was a girl from the Jiyu family's side branch who wanted to be Gu's uncle's daughter, but unfortunately she never got her wish. He had seen the little girl call Ji Mingli brother under the guidance of her family, but Ji Mingli's expression was very impatient at the time and he did not admit it. So where did this sister come from? He asked this question when there was no one around. Ji Mingli buried his head in the sink and washed his face. The red hair on his forehead was wet and drooped down limply. "You don't know about this. My uncle's family had a girl before. When she was just over 1 year old, she was kidnapped by the nanny and outsiders. After that, there was no news. At that time, my uncle's family was in deep pain. My family was also very secretive about this, so not many people knew about it." Lu Xingji looked at him in surprise. "So this is found." Ji Mingli smiled and nodded, then casually pulled back some of his hair, revealing his smooth and handsome forehead, making him look sharper and wilder. "We found him. He has only been back for 2 or 3 days. The day before yesterday, my parents took me back to the old house to see him. He looks a lot like my grandmother and is quite well behaved. He remembered me in just 1 day. He even used my uncle's phone to call me and said he missed me. He also said he would bring me dinner in the evening. The little guy is quite conscientious. He talked a lot, with a hint of boasting in his tone." Lu Xingji twitched his lips as he looked at his childhood friend like this, wondering if he had been switched. He is a childhood friend of mine who usually speaks little but harshly. He usually says harsh words like, "get out," and "seek death." When did he say so many words? He was even praising someone. Lu Xingji pushed his glasses and, it was quite unbelievable. He was a little curious about the sister his good friend was talking about. "Aren't tilde?" He sneezed with a babyish sound, warming his little nose. "Is someone talking about our little Nuan again?" Mother's gentle voice came from behind. Different from father and grandfather's reaction, Mother Ji teased Nuanuan jokingly. The soft and furry little girl tilted her head and thought for 2 seconds, "It's fourth brother. Fourth brother is thinking about Nuanuan." After saying this, he nodded, feeling that his guess was completely correct. Mr. Ji walked in and couldn't help laughing when he saw Nuanuan's cute little appearance. "She is worthy of being his daughter, she is so cute." Mother Ji also smiled and placed the basin of flour on the kitchen counter. She grabbed the edge of the counter with her warm little hands and stood on tiptoe to look inside. "I'll knead the dough, your mother will roll out the dough, and Nuanuan and brother will make dumplings, okay?" "That's right, tonight they plan to make dumplings as a family." Ji Yuan at the door was disgusted and asked, "Who said I want to make dumplings?" Father Ji glanced over and said, "Why? Are you worried that you can't make the dumplings well? That's fine. I'm also worried that you'll waste the dumpling wrappers that your mom worked so hard to roll out." Ji Yuan was not convinced. "Who said I can't wrap it well? How can such a small thing be difficult for me? Besides, isn't there someone younger than me here?" The younger child Nuan looked very serious and said, Nuan can learn it." "Ji Yuan, I can learn from anyone, so I'll just teach you." After saying that, he walked up to Nuanuan with a menacing look, and mercilessly laughed at the little girl who was much shorter than him.
How can you make dumplings when you are not even as tall as the kitchen counter? Not only did he laugh at her, he even poked Nuanuan's forehead with his finger, almost knocking her over as she was standing on tiptoes. Then his father slapped him on the back of the head. Yuan. Nuanuan covered her forehead where she was poked and stared at her brother with watery eyes. Father Jiu, go get a small stool for your sister. Yuan snorted, put on the most ferocious expression and did the most cowardly thing, and obediently moved a stool in. Nuanuan smiled, not caring at all about her brother poking her on the forehead just now. This was too forgiving. Thank you, brother. Yuan said with a fierce expression, short legs. Seeing that his father was about to slap him again, he quickly ran behind his sister. Dad, if you make me stupid again, you'll have to support me in the future. Father Jiu glared at his son and said, you are useless. Yuan curled his lips. Don't think he doesn't know. His sister is a treasure at home. He is mean to him but gentle to his sister. He is like a different person. So hiding with his sister is of course the safest place. Can you get up there by yourself? Are you asking me to help you? That cocky look really deserves a beating. Gu Leanmore was almost mad at his stupid son. Who are you talking to about my young master? Yuan, I just said it casually. He calls himself this when he's outside, it sounds so domineering. Nuanuan was not so unable to climb such a short distance, but before she could lift her foot, Father Gu carried her up on a stool. Nuan. Does she really look that short? The kitchen was very lively. Grandpa Gu was playing with the dog in the living room. He was in a very good mood listening to the noises coming from the kitchen. Such a big villa is much more lively now than before. Dad Gu is very strong. While he was kneading the dough, Mom Gu was mixing the meat filling next to him. The two children watched with wide eyes and curiosity. Mother Gu smiled and talked to them, although I don't cook much, I used to study cooking. I can make some simple dishes and desserts. I was the top student in the class. Mom is so awesome. Nuanuan opened her eyes wide and praised him in a very sincere tone. When she praises someone, her eyes are full of admiration, her baby voice is so serious, and her soft tone makes the person being praised feel so satisfied. The smile on Mother Gu's face deepened. It turned out that her daughter was a caring and thoughtful person. When making dumplings, Mother Gu stood in the middle of the group and started teaching. Except for her, the other three people at the scene didn't know how to make them. Using the same teaching method, Mother Gu finally realized the helplessness of being a teacher. The three students' learning performance was so uneven. Perhaps it was because Nuanuan had cooked at home before and watched others make dumplings, and her fingers were nimble, so she got the hang of it pretty quickly. After making 3 dumplings, she had made them quite well. As for the other 2, Mrs. Gu could only describe them with an idiom: a rotten tree cannot be carved. The first dumpling Gu made turned out to be a glutinous rice ball, the second one turned out to be a bun with only 3 ugly big folds, the third one turned out to be a square-shaped thing that nobody knew what it was, and the fourth one. Father Gu held the small dumpling wrapper in his big hand, his brows furrowed and serious. However, he put too much stuffing in it and was clumsy in wrapping it, so the opening couldn't be closed at all. The bun didn't look like a bun or a dumpling. The second opening was closed, but there was a crack on the butt, and the meat stuffing came out again. The third one. In short, none of the shapes were good or complete. Chapter 33, Bringing Dinner to Fourth Brother. Although the process was a bit difficult, at least it was done. Among them, the dumplings made by Gu Mama and Nuanuan were the best. The white, plump and beautifully shaped dumplings were neatly placed together, which was simply a blessing for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. They formed a particularly tragic contrast with the dumplings of various shapes piled together in the basket next to them. Okay, keep these dumplings for you too. Cook them for Mingli first. Okay, Tilda. Little Nuanuan is very active. She follows her mother like a little tail and watches her cook dumplings. She smiles happily when she sees the plump white dumplings she made being put into the pot. As for the other father and son, they both showed a look of disgust on their faces when they looked at what they had wrapped. Dad, why are you wrapping it uglier than mine? Father Gu frowned and said, Nonsense, yours is obviously uglier. It's just like the pot calling the kettle black. After the dumplings were cooked, Nuanuan got into the car with her father and brother, holding the thermos box. Goodbye, Grandpa and Mom. Nuan will be back soon.
The little girl's soft and sweet farewell before leaving made both of them laugh happily. Then remember to call mom when you get back. Okay, Tilda. At South City Noble High School, after evening self-study, many people went to the cafeteria to have dinner.
Jiu Mingli glanced at his cell phone.
No call had come in yet, which made him feel a little annoyed.
Could it be that the little guy had forgotten?
I flipped over my uncle's phone number and hesitated with my thumb hovering over it before pressing it. He was still a little afraid of his uncle. It would be too embarrassing if it was his uncle who answered the phone.
I'd better not forget what you said. Jiu Mingli muttered. Brother, do you want to go to dinner?
Shall we go together? Tangla ran over from behind and patted Jiu Mingli on the shoulder.
Jiu Mingli put his hands in his pockets, his expression was a little distracted, and his eyebrows were fierce. No. Why not? Don't you usually go for dinner? Jiu Mingli's mouth curled up slightly. Today is different. Someone will take care of it for me today. I'll go back to the dormitory first. After saying that, he strode away.
The tall and thin boy moved nimbly and agilely, straddling the railing of the stairwell and slid down. His eyes were full of excitement, and his red hair was very eye-catching even in the night. Only Jiu Mingli's handsome face full of wild beauty can handle this red hair, making him look not only stable but also like a character from a comic book. Tangla looked at Jiu Mingli, who left briskly and scratched his head in confusion. Brother Ming, what happened?
Lu Xingji walked over slowly from behind.
He looked cold and bookish, and to outsiders, he seemed out of place in this small group. After all, Lu Xingji looked like a top student. But only those who were familiar with him knew that this guy was no less skilled in fighting than Jiu Mingli. His sister will bring him dinner in the evening, so of course he doesn't want to go to the cafeteria.
Lu Xingji's voice was faint. What?
Tangla and He Kuang looked shocked. His sister brought dinner. Lu Xingji didn't say much and just followed. The other two didn't care whether to go to the cafeteria or not, and hurriedly rushed to catch up with Jiu Mingli. Tangla wailed, Brother Ming, why didn't you tell me earlier?
When will our sister come?
What food did she bring?
Jiu Mingli kicked him and said, Get lost.
Who is your sister? You have no place. They returned to the dormitory after playing and fighting. Except for Lu Xingji's bed and desk, which were tidy, everyone else's bed was no different from a doghouse.
Jiu Mingli.
I didn't think it was a big deal before, but now.
Go clean up your two doghouses for me now, and stop fuming my sister.
His sister is so soft and the dormitory is full of the smell of her feet.
Don't let Nuan be scared.
The two knew that it was a little girl who came, so they consciously went to clean up. When a few people were packing up the dormitory, a luxury car stopped at the gate of their school. After the door opened, a young girl walked out.
Nuan's short legs were wearing white tights, her little feet were wearing a pair of cute rabbit cloth shoes, and a light pink skirt. Her fluffy and soft bob, increasingly fair facial features and big, lively eyes made her look obedient and naive. I have to say that Nuan has a really good foundation. After just a few days back home, her skin condition has been getting better and better, and her spirit is completely different from before. These changes have also allowed her to slowly transform from a grey little bead into someone who gradually emits her own light. Daddy, please give me some warmth. The cute little girl did not leave after getting off the car. Instead, she turned around, stretched out her little arms, and hugged the dinner prepared for her fourth brother. Let's go, Dad leads the way. Nuan nodded her head obediently, followed her father closely with the incubator in her arms, and from time to time she opened her eyes wide and looked curiously at the school where her fourth brother was. It's so big. The soft and sweet little girl had big, beautiful eyes that sparkled. She was completely shocked after entering the school. It turned out that schools in big cities were so pretty and beautiful. Ji-Yuan was walking on the other side of Nuan. Hearing this, he snorted disdainfully, Our school is also very big. It will still be your school from now on. Nuan's eyes curved and she didn't refute. She just said in a baby voice, So will brother also come here to study in the future? Ji-Yuan, yes, right. Nuan smiled and pursed her pink lips, revealing her pretty white teeth. So this will be brother and Nuan's school from now on, right? Ji-Yuan. The admission score for this school seems a bit high, but, as an older brother, he absolutely cannot let his sister look down on him. Yes. But you have to study hard. Yuan nodded obediently. Yes, Yuan needs to study hard, and so does my brother. Can my brother help Yuan if I don't know how to do it? She blinked her big eyes and looked at Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan immediately said proudly, I am so smart, there is nothing I can't do. If you ask me for help, I will reluctantly agree to it. After saying this, I got a look of contempt from Mr. Ji Yu. How dare you speak so arrogantly with your poor grades? When they arrived downstairs of Ji Yu Mingli's dormitory, many people had already seen Yuan and the others. Many people's eyes were on the pretty and lovely girl. Seeing her climbing the stairs with such a big insulated box in her arms, everyone couldn't help but want to go over to help. Father Ji Yu, Yuan, give it to Dad. Yuan shook her head. Yuan is not tired at all. She still had some strength. After all, she had worked frequently in Xiaoxi village. Even though her legs were short, she didn't feel tired climbing the stairs. But there is one kind of tiredness that Dad feels you are tired. Then a father picked up the little kid along with him. Chapter 30 for Fourth Brother's roommates. Her sight suddenly rose higher, and she uttered a baby voice. Then she realized that many people were looking at her. She held the incubator with her face flushed with shyness, and her thick, curly eyelashes blinked, and then she quickly buried her head in her father's shoulder. Ji Yu Linmore only heard the sound of a little kid chirping coming from his shoulder. Dad, please go. Ji Yu Linmore raised the corner of his mouth, took a step with his long legs, and left with the baby easily. Ji Yuan. Wait for me. After they left, the students in the corridor started a heated discussion. Whose sister was that just now? She was so cute, holding the incubator and walking like a little penguin. Look at the thermos box she's holding. Who is she bringing dinner to? She's so happy. Why do I only have one stinky little brother who always goes against me? It is not uncommon to have meals delivered to the South City Noble School. Some spoiled young masters and young ladies do not like the food in the cafeteria and will directly ask their families to deliver the meals. However, most of them are delivered by nannies, and it is rare to see relatives delivering meals. Such a cute little guy, how happy. Not long after Ji Yu Mingli and the others had finished packing, the dormitory doorbell rang. Ji Yu Mingli jumped up from the bed and walked quickly to open the door. Fourth brother Tilder. Their soft, sweet little voice is so adorable that it's heart-stopping. Even before seeing the person, just by hearing their voice calling this fourth brother, the other three people in the dormitory can imagine how adorable this little cutie is. Tangla and Wukwang almost rushed to the door, but when they saw Ji Yu Linmore, they immediately became more obedient. Fourth brother, these are the dumplings that Yuan and Mom made. They are still hot, so eat them quickly. The little girl Yuan standing at the door had a sweet and soft smile, her beautiful eyes curved into watery little crescents, and her slender white hands held the thermal box high up and presented it to Ji Yu Mingli. The soft and tender voice sounded as if she was acting coquettishly. Ji Yu Mingli took the thermal box with a smile on his face, and he became visibly happy. I thought you forgot. Yuan pursed her lips and smiled, revealing two cute dimples on both sides of her cheeks. Her hair was soft, and she looked like a furry little pet waiting to be patted on the head. Ji Yu Mingli indeed couldn't help but reach out and touch Yuan's furry little head twice, but this time the force he used was much gentler than when he almost pulled her over when they first met. Yuan also tilted her head and rubbed it against Ji Yu Mingli's palm like a little kitten, looking so soft and well-behaved. Ji Yuan, I don't know why I feel uncomfortable. My sister has never let him touch her head like this, and she has never rubbed against him like this. He is obviously the biological brother. Uncle, you are here too. Satisfied, Ji Yu Mingli glanced at a little guy who was almost mad as a puffer fish, and had no idea what was wrong with him. I don't feel comfortable letting Yuan come by herself. Ji Yu Linmore has now completely become obsessed with his daughter. Hello, uncle. The other three young men came over and greeted them politely and obediently. To a man like Ji Yu Linmore, even though he looked elegant, they felt oppressed. Anyway, they just had to act like grandsons in front of him. Didn't they see that Brother Ming was so obedient? Yuan looked curiously at the three big boys behind her fourth brother, and those three men finally saw the sister that Ji Yu Mingli had been talking about these past 2 days. Wow! It really looks so cute and soft at first glance, and it is really delicate and beautiful, just like a BJD doll.
They are all envious of such a real-life doll. Several people couldn't help but look at Ji Yumingli with envy. They had previously thought that Ji Yumingli was just bragging because he had a sister complex, but they didn't expect. Tangla showed a healthy set of white teeth, smiled brightly, and called Yuan, sister. Ji Yumingli elbowed him and asked, "Who are you calling sister?" Tangla. You don't have to be so stingy. Lu Xingji politely made a gesture of invitation. Uncle, please come in and sit down first. It's not a big deal to always stand at the door. Ji Yulin shook his head. I won't go in. My assistant called and told me that I need to deal with something. I'll wait outside the school. I'll send Yuan and Ji Yuan over after dinner. The last sentence was said to Ji Yumingli. Ji Yulin knew that these children would feel uncomfortable with his presence here, so he simply did not disturb them. Ji Yumingli nodded and assured, "Don't worry, uncle." Yuan held her father's finger and said in a baby voice, "Dad, Yuan will come to find you soon." Ji Yulin rubbed her hair gently and said, "Okay." Watching her father leave eagerly, Yuan's reluctant look almost made Ji Yulin stay away. In the end, it was Ji Yumingli who picked her up and ran to the dormitory. Little Yuan was picked up by her fourth brother obediently without any struggle. When she was put on the sea blue bed, her little fur trembled and she looked a little silly, confused and adorable. It turns out my sister is really this cute. Tangla let out a roar and rushed over to hug Yuan. Roll. Don't go near her. Two angry voices were heard, and then he was grabbed by the collar and could not move forward even an inch when he was less than 2 centimeters away from Yuan. The soft and cute little Yuan was hugged by Ji Yuan, staring at Tangla with angry eyes. This is my sister. You are not allowed to hug her. Tangla, Ming Ji and I are close friends, so his sister must be my sister. My sister is so cute, why can't I hug her? Ji Yumingli glared at him angrily. Who is your sister? Don't you know how much you weigh? Yuan is so small and soft, what if she gets crushed? Yuan blinked her eyes, trying to say that she was not that fragile. Tangla screamed, "Brother, you look down on me too much. Am I such a reckless person? I'll just hug you. I'm sure I won't press down our sister, right, Sister Yuan?" As he spoke, he made faces at Yuan. Puff. Yuan couldn't help laughing out loud. Her curved eyebrows and eyes looked very beautiful. But soon she covered her mouth with her little hands, but her eyes remained bent. This smile was so touching that the hearts of several older boys in the dormitory softened. How could there be such a well-behaved, soft and cute little angel in the world? Yuan, I'm your brother Tangla, can you please call me? Tangla shamelessly risked being beaten by Ji Yumingli and approached Yuan to ask her to call him brother. He had heard it before. When the little girl called Ji Yumingli fourth brother, her voice was so soft and sweet. It was really beautiful to hear. If he had a sister with such a nice voice, he would set her voice as his cell phone ringtone. Yuan's big black and white eyes curved into a smile, and she called out softly and obediently. Brother Tangla Tilder. Tangla covered his heart exaggeratedly and said, satisfied. Wu Kuang also moved closer under Ji Yumingli's angry gaze. I am your brother Wu Kuang. Yuan didn't show favoritism and called out in a sweet voice, hello, brother Wu Kuang Tilder. Wu Kuang was so excited that he danced with joy and said, sister, I will buy you anything you like right away. Hearing Yuan calling brother in her baby voice, I really have the urge to put the best things in the world in front of her. Chapter 35 Goodbye, fourth brother. After Yuan called out to the two people, she turned her attention to the last person, Lu Xingji. The corners of Lu Xingji's mouth curled up, and his glasses reflected the image of Yuan looking at him obediently. My name is Lu Xingji. Yuan said, oh, in a daze, and then said in a baby voice, hello, brother Lu Tilder. Lu Xingji behaved relatively calmly the whole time, but he reached out and rubbed the little guy's head unexpectedly, and his eyebrows and eyes behind the glasses softened. Ji Yumingli. Tangla Wu Kuang. No one expected that he would suddenly take action. Tangla screamed and wanted to touch Yuan's furry little head, but was kicked away by the sullen-looking Ji Yumingli, who glared at Lu Xingji with a fierce look. Careless. Lu Xingji raised his eyebrows slightly, rubbed the little one's head, and then calmly stepped back. Ji Yumingli felt that he needed to find time to learn from his good brothers. Brother, dumplings.
Nuan looked at the thermal box eagerly.
The dumplings would not taste good if they were left out for too long.
Ji Mingli rubbed her little head and said, I know. Wow, it smells so good.
When the thermal box was opened, a fragrant smell of dumplings wafted out immediately, and Tangla and Wu Kuang were extremely envious. Wu Kuang, the foodie, immediately came over shamelessly and said, Brother, you can't finish all this, can you give me some?
Ji Mingli kicked them and said, Get out. When he turned his head, his expression changed as if he had changed.
His voice became several degrees softer when talking to Nuan, and the corners of his mouth were still upturned. His hypocrisy was so obvious.
Have you eaten yet, Nuan?
Do you want to eat with fourth brother?
Nuan shook her head, and her little hair swayed a few times.
She touched her soft little belly and said,
Nuan and little brother ate before sending it to fourth brother.
Ji Mingli followed her soft little hand to her belly, then poked it with his slender fingers.
Nuan quickly covered it up and turned her little body to the side, Don't poke my belly.
A brother who had succeeded in playing a prank saw her reaction and laughed out loud. The flamboyant teenager was always full of life. Of course, with his somewhat bad temper, he didn't seem satisfied with just poking the warm little belly. His slender fingers turned and pinched the little guy's soft cheeks with incredible precision.
He even pinched them twice. Suddenly, Nuan's cheek was pinched and she said. Her eyes were watery and her mouth was pouting.
She held her fourth brother's wrist with her two little hands and struggled a little, but couldn't get free.
QAQ.
But fourth brother controlled the strength so it didn't hurt at all.
Nuan struggled for a few times and then gave up, as if she accepted her fate and became extremely obedient. Ji Yuan, who was standing next to him, was so angry that he rushed towards Ji Mingli with his teeth bared and claws bared. Let her go. Ji Mingli snorted disdainfully and suppressed him with absolute force using only one hand. Ji Yuan was so angry that he was like a pufferfish.
Just wait, I will ask my dad to sign me up for a martial arts class when I get back.
When I learn everything, I will come back and beat you up first. Ji Mingli sneered, his tone extremely arrogant.
I've been waiting for you for decades, and you've always been defeated by me.
Ji Yuan, damn it, I'm waiting for you.
Saigwugwa tilde.
Nuan, with her cheeks pinched, called out, fourth brother pitifully and unclearly.
Her voice was as soft and sticky as a glutinous rice dumpling, and it sounded very nice. Someone finally let go of her fingers with a bit of reluctance. Be good, eat another dumpling and grow some more meat. The touch of my fingers still makes me feel that her face doesn't have much flesh.
When will she gain weight?
He picked up a fat, crystal clear dumpling and fed it to the little girl.
Nuan touched her belly and it seemed like she could still fit another one in.
Nuan was a little embarrassed, her face flushed, her big, watery eyes with distinct black and white colors looked at her fourth brother softly and said, Then, you can only eat one, Nuan can't eat any more. Their voice was soft and small, as if she was acting coquettishly.
Ji Mingli nodded, with a hint of smile in his wild eyes that always looked at everyone with a hint of disdain.
He actually just wanted to try what it felt like to feed the little guy himself. Nuan opened her little mouth, and the fourth brother's chopsticks bit a tiny notch in the fat dumpling. Her little cheeks were bulging with food. Her expression was serious while she was eating, and her eyes were bright and shining, like a chipmunk that was stuffing food into its cheeks, a cute little chipmunk at that. The teenagers present were so fascinated by the way Nuan ate that their hearts were trembling with cuteness. The others even wanted to push Ji Mingli aside so that they could feed little Nuan themselves.
Keep eating.
Ji Mingli stopped eating himself and focused on feeding a certain chirping little animal until Nuan finished the whole dumpling in small bites. When he wanted to feed her more, the little girl shook her head and refused, holding her belly and burping.
Nuan can't eat anymore.
Poor little baby voice, no one can refuse her request.
Ji Mingli could only look at Nuan's belly with regret. When you come tomorrow, save some space to eat with fourth brother, okay? Nuan, are you coming again tomorrow? Ji Yuan, not coming. Ji Mingli, of course.
Two different voices, the two brothers looked at each other.
Ji Mingli, har, you stupid guy dares to challenge him. Ji Yuan, the guy with a big face always thinks about beautiful things every day.
As for whether to come or not, it still depends on her father.
Nuan can't come even if she wants to.
They brought a lot of dumplings, and although Ji Mingli was a little reluctant, he still gave some to his brothers. Wu Kuang, who loves delicious food, of course pestered Ji Mingli for more. After they finished eating, it was time for Nuanuan and Ji Yuan to go back. They were sent to the school gate by the 4 teenagers.
Nuanuan held her father's hand and said goodbye to them. Sister Nuan, come again next time.
The little guy poked his furry little head out of the car window and looked at them with his watery eyes.
Yeah, Nuanuan remembers it.
Tangla was reluctant to leave.
Sister, remember to think of brother Tangla. Wu Kuang pointed at himself with both hands and said, and me.
Although Lu Xingji didn't say anything, the look in his eyes as he stared at Nuanuan fully expressed his meaning. It's a pity that a 5-year-old kid can't understand eyes. But she is still as sweet and gentle as a little cotton-padded jacket.
Nuan will miss brother Tangla, brother Wu Kuang, and brother Lu. Ji Mingli.
He gritted his teeth.
What about me?
Nuanuan smiled with her eyes curved, and her dark pupils were shining like stars, dazzling and charming. The little guy called out, "Fourth brother," in a soft voice. "Fourth brother, come over here a little bit, Nuanuan has something to tell you."
Ji Mingli immediately threw away the sour feeling in his heart and walked over.
What? Don't you have something to tell me in private? He walked over and bent down, and the pretty little girl stuck her little head out of the car window, pouted her little lips and gave his handsome face a kiss with a milky flavor. "Goodbye, fourth brother.
Nuanuan will miss you."
Ji Mingli was stunned for 3 seconds, then touched the place where Nuanuan kissed him, and his slightly sharp phoenix eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 36: Ji Yuan's sudden sense of responsibility. After the Ji Yu family's car drove away from the South City Noble Academy, the little girl seemed to hear an angry snort coming from beside her.
Nuan.
I turned my little head to look at my little brother, only to see him hugging his arms, with his chin slightly raised and his head tilted to the other side.
Did she hear it wrong?
Snort. This time the sound was more obvious.
Ji Yuan glanced at Nuanuan, snorted deliberately and turned his head away. Nuan's eyes were blank.
Brother, what's wrong with you?
Ji Yuan, it's okay. Nuanuan stared at him, blinked, said, "Oh," softly, and said nothing more. Ji Yuan. One more question, have you gained some weight?
Snort.
Nuan.
The young man looked like he was feeling uncomfortable in his throat. Let me ask you, whose biological sister are you? My sister doesn't seem very smart, so don't expect her to figure things out on her own.
Nuan held his hand and shook it gently, and said in a soft voice, "It's your sister, brother." Ji Yuan, then you treat Ji Mingli better than I do. Nuan seriously corrected, "That's fourth brother, Nuan's fourth brother, and little brother's fourth brother.
How can there be a brother who goes against his younger brother all day long? But he is our fourth brother. If you don't believe me, ask Dad." Ji Yuan was choked up immediately, reluctantly, but he quickly realized that the topic had gone off track, and immediately put his hands on his hips with a fierce look on his face.
"Is that the question I was talking about? Are you stupid? You'll have to rely on me to protect you in school." Nuan looked at him innocently. "Oh, brother is so awesome."
Ji Yuan. After a long time of fussing, Nuan finally figured out what was going on. His little brother's words were sour and seamed. "Brother, are you jealous?"
Nuan hit a straight ball and Ji Yuan instantly blushed with embarrassment. He retorted loudly, "How is that possible?"
Jealous.
What is that?
I will never be jealous." Ji Yu Moore, who was driving in front, glanced at the recording device in the car and decided in a good mood to save his youngest son's ambitious words and play them out later when he was slapped in the face. "Keep your voice down, don't scare your sister. And who are you calling your grandpa?" Mr. Gu's voice was chilly, and Ji Yuan shrank his neck. A real man can bend and stretch, so he just didn't say, "Young master."
"Anyway, there's no way I'll be jealous." Nuan nodded obediently. "Yeah, I got it, brother is not jealous." Ji Yuan snorted and stopped talking.
In the night, a black Maybach drove towards the Ji Yu family villa. Accompanied by a burst of dog barking, the deserted villa became lively again. Ji Mingli's expectations were ultimately not realized, because the next day, Mother Ji Yu took the little one to the amusement park and water park for a day.
Nuan was undoubtedly excited the whole day, but after the excitement, the little one was so tired that she fell asleep. Even Ji-Yuan didn't wake up to pick someone up after school. Ji-Yuan ran out of the school gate excitedly but only saw his father. He became angry after feeling disappointed. He threw his school bag onto the car with a pretty face and started sulking as soon as he sat on the car. But he didn't say anything, like, "Who cares if you come to pick me up?" Ji-Yuan more shifted his gaze from the tablet and looked at his youngest son, whose expression kept changing and he was not very good at hiding his emotions, and was speechless for a moment. "Why don't you ask Yuan why she didn't come to pick you up today?" Ji-Yuan snorted loudly. "Who needs her to pick me up? It's not like I can't go back by myself." "You sound stubborn, but now you're so angry, are you sure you don't care?"
Forget it, let the younger son be angry on his own. After returning home, Ji-Yuan looked around, but unfortunately he still couldn't see the little figure. He pretended not to care. "Grandpa, why didn't the little girl accompany you today?"
Grandpa Ji-Yu glared at him and said, "What little girl? That's your sister."
After taking a sip of tea, he slowly said under Ji-Yuan's eager gaze, "Your mother accompanied Yuan to the amusement park and water park today. The little girl probably played too much for the first time. When she came back, she was so tired that she fell asleep in the car. She is still sleeping now." After hearing this, Ji-Yuan's little anxiety finally subsided a little, and he went upstairs muttering to himself, "Mom, why don't you wait until I have a day off before going out to play?" After running upstairs, Ji-Yuan put his school bag away and ran out again, then quietly got into Yuan's room. In the spacious, bright and cozy room, on the soft big bed, a little warm sleeping posture is holding a rabbit doll on its side, with half of its little face buried in the quilt.
Ji-Yuan can only vaguely recognize it.
She saw the small half of her furry head exposed from the pillow, and her fluffy black hair was hanging down obediently like others.
With her long and even breathing, the small bag covered by the quilt also rose and fell evenly.
Ji-Yuan walked over gently and took off the rabbit doll, revealing Yuan's sleeping appearance. 2 soft little hands were placed on the side of the head, and the 10 soft fingers were slightly curled up. They seemed to have no fleshiness. There were even some minor wounds and calluses on the fingers and palms. The little guy with a rosy face sleeping at this moment is as obedient and soft as when he is awake, just like a harmless little animal. When Yuan closed her eyes while sleeping, her curled eyelashes looked like a delicate little fan. Under the soft light, the little fan cast a small shadow under her eyelids. Her delicate facial features and motionless and quiet appearance made her look more like a carefully carved doll. No matter how you look at it, it looks like it's easy to bully, but at the same time it makes people want to protect this seemingly fragile little doll. Ji-Yuan placed his fingers between Yuan's slightly curled fingers and tickled her palm. When his fingertips touched the calluses and tiny wounds on his sister's palm, a pain that he himself was not aware of emerged in his eyes. He was still young when his sister was lost, and he didn't remember whether he was sad at that time. Childhood memories are always easy to lose, so in the 3 years before Yuan was found, time may have diluted a lot of things. He had a vague impression of what his sister looked like, and he didn't seem to have much affection for her. But now, seeing the wounds exposed on his sister's little hands, Ji-Yuan hated for the first time anyone who had participated in kidnapping his sister.
Brother. Yuan curled up her fingers and slowly clenched them, and slowly grasped Ji-Yuan's fingers. Yuan opened her eyes slightly, and vaguely recognized the person standing in front of the bed. Before she was conscious again, she called him brother in a soft voice. The word brother made Ji-Yuan inexplicably feel a sense of responsibility. He had never thought of himself as an adult like he did at this moment. He wanted to protect this soft sister under his wings and didn't want her to get hurt at all. Chapter 37 Big Brother is coming back. Yuan grabbed Ji-Yuan's fingers and opened her eyes in a daze.
The little girl who had just woken up had messy hair and misty eyes, looking a little dazed, looking particularly cute and easy to bully.
Ji-Yuan imitated Ji Mingli and pinched her cheeks.
Even though there didn't seem to be much flesh on them, they felt soft when pinched.
No wonder that guy always likes to pinch Yuan's face.
Brother, what time is it? The little girl, who was very well behaved even though her face was pinched, gradually woke up and asked in a baby voice with her big watery eyes open.
Ji-Yuan glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist and said, "It's almost 6 o'clock. It's time to get up and eat." Yuan yawned, and her furry little head shook. "Oh, Yuan knows.
Then he slowly got up from the bed and started to make the bed barefoot. Under Ji Yuan's stunned gaze, he folded the slightly messy bedding neatly in no time.
Ji Yuan thought of the mess on his bed and suddenly has been compared. No wonder mom and dad dislike him so much. Nuan clapped her hands and climbed down from the bed, put on her furry slippers, walked to Ji Yuan and took his hand actively.
Let's go, brother. The little hand holding my palm was soft. It looked skinny, so why was it so soft?
Ji Yuan's mouth corners curled up, and he calmly held Nuan's little hand and walked slowly in front. Really, children are troublesome. I have to hold his hand even when going downstairs. Only my sister can enjoy such treatment. While walking along with a cheerful mood, Ji Yuan kept muttering to himself. Nuan is awake. When Mother Ji Yu saw Nuan, she quickly walked over, picked her up and kissed her on the little face. Did you sleep well? The little girl nodded softly. Yeah, I'm already asleep. After saying that, he kissed his mother on the face. Ji Yuan was depressed. Why didn't his sister kiss him when she got up? Dinner was ready, and the family had their fill. They took the cat and the dog out for a walk, and now their whole family, young and old, were out for a walk. Father Ji Yu suddenly said, "Your eldest brother will be back tomorrow. Do you want to go pick him up, Nuan?" Upon hearing the news, Nuan's eyes widened in an instant. Is big brother back? She felt a little excited and a little nervous. Would the big brother like her? Ji Yu more nodded. The flight will be tomorrow morning. Then Mom and Dad, are you going? Mother Ji Yu rubbed her little head gently and said, Mom won't go, but your dad will go with you. It was good to have someone familiar accompany her. Nuan really wanted to pick up her big brother, so she nodded seriously with her little face. Well, Nuan is going to pick up big brother. Ji Yuan rolled his eyes and said, how about I take a day off tomorrow and go with my sister? No. The three adults in the family spoke almost at the same time, completely killing Ji Yuan's idea of taking the opportunity to skip school in the bud. He curled his lips and said, if you don't want to go, then don't go. Nuan hugged Meichio and ran her fingers from its head to its tail. The touch of the thick and soft cat fur was a blessing for fur lovers, and it was also very soothing. She will be able to see Big Brother tomorrow. She has only seen him in photos. He looks cold and quiet. How will she express her closeness to him when she sees him in person tomorrow? What should I do if my older brother doesn't like me? As she was thinking about this and that, Nuan tossed and turned in bed for a long time and couldn't fall asleep. Is Nuan worried about meeting Big Brother tomorrow? Mother Goo's gentle voice sounded from above her head, and a hand stroked her little back in a soothing manner. The little girl was a little embarrassed. Half of her furry head showed out from under the quilt. She tilted her delicate little face in her mother's arms, looking at her with clear and clean eyes. Mom, did Nuan disturb you? There was an obvious hint of guilt in her milky voice. Her movements were actually very controlled, but in the quiet night, these small movements seemed to be magnified. What are you thinking about? Mother Goo's voice came with a smile, and she gently pinched her small and delicate nose with 2 fingers. Mom wasn't asleep either. I guessed you were probably thinking about your older brother. Nuan buried her rosy little face in her without saying a word. Mother Ji Yu smiled and said, are you worried that your brother won't like you? The shy little dumpling nodded her head slightly and hummed softly like a kitten. Mother Ji Yu stroked her hair and said, don't worry, Nuan. Big brother will definitely like you. I'm just afraid that he and your father will fight over you. Things like this can easily happen. When Nuan was just born, her 2 brothers and father would get together and argue over who could hug Nuan more. Nuan herself couldn't imagine it. She thought it was impossible. How could her father and brother fight over her? Nuan is our family's treasure, why are you so unconfident about yourself? She touched Nuan's little face with heartache. If she had been raised in pampering by them since childhood, she would never have had such concerns. Nuan rubbed her little head in her mother's arms and keenly sensed her mother's sadness. She was smart enough not to discuss this with her mother because she didn't want her mother to be sad. Then Nuan, do you want to prepare a gift for your brother? Mother Ji Yu, it depends on you, Nuan. Nuan said softly, oh, and frowned as she thought about the gift. Let Daddy take you to the mall tomorrow. It's already bedtime, so Nuan you should go to bed. Okay, Nuan got it. Good night, Mom Tilda. Good night, darling. She slept soundly until dawn. The next day, little Nuanuan got up very early, washed her face and brushed her teeth by herself, and went downstairs happily in her pretty little dress. She is going to see her big brother today. After her mother's guidance last night, Nuanuan is now less nervous and more filled with happiness and anticipation. Dad. Mr. Gu also got up very early. In order to take his younger daughter to pick up his older son, he took a leave of absence from the company. Hearing Nuanuan's soft voice calling him, Gu Linmore put down the newspaper in his hand, called the obedient and pretty little girl to come over, gently picked up the little girl and put her on his lap to sit. He tapped the little girl's nose gently and smiled. You got up so early, you want to see big brother so much. Nuanuan pursed her lips and smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling and a blush appeared on her delicate little face. She blinked shyly, and her curly eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Gu Linmore only heard his beloved daughter say softly, "We have to go early. Nuanuan is going to buy a gift for big brother." Chapter 38, Choosing a Gift. To be honest, Gu Linmore now feels a little jealous towards his eldest son because his daughter bought him a gift when they met for the first time, but he didn't even give her anything. Jiuan also got up early today. When he went downstairs, he found that his father was combing his sister's hair. Nuanuan's hair is a little messy, but because it is short, it is quite easy to comb. Gu Linmore held the comb somewhat clumsily, as if he was afraid of hurting the fragile little guy's hair, and his movements were extremely careful and gentle. The chubby little guy sat obediently on his father's lap, his eyes curved with a pure smile. The big black and white eyes saw the person coming down from the upstairs and immediately called out in a soft voice. "Good morning, Brother Tilda." Jiuan instantly felt that the air was filled with a milky sweet smell. His sister's voice was as soft and sticky as a glutinous rice dumpling, and it smelled of milk. "Dad, let me do it." Jiuan walked over excitedly, thinking that he could definitely comb his sister's hair better than his father. He had long coveted his sister's fluffy, smooth short hair. "Since I had my hair cut and have been taking care of it regularly, Nuanuan's hair has become smoother and smoother. Children's hair is naturally soft, black and thick, and as comfortable as a kitten's soft fur." Mr. Gu glanced at his son and told him with a smile to get out of here. Of course, the words coming out of his mouth were more tactful. "You should go eat. My sister doesn't need you here." Jiuan felt that his sister really needed him. But he didn't dare to resist his father's authority, so he could only leave in shame. After quickly combing the sticky hair on Nuanuan's head, Gu Linmore still felt a little regretful that it was too short to braid his precious daughter's hair. However, he could practice now and he would be able to do it when his daughter's hair grew longer. "I'll ask my assistant to buy a few more model heads with thick hair so I can practice whenever I have time. Is Dad okay?" Nuanuan raised her little head slightly and asked the person behind her in a baby voice. Gu Linmore hummed, "Okay." Then he reluctantly put the soft little girl on the ground. Nuanuan touched her head, stood on tiptoe with a smile on her face, raised her head and kissed her father on the face. "Thank you, Dad." The tender and childish voice simply melted the heart of Gu Linmore, the old father. After finishing her breakfast with satisfaction, Nuanuan held a cup of hot milk and drank it with her eyes squinted happily, her cheeks puffed up, and she sat on a high chair with her short legs dangling in the air. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. Jiuan, who usually doesn't like drinking milk, watched her drink a big glass of it and then successfully hold on. "Damn it! Why does everything my sister eats seem to taste delicious? Brother, Dad and I will take you to school." After drinking the milk, little Nuanuan took the initiative to hold her brother's hand. After the change in her mentality yesterday, the word brother sounded so soft and pleasant to Jiuan's ears at that moment that he wished he could let her call him brother a few more times. "Let's go." Jiuan raised his chin, with the corners of his mouth curled up as if to rival the sun. If he had a tail behind him, it would probably have been wagging by now. Little girl Nuanuan was holding her father's hand in one hand and her brother's in the other. Her smile revealed her neat and white teeth. Her eyes were like a spring of crushed sunlight, so clean and clear that one could see through them at a glance. The surface of the spring was reflected with the warm morning light, which was very beautiful. When they arrived at school, Nuanuan leaned against the window and said goodbye to her little brother in a soft and sweet voice. "Goodbye, brother. Nuanuan and Dad will pick you up after school." Ji Yuan looked around. Damn it. Why weren't any of his younger brothers here? If they were here, he would see Yuan calling him brother, and he could. Well, he admitted that he felt jealous when he saw Ji Yumingli and his roommates showing off Nuan. He was obviously the biological brother, but no one knew it. Well, remember what you said. Ji Yuan left with his school bag on his back, as he had to take his younger brother with him in the afternoon. Ji Yulin more rubbed Nuanuan's little head and said, "Let's go to Century Mall." Upon hearing this, the driver started the engine obediently and quickly drove away from the school. The mall has just opened and there are only a few customers, so it looks rather deserted now. The manager of the shopping mall was explaining something to his employees when he suddenly caught a glimpse of someone out of the corner of his eye. At first he thought he was dazzled. Wait and look over there again, wow. It really was their Mr. Gu, and the most important thing was that Mr. Gu was holding a delicate and beautiful little baby by his side. I instantly remembered the rumors and the photo that were flying around in the company the day before yesterday. Oh my god, President Gu accompanied his daughter to the mall, and it was so early. As for the rest, please come up with a plan and hand it over to me as soon as possible. After saying that, he left the few people in front of him and walked quickly towards Gu Linmore. Mr. Gu, why are you here? The man who was serious just now suddenly burst into smiles when facing his immediate boss. Who is that person? Oh my god, you don't even know this person. Didn't you hear what the general manager called just now? Mr. Gu from our group. Oh my god, President Gu is here. Is he here to inspect the work? No, didn't you see he was holding a child? He must be here to buy something. Gu Linmore simply greeted and exchanged a few words with the general manager, then continued shopping in the mall with his daughter. What does Nuan want to buy for your brother? Nuan herself was very confused. She had never bought a gift for anyone and had no idea how to buy one. Dad, what does big brother like? Gu Linmore rubbed her little head and said, your big brother likes very few things. His greatest hobby is probably making money. Then how should I send this warmth? Nuan's eyebrows were tangled together. Gu Linmore smiled and suggested, your elder brother likes very few things, but because he has to work, he always carries a pen with him. Nuan might choose this. The little girl's problem was solved immediately after hearing her father say this, and she raised her face with a sweet smile. Thank you, Dad. Soon she set her eyes on a black fountain pen with a gold rim and very high quality. It looked very luxurious and the little girl liked it at first sight. Nuan walked out holding a pen in a gift box and followed her father closely. Dad, what do you like? After hesitating for a while, the little girl finally asked. She really couldn't think of what to buy for her father in her little head. Gu Linmore lowered his eyes and looked at Nuan, who had a flash of surprise in her eyes. The sour feeling he had felt when he saw Nuan carefully choosing a gift for her eldest son just now was completely gone. Chapter 39 Big Brother. Father Gu bent down and gently pinched his daughter's nose. Buy a pair of cufflinks for Daddy. He will wear it on the most important occasions in the future. Okay, then Daddy will take Nuan to buy it. Nuan held her father's hand and followed him into another high-end luxury store with her short legs. Finally, Nuan bought a pair of dark sapphire cufflinks for her father. They were warm and luxurious, and very much in line with her father's temperament. Then, at the suggestion of her father, she bought flowers for her mother, a bouquet of elegantly wrapped carnations. She chose the gifts for her fourth brother and little brother herself, a domineering black cat keychain and a little anime girl figurine, because her father said that the cute figurine looked very much like her. Carrying the gifts she bought for her family, Nuan happily left holding her father's hand. The flight was at 9 in the morning, and it was 8:40 when Nuan and her father arrived at the airport. 20 minutes later, Gu Linmore's call to his son failed, and the plane did not arrive as scheduled. Dad, isn't my brother here yet? Little girl Nuan, holding a gift box, sat obediently next to her father, her big black and white eyes staring at her father eagerly. Gu Linmore consoled her, maybe the flight was delayed. This is a common problem when flying. Nuan's eyes sparkled. Dad, have you ever been on a plane? Aren't you scared of flying in the sky? Nuan had only seen airplanes flying high in the sky above Ceci village, but she couldn't see them clearly, so she couldn't imagine what it was like to sit in a plane. Gu Linmore reached out and hugged his little daughter.
The soft little girl leaned against her father and rubbed his with her furry little head affectionately, looking as cute as a little animal. We have a private jet at home. Daddy will take you on one someday. We can fly wherever you want, okay? The little guy's eyes lit up instantly, his pupils curved into cute little crescents, and he responded with a soft, okay. Dad, Nuanuan wants to go to the bathroom. Before her brother arrived, Nuanuan wanted to go to the bathroom. I'll take you there, can you do it yourself? The little guy nodded obediently to indicate that he agreed. Gu Leanmore took him to the toilet, and Nuanuan ran in by herself. Her mother had taught her how to find the toilet outside, so she could still find it. Coming out of the toilet, Nuan walked slowly outside. The hand-washing area inside was too high for her to wash. There was also a hand-washing area outside, but after she walked out. This sink is too unfriendly to dwarfs QAQ. She couldn't even wash it even if she stood on tiptoe. When Nuanuan was getting so anxious that her face was almost red, a pair of big hands picked her up. Suddenly, she was suspended in midair and smelled a pleasant scent from the person behind her. It was not a scent that Nuanuan was familiar with. The little girl was terrified at the time and she flapped her short legs and twisted her neck to look back. But due to their height distance, she could only see the well-defined chin of the man who was hugging her. Don't you need to wash your hands? A cold voice that seemed to have no temperature came from behind, but it was unexpectedly low and pleasant. Nuanuan blinked pitifully and washed her hands quickly. Thank you, big brother. You can leave it warm now. The little girl's voice is as soft and small as a cat's, and it's a pleasure to listen to it. The person behind her slowly put her down, and without waiting for Nuanuan to leave, he squatted down slowly, took out a dark grey handkerchief from his suit pocket, and with his slender fingers with distinct joints, he took the girl's hand and wiped it carefully and slowly. Only then did Nuanuan see the man's appearance clearly. His facial features were cold and three-dimensional, his face had distinct contours, and his eyes were as deep as an ancient well. His temperament was like the snow in the severe winter, icy and biting, with a sense of oppression that made people dare not approach him easily. But, this person looked so familiar. Nuanuan stared at his face again and again, her expression twisted. At this moment, the special assistant and bodyguard who came with the man were stunned when they saw the boss squatting down to wipe the child's hands. The expressions on their faces were so dazed that they seemed to have no idea what day it was. Their grandfather actually held a little girl in his arms while washing his hands. Not only did he hold her while washing her hands, but after washing she even squatted down and wiped her hands so gently and carefully. Is their way of returning home wrong? Or are they dreaming now? Elder brother. A soft voice sounded, bringing the dazed people back to their senses, though their facial features might have been a little distorted. This little girl is so brave. Not only did she not get scared to tears by their grandfather, she even called him brother. Yeah. A low and cold voice sounded. This is their masters. They even responded. Ji Yunan wiped the little girl's fingers clean one by one. When his fingertips slid across the scars on Nuanuan's little hands, a bone-chilling coldness flashed in his deep phoenix eyes. Even the butler and his companions who were 3 meters away could feel it. But what little tenderness he had was given to the little girl standing in front of him. Recognized. Ji Yunan raised his hand and gently pinched the back of the girl's neck. The cool temperature of her fingers rubbed across the skin on the back of her neck. Nuanuan shrank her neck slightly, but her big black and white eyes looked at the tall and cold young man in front of her who was so handsome. She smiled shyly and obediently, her dimples were so cute and her beautiful big eyes curved. I recognized him. His Nuan's big brother. The sound of the milky voice was unusually crisp and joyful. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then mustered up the courage to grab Ji Yunan's index finger with both hands. Ji Yunan's bony fingers that were held by her curled up slightly, and the little guy's hands were warm. The young man lowered his eyes slightly, looking at the small and soft hand, which looked very fragile at first glance. He did not dare to move too much, fearing that he would accidentally break this little thing that was as fragile as a porcelain doll. Big brother. She looked at the young man in front of her with her big watery eyes and called out again in a soft voice. Hearing his response, Nuanuan became even happier, the corners of her soft light pink lips curled up, and the stars in her eyes looked even brighter and brighter, like a little sun that melted his cold heart. His little girl has grown up so much. Big brother, Dad is still waiting for us outside. Still speaking sparingly with words, Ji Yunan hummed his arm around Nuanuan's back and easily picked up the little person with one hand. Very light. The young man, who exuded a cold temperament from the inside out, frowned slightly, and immediately thought about how to feed and fatten the little guy in his arms. The expressionless and stern young man was holding a cute and delicate child like a BJD doll in one arm, and the child actually looked weirdly cute. But it really shocked Ji Yunan's group of subordinates, as they could not imagine with their elite brains how their grandfather looked like holding a child. But today, they saw it with their own eyes. After the tall and indifferent young man had carried the little girl away, the assistant and others reacted and hurried to catch up. They tried hard to adjust their expressions, but their hearts were already in turmoil and they couldn't calm down at all. Chapter 40, Giving Gifts to Big Brother. Nuanuan's slender and soft fingers grabbed a little piece of clothes on her brother's shoulders, her little butt sat in her brother's strong and powerful arms, and the smile on her delicate little face never faded. Hold tight. A low, emotionless voice sounded in Nuanuan's ears. Anyone else would probably think that he didn't like her, but the way he held Nuanuan was so gentle and steady. Nuanuan herself knew that her elder brother did not hate her, even though he looked cold. The pretty little girl let out a sweet "oh" and looked longingly at her older brother, whose expression was still stern. She took the initiative to hug the young man's neck with her little arms and moved closer to him. There was basically no change in the expression on Ji Yunan's face, but his cold and sharp eyes became unusually gentle as he looked at the little person in his arms. Of course, outsiders cannot see this slight change in gentleness, but it is different for those who often follow him. Ji Yunan's special assistant Nan Feng was very aware of his grandfather's change. To be honest, he still didn't understand why his grandfather just went to the toilet and picked up a child. This is illegal, Grandpa. He looked at the tall young man walking in front of him, wanting to say something but stopping himself. How could he stop him? Ji Yunan walked in front, carrying a strong sense of oppression for no reason. Even though he was holding a little girl in his arms, this cold and overbearing sense of oppression did not reduce. People who came in from outside subconsciously made way for them. They have only seen this oppressive feeling of its own BGM on TV or in short videos. It turns out, this mysterious thing really exists in real life. The person watching Ji Yunan and his group walking by was thinking in a daze. My God, that man's aura was so strong that I didn't even dare to look him in the eye. But his figure was definitely the best I've ever seen, and his legs were so long. So cool. It turns out there are really men in this world who come with their own background music. The overbearing and cold CEO in my novel has a prototype. Sister, did you see the child in his arms just now? It was as soft as a little rabbit. The way the handsome guy held the child made my legs go weak. It's so cute. I forgot to take a picture. I don't think I can take a picture of him. He has bodyguards around him. He looks like someone you don't want to mess with. Ji Yunan, who had already walked far away, was unaware of the discussions behind them. As soon as they walked into the terminal hall, he stood out from the crowd. Ji Yunan's aura, as cold as a snow mountain, turned his surroundings into a vacuum zone. Of course, there were also many people secretly watching them. Nuanuan sat on her brother's arms and realized how tall her brother was. Everyone around him was shorter than him. Therefore, the sight of Nuan who is being held at this moment is also very high carat omega carat. The little girl is so happy. She had seen this kind of perspective before when her father was holding her, but now she is on her brother. They stood out from the crowd and of course were noticed by Ji Yunan at a glance. Little Nuanuan, who stands high and sees far, also discovered that her father also seemed out of place because of his extraordinary temperament. Well, her brother inherited his father's genes, so her father is also very tall. Dad. Ji Yunan walked over and called Dad in a warm and soft voice. Her cheerful voice sounded louder than ever before. Her soft and milky voice reached many people's ears and attracted a lot of attention. This baby voice is a pleasure to anyone's ears. Dad, Nuanuan has found her brother. The little girl didn't notice the eyes on her, and her smile was as sweet as a healing little angel, melting countless hearts. Nanfeng almost choked on his own saliva when he heard Nuanuan call Ji Yunan Dad. Of course he knew his boss's father, so, was this girl really his father's sister? Her biological sister? But, as Yi's assistant and housekeeper, plus the time he was only an assistant, he had been with Yi for more than 6 years, and he would often go in and out of the GU family, but he swore that he had never seen the GU family have a daughter. This is so fucking fantastic. Dad. When GU Leanmore came over, GU Nan just greeted him coldly with an expressionless face. It wasn't that they had a bad relationship, but he was just like that, as cold as a lump of ice. GU Leanmore had long been accustomed to this, so he smiled gently and patted his eldest son's shoulder in a harmless manner. I'm glad you're back. I left a lot of gifts for you. GU Nan had a cold expression and said nothing. He was sure that this gift was not a good thing. Speaking of gifts, Nuanuan suddenly remembered what she had prepared for her older brother, and she blinked her beautiful big eyes. Dad, a gift, a gift. This is Nuanuan's gift for my brother. The little baby voice was a little anxious, and the big watery eyes were enough to melt anyone's heart. Hearing that Nuanuan had prepared a gift for him, GU Nan paused, and looked at the little girl in his arms with his cold and sharp eyes but slightly gentle. The little girl received a small black rectangular gift box from her father, held it in both hands and presented it to her big brother. Big brother, this is a gift that Nuanuan bought for you. A soft voice seemed to float over with the aroma of real milk, and a slender hand with distinct joints took the box held by the little guy. Give Nuan to me, and take a look for yourself what she gave you. Just as Mr. GU was about to reach out to hug Nuanuan, GU Nan took a step back, dodged his move accurately, and handed over the gift box in his hand very naturally. Nan Fong immediately understood and stepped forward to take it and opened it, revealing the pen lying quietly inside. Father GU. You are so filial to your father. GU Nan seemed not to notice his father's glares that were like real knives stabbing at him. He lowered his eyes to meet the beautiful big eyes of a little girl who was expecting something. He was like a little puppy waiting for praise, and his mouth made a whimpering and flattering sound. With bony fingers, he picked up the pen from the gift box. It had a high-grade black texture and luxurious gold fine lines. It didn't have a complicated design, but it surprisingly suited him very well. The little guy has good vision. The corners of GU Nan's mouth, which had always been flat, slightly raised. This slight curve was almost imperceptible, but Nan Fong, who observed everything meticulously, noticed it. South Wind. I've never seen you smile even a little when I used more expensive pens. I love so much. He spoke concisely, twirling the pen between his fingertips before putting it into the breast pocket of his black suit. Although the big brother only said 4 words, the little girl Nuanuan who gave the gift was very happy. Her big black and white eyes were curved and a sweet smile appeared on her delicate little face.